I have all the money that I need. Then why you keep asking me, girl? Dude, I can't believe I got an Israeli chicken here. It's like the white whale. It's a different zygote, different xenotype. Some kind of fucking extraterrestrial DNA. They don't make those on the west side. Psych! I had to take a shit. Poosh, poosh. Come on, you little bitch. Is it working? Dude, I wonder if she had a fantasy team. I'll be her fantasy team. I'm number one pick, girl. 23-year-old Israeli chick, I better be. Who do you want aside from this motherfucker? That Lior dude? He sucks. Look at these moves. That motherfucker was at a Windex commercial. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Yo, girl, did you watch Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan? Huh? Did you down to fill in today? Did you dive in today? Huh? Did you? We'll get to that. Where you're tefillin? Oh, tefillin. Yo, I'm just telling you, your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse, okay? This shit has been working for a long fucking time. Your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse. Dude, Israel, you guys are never gonna get over that. Just be like, Mickey Mouse is older than you. Shut the fuck up. It's like the thing. It's like if somebody doesn't have a job and you want to make fun of them, which isn't cool, but that's fine. You just be like, "Dog, where's your job?" It's like, "Fuck you." It's hard to get over, hard to beat that one. But dog, Mickey Mouse is older than you. Not yet a woman. I like when this thing doesn't work. It goes. All I need is time. A moment that is mine. But while I'm in between. You ever take a shit allegedly and then it just didn't all come out and you knew it, but it was like, well, I could spend hours here. Or I could go about my day and then reload later. Yo, dog, what is this bullshit? I'm not a boy. Oh, didn't you get them for your car? I was so excited. I was gonna rip into this motherfucker. It's like I was gonna tee off on a par 5 on this bitch. It's like, no, I'm not a dude. Oh, fuck. When's the last time you've been on a Mick? I was gonna. That was the next thing I was gonna say. Well, we're learning about them. I know you can use one in fucking Prague or some shit. Where these assholes are. Oh, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so badly. They motivated me though to fucking dive in ASAP. ASAP Rabbi. I get confused. There's bad Barbie. No, it's bad baby, but it looks like Barbie, and so I think it should just be Barbie. Then there's bad Bunny. There's ASAP Rocky. And I'm serious, does that have anything to do with Rocky and Bullwinkle? Or is it like Rocky, like the boxer? I don't know. I was gonna tee off on this fucking bitch, this fucking dude so bad, but it's a girl, but so badly. I was just fucking winding up. Why didn't you fucking dive? And why aren't you with the fucking? Oh, we say tefillin, bitch. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. Got it? We say tefillin, tefillin. It's like Nathan Fillin. I could have said, "Hey, did you use phylacteries?" Where is your tefillin? Huh? I don't have that. I'm a girl. Oh, fuck. Not yet a woman. Oh, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. I was gonna just be banging this motherfucker's head against the wall. One, and you are with a minion. Why aren't you? I got socialized. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. I got branded. That's 9. I make 10. Bullfight girl doesn't count. Maybe. Not yet a woman. What is this bullshit? I was gonna tee off on that motherfucker so hard. I'm not a girl. I'm not a boy. Well, you had me fooled. Stream already exists. Girl. Baby, you the white whale. An Israeli woman in here? You're a somber girl. I'm just gonna be like, you're a somber girl. And she'd be like, I'm not prickly. Fuck yeah, you are. Dog, you gotta dive it. Not yet alone. Dog, I was gonna tee off on this bitch so hard. Braised beef. Maybe some braised beef, girl. freeze my key. Yo, dog. Dog, what is this? Oh, that's the okay. Dog, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. You're too busy reloading guns. You should be down at the village.
Much of the discussion might have had to do with the complex laws of marriage and divorce and so on, possibly. There's also a possibility that it comes from the word cloud, meaning gathering or moving, right? And it's also even inferred that perhaps it comes from the word kalila, which means like a garland, like a necklace, in the sense that the rabbis, when they would get together, they tend to sit in a big circle, in like rows of circles. Be that as it may, the term Yarmulke Kala definitely refers to the gathering, at least twice a year, of the rabbis and lay people to learn Torah. It's a sign of solidarity with the intellectual and spiritual tradition of Judaism, and it is something that continues in the modern day. Many organizations organize Yarmulke Kala, not necessarily those 2 times a year, but the concept of getting together on an annual or semi-annual basis is very widely held. For example, NCSY, you can see here, runs the Yarmulke Kala, and Base Medrash Gavoha, Lakewood runs the Yarmulke Kala, the Agudas Yisrael runs the Yarmulke Kala. It's a very common theme.
We say tefillin.
Okay.
Diaspora says tefillin. I didn't understand your accent. Well, start figuring it out.
This video is dedicated by the Superfeld family in memory of husband Moshe Aaron Superfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Dot. Today's daf is a reference to Rabbi Dostai, who was a Tana who lived in 2nd century Israel. His first name was Rabbi Dostai ben Yana. Now, the name Dostai is a little unusual. It seems to be Greek in origin, from the term dositeos, meaning gift of God, kind of like Matanya or Matisyahu. And it's possible that he had a Hebrew name as well, but he went by his Greek name. This is not entirely unheard of. There are many figures in the Talmud that have Greek names, Rav Alexandri, Antiquus Sopho, and so on. And it's something that continues to the present day. For example, my own name is Hillel. That's what my friends call me. But Henry is my non-Jewish, my secular name, and I tend to go by both of them. So, like Rav Dostai, people may have used more than one name depending on the context, and one name may have stuck more than another. But that's a little bit of speculation. At any rate, Rav Dostai was known in particular for his acerbic sense of humor and his profound sense of the absurd. We see this in particular in a passage in Gittin Daf Yud Dalet when he describes some humorous encounters with Babylonian people. But as with all the sages, humor is just one element of his personality. He's known much more profoundly for his deep and abiding moral sensibility. For example, one of my favorite passages in Basra, he says, giving a coin to a beggar makes a person worthy to receive the Shrina, to receive the very presence of God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Dostai's 2nd century Tana in Israel. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you had luck in your learning.
That's it? I could do that. Yo, dog, we're going to be reading this page. It's so boring. Next.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has reference to Aramaic people, so let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that was used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different dialects of Aramaic, depending on the region from which it derives, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are first, ancient Aramaic, which we have in inscriptions that go all the way back to 700 before the Common Era. Then we have official Aramaic, which goes from about year 700 before the Common Era to about year 300 before the Common Era. And we see that, for example, in Tanakh, in the books of Ezra and Daniel. These are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. Then we have Middle Aramaic, which we see in the Targum, especially Onkelos, and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the 4th period, we have what's called Late Aramaic, and that's primarily the Aramaic of the Babylonian Talmud. Finally, Modern Aramaic, or Neo-Aramaic, which is the Aramaic spoken today, for example, by Kurds and other peoples in the Middle East.
Kurds and way.
There are some fascinating relationships to Hebrew. Of course, it is largely written in the Hebrew alphabet, and some of the words have consonantal shifts. Like, for example, the word zahav in Hebrew, gold, is daham in Aramaic. So Zion can often switch with Dalet. This definite article, if you had, let's say, ha-zahav, the gold in Hebrew, you would have zahava, the aleph at the end of an Aramaic word, placing the hey at the beginning of a Hebrew word to represent the word the definite article. Now, late Aramaic was used throughout the Talmud all the way up until the 11th century, when we have the very first dictionary of the Talmud, written by Rabbi Nathan of Rome. That's a dictionary known as the Alma. Okay, so that's a very quick overview of the Aramaic language. I hope this illuminated your doubts, and I wish you had fun in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's Daf has a reference to bringing myrtle to the king. Rabbi Zera was required to bring myrtle to the king. Now, what is that all about? We know that myrtle, hadassim, are associated with celebration in the Jewish tradition. For example, the holiday of Sukkot, on the Armenian and so on, was also used at weddings as a kind of like a decorative and festive element. But what is all this business of like bringing it to the king and things like that? So it's interesting because myrtle is associated with garlands in many ancient cultures. Garlands meaning tiaras that are worn about the head as a sign of victory or a sign of achievement. They're called in English laurels, and you often see them on figures of great authority, especially after having achieved military victories or other such victories. Here, have a look at these examples. This is a modern representation of Julius Caesar, and he has myrtle around his head. Actually, these are bay leaves. Bay leaves were often used as well as myrtle. Here's another one of Napoleon, also a modern representation. And it evolves into like the wedding tiara and things like that as well. We speak about, for example, in English we say a Nobel laureate or a poet laureate. That refers to someone who has won the Nobel Prize, laurel laureate, or someone who is like the chief poet of the country, the poet laureate, and so on. We also have the expression to rest on one's laurels, which means to like just chill and say, oh, I've achieved all these things in the past. I don't have to try any harder. I don't have to do any more. And it's to be a kind of like intellectually and spiritually lazy. This is definitely a bad thing, because if you rest on your laurels, it's like sitting on your hadassim. You're just going to ruin it, right? But nevertheless, that seems to be what's going on here with the Rizera, is that bringing these laurels to the king is a way of kind of like showing obeisance and showing or recognizing victories of the king and so on and things like this. Okay, I hope this illuminated your dot. Shoot and slow. Keep your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huber Bell family in memory of Husband Moshe Aaron Huber Bell, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Uriah, one of the most remarkable women in the Talmud. She is an incredibly learned individual who lived in 2nd century Israel. She was raised in a scholarly home. Her father was none other than Rabbi Hanani ben Teradya, and of course she married the great Rabbi Meir, continuing in this vein. Unlike most of the women mentioned in the Talmud, Uriah is an actor, an agent in Talmudic discourse, and her opinion is mentioned very favorably in contrast to many of her male interlocutors. In many occasions, like our daf, for example, she even corrects them like she does with her husband, Rabbi Meir. Now, she is known for her acerbic sense of humor. One of my favorite passages associated with Uriah is in Erevin, when Rabbi Yossi Haglili approaches her and asks her some directions to get to the
Tefillin.
He says it in a little bit more verbose manner than he could have. And so she says to him, you Galilean fool, don't you know what the Mishnah says, that you should not talk over much with women? Simply say, which way to look? Right? And fascinating kind of like subversive comeback that she has for Rabbi Yossi Haglili. Now, she herself is one of the great sadness. Her father was killed in patriotic persecution in a very terrible way. Her sister was sold into Roman slavery, and 2 of her own children died in some very moving passages that we will see as we go through Shas. Rashi in Avodah Zarah Yud Ches Aleph Beis offers a version of what happened at the end of her life. That's a very problematic passage, but it's not for today's discussion. But now that's a very short overview of the life and works of Uriah. This illuminated your daf, and I wish you lots of luck.
Shampoo was not to wear on the head. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shampoo was not to wear on the head.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, extremely important Amora, who was mentioned many times in Shas. He was the founder of the yeshiva of Pumbedita in the 3rd century, and he died around the year 299. His father was Rabbi Cheskel, and his brother was Rabbi Bar Cheskel. The 2 of them are often cited together. The Gemara says in Kedushin Daf Ayin Beis that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi died, Rabbi Yehuda was born, which connected the 2 Yehudas in a very significant way, because Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, of course, was such a towering figure in the Mishnah. Our Rabbi Yehuda is a towering figure in the Talmud. He studied widely under Rav Sura, under Rav Asi Chazal, and especially under Shmuel in Nahardal. He was particularly close with Shmuel. Shmuel called him Shinana, which there's a difference of opinion as to what that actually means. Some say it means sharp one, i.e. clever one, in the sense of the Shinata, right? You shall teach them, and they're learning and so on. Others say it might refer to his shame, to his tooth or his teeth, that perhaps he had very long teeth, had like a bucktooth kind of look. This is a debate that is ongoing. Rabbi Yehuda is one of the most important rabbis of the 3rd century. He died in the year 299, and he is associated in particular with the flourishing of the yeshiva of Pumbedita. In the year 259, from the Hardar to Pumbedita, and when he became the head of the yeshiva there, he attracted many students, including many from the Hardar, who migrated to continue studying with him. Surah, under Rab's influence, was at the time the leading yeshiva of the era, but when his successor Rav Huna passed away, Pumbedita under Rav Yehuda eventually eclipsed even the great yeshiva of Surah. Rav Yehuda frequently contrasted his views with Rav Huna, who was at Surah at the time, particularly in Ezekiel, and that was primarily the main subject of study in Pumbedita. Like his father, Rav Yehuda was also associated with many miracles, and the Talmud says that this was because of his tremendous self-sacrifice on behalf of the mitzvot. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the life of the incredible Rav Yehuda. I hope this illuminated your thoughts, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has the suggestion from Sumchus that we should extend the word Echad in the Shema, and specifically, the Magen Avraham says that we should extend the final letter at Dalet rather than the medial letter Ches. So, just trying to figure this out. What does that sound like? How do you extend a consonant like Dalet with the D sound? How do you possibly make it longer than it actually is? So I don't want to step into the halakhic realm of how one should pronounce Shema. That's something you should definitely take up with your vocal Orthodox rabbi. But let us try to understand Sumchus' statement within the context of the history of Hebrew pronunciation. We are, of course, aware that there are varieties of pronunciation, Sephardi pronunciation, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Taimani, and so on. And this is inevitably a result of the diaspora, that Jews lived in different places and different pronunciations evolved, and they developed the Masorah that goes back quite a long way to justify their specific pronunciations. This is something that we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see that there's some discussions of the Jews of the north who might not pronounce their ayin the same way the Jews of the south do, and so on. So even while living in Israel, Jews were developing variant pronunciations. It's also exacerbated by the fact that Hebrew begins to fade as they were developing language, even in the ancient
Four families were forced to flee. When they returned a few decades later, it's actually petitioned for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than the first synagogue when they were first expelled, and it's quite possible that this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century.
C'est dit quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue de France, elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1376. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire.
Geniza, oui.
On a trouvé cette personne.
Ok. C'est une Geniza de documents.
Il y avait des documents.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
On n'a pas vu ça ce matin.
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
ça c'est normalement, il y avait des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guénissa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, bon, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Tzitzit.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589, 1590.
Gutenberg?
Oui.
Wow.
1540, 50 ans après Gutenberg.
Wow.
One of the unusual architectural features of this
Baby, you'll take my cafe.
cathedral in Carpentras, France, is the mysterious ball of wax that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom adduce a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the porte juive, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forcibly converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There was a significant number of rebukes going down to lower clergy throughout Provence when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which would be, about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing. Now, I think we should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of churches and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to visit the cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain fairly complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpentras ball of wax, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, is that the cross is not situated at the top of the orb, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the orb, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. It's often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that it's under God's sway. That's what the cross at the top is.
What up,
supposed to
Abdullah?
signify. But why would the cross
How you
be
living, pal?
inverted at the bottom? That's unusual. And
I
maybe
missed
what
you.
we're trying to say, what the artist was trying to say was that there are all these rats who symbolize people, perhaps Jews, uncertain, who feed off the material world, and it's kind of like a diabolical connection. That would be appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews.
Hey, how are you, dog?
Connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. And so I'm left with the question.
There's this thing that we do in English where if someone asks you, how are you doing? And then you respond.
Signifies.
How's your day going?
Was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of wax, or was the ball
Thank
of
God.
wax so interpreted?
That's wonderful to hear. Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style?
Which one came first? At any rate,
There you go, big dog. What's on your agenda for today?
The church in Carpentras and the Jews who lived there.
All right. That's cool. What else?
It must have been an amazing experience for medievals traveling. Up near Rome,
Okay, that's
to see the papal palace and the city walls.
Word, dog. I got you.
Far off distance. The walls are actually very well preserved, and Avignon
Well, that's cool.
has a beautiful
best
central
wishes
square
with that.
a lot of really gorgeous architecture.
Yeah,
But it's
snitches get sheets,
by
dog.
a most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the papal palace, which dates from the 14th century when, for a little bit less than a century, the popes made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome.
That was a fun conversation.
Ironically,
I like
the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. And so many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this old city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Place Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Karayef. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Karnaim where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shade renders the Sukkah possible or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Ashterot Karnaim and placed it here.
Wow, that's great. As we enter the glorious Avignon Synagogue, which is built entirely around, we burst into a spontaneous rendition of a passage from the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament to the ongoing Jewish presence in Avignon, France.
Which means thousand, and in fact, mille in many modern languages also means thousand. In French, for example, a mille is 1,000. I'm not exactly sure how that becomes millionaire in English, but definitely mille in many languages is 1,000. How long is a mille? So in terms of length, it was understood by the Romans as 1,000 steps, which would be roughly equivalent to about 1,500 yards. For reasons which are not clear to me, the Chachamim said that a mille is basically 2,000 amas, which was somewhat shorter than 1,500 yards. Contemporary math is so you wouldn't calculate a mille. You would have to be based on exactly what you determine to be an amma, which is roughly understood as a distance from one's elbow to the tip of this finger, which is also called an amma, incidentally. Most people hold that a mille would therefore be somewhere just under or just over a kilometer, which is about 0.6 of a mile, or maybe at most 3/4 of a mile for a mille. Anyways, that's where this word mille comes from. 1,000, the Romans understood this as 1,000 steps. We measure a little bit differently from Chachamim, but it's basically in the range of just under or just over a kilometer. Okay? I hope that illuminated your doubt, and I wish you good luck.
By the way, is variously interpreted, but scholarly consensus seems to say that some Ladinites comes from the Rome which was called in Latin Rodanus. Ladinites come from the word Rodanus. This Jewish
This video is dedicated by the humor belt family in memory of Congressman Moshe Abba, humor belt Hello, welcome to Jewish History in Depth. Today's dot has reference to Rabbi who was a Babylonian Amora of the 4th century. century. He was a frequent traveler to Israel, a student of Abba, and a colleague of Rabbi Hanina bar Papa. His brother was Rabbi, who was also a very frequent traveler. Now, one of the interesting things about Rav Safra is that even though he's very prominent in the Babylonian Talmud, he did not always get the attention you would expect in the Jerusalem Talmud. At one point, he even had his tax-exempt status, something that was reserved for scholars, challenged at one point. So perhaps he was not as highly regarded, for reasons we don't know, in Israel as he was in Babylon. Besides his learning, his erudition, he was also regarded, however, as an exceptionally pious businessman. There's a beautiful story about Rav Safra in which someone wanted to buy an animal from him, and he had mentioned a particular price. Rav Safra, at the time he heard the price, was unable to respond because he was in the middle of davening, and so therefore, in the back of his mind, he said, "Okay, I'm finished. I will accept that price." But the person kept thinking that Rav Safra's silence, or lack of response rather, was an indication that he wasn't accepting the offer, he wasn't satisfied with the offer, and so he kept offering a higher and higher price. Finally, when Rav Safra finished, he said, "Okay, I'll sell you the animal, and I'll accept the first, the lowest price that you offered." The guy was amazed. He said, "Why would you do that? I was prepared to offer you a lot more money." He says, "Yes, but I already accepted my offer. Give it to you at the lower price." And that was just an example of his tremendous piety and his phenomenal business acumen. It's also not at all ironic that the name Safra is associated with a very large and successful family of Syrian bankers who are also known for their phenomenal collapses for Jewish causes. And you see the name Safra on all kinds of buildings and institutions all over the world. Okay, I hope that eliminated your doubt. I wish you had fun.
More like high luxury good as boarding slaves preserved very all kinds of trades and slavery. By the way, if you look around some of the weird places on the web,
This video was dedicated by the Huberville family in memory of his husband Moshe Aaron Huberville, Alav Shalom.
traveled through Babylon.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History. Today I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about something that is missing in the Talmud, specifically 3 missing words. So if you're learning the traditional Vil Nashon, something like this one here with the traditional source Adam, you'll notice that on Yud Zayin on base 17b, about 2 or 6 lines down from the bottom, there's discussion of several characters in Jewish history, and then it just ends with Tavshilo Rabbi, and that's it. It ends with a colon like that. But if you look in a more modern printing, like for example the Steinsaltz edition, you'll see that it has 3 words. It says Shema Tavshilo Rabbi Kigon Yesho Anotzri. What is going on here? So you can also, by the way, do this directly in the Aldaf app. The differences here. If you're in the Aldaf app, you can actually see this yourself. Here, let me just dig further and enlarge this. You can see that in fact it ends here on the word Rabbi. Big enough for you. And then there's the 2 dots and colon. But if you click on Safari, you can see here that in the double base, here we go.
Hello, fellow
It
students
has
and
3
teachers.
words.
So I have an exciting question.
That's
It's
those
exciting for
words
people.
that are missing from the traditional Vil Nashon.
So is printing a
Words are
Jewish
highly
invention?
sensitive.
So I'm going to say right away the answer is probably not. But there is an amazing Jewish backstory that says that perhaps modern printing as you understand it first originated with a Jew in Avignon, France, and not with Johannes Gutenberg as just largely accepted by the scholarly world for a long time. Let's dive into it a little more deeply. I first got this question from Peter Logos, who is a great scholar who is hides behind, very likely hides behind now this pseudonym, and he writes for Mosaic magazine. And he asked this question: did a 15th century Jew beat Gutenberg to the printing press? I thought I'd do a little bit deeper dive into what exactly it is all. So our story is based in Avignon, France. As you can see on this map here, it's in the south of France. It's in the region of the Rhone River where we'll be traveling with Costa Rica cruises later this year. The research goes back to this man, Pierre-Henri Rapin, who lived in the late 19th and early 20th century. And he published a really interesting book
printers realized that with censorship,
the origins of printing in France, which of course, the French and Germans, they have this kind of rivalry that goes back to maybe 100 or so. And so to say that printing was invented in France is pretty explosive. He argues that it was invented in Avignon in 1444, which would have been around 6 years before Gutenberg came out with his famous invention. Printing actually goes all the way back to Asia, first by smearing carved stone with ink and then laying cloth, laying paper on top of it. Later, they invented woodblock carving by carving letters into wood and smearing with paper and so on. And there are competitions in several Asian schools for the title of the society that first invented this tremendously important generation. So Chinese and Koreans, it may even have been invented in the islands of Japan. Here's a beautiful woodblock print that dates from the late 9th century. You see it's got lots of imagery and text and so on. And so really printing goes all the way back much earlier in Asia. Now we know, of course, that when printing reached Europe, especially under Gutenberg, Jews were very early adopters and they loved it. And of course, it played into the whole idea of democratizing learning and spreading more literacy and so on. And so one wonders, why didn't the Jews get involved in printing early on? In some medieval Jewish libraries, they've discovered documents like this one, which seems to be some kind of like listing of various foods and prices that go along with it. Printing in the modern era is basically associated with Johannes Gutenberg. And he invented the printing press, which was a big step up from the stone and woodblock printing that was circulating in Asia and later also in Europe as well. What you see in this particular rendition is you see the people in front with the press access. So if I look at the back there, you see a couple of people working there with big trays of something. What are they doing? Well, this is a key element of Gutenberg's press. It is the invention of movable type, which is a huge leap forward from the Asian system. Rather than carving an image with letters onto a single piece of wood or something like that, you take these little pieces of lead that have letters on them and you assemble them into sentences. You then put them into a frame, and then you've got this massive wall of text that can be rearranged and reused over and over again to create different pages. So that was a huge innovation, and suddenly made printing much less labor intensive than the wood blocks and much more economically viable as a result. So let's now head to Avignon in southern France. This, by the way, is an image that shows this Avignon, the bridge of Avignon, which is, of course, if you grew up in Canada, there was a big song that all had sung, the bridge of Avignon, there we dance, and so on. It's a very beautiful town, well preserved, and it was the home of the answering posts for a while. They were competed between Rome and Avignon. Who would be the actual home. It was actually a very good period of time for Jews. They were well protected from ecclesiastical powers in Avignon at the time, and that's actually a basis. So what Hannah found was when he went into the archives of the Vaucluse, the Roman was in charge, and really interesting documents that referred to a particular Jew named Davin de Canderous, who lived in Avignon. He had a Christian friend named Valfordo, who was from Prague, and the two of them got involved in various enterprises. And one of the enterprises they were involved in apparently was so-called artificial writing. Now, I have found this amazing document, which was dated on the 10th of March, 1446. In this document, there's a reference to how an individual was going to deliver to this Jew, Davin de Canderous, 27 Hebrew letters, well made of iron. Now, you might be wondering, why 27 letters? There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. But of course, then you have to remember that when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, there are 5 letters which have final forms, meaning when they occur at the end of a word, they are written differently than if they occur at the beginning or the middle of the word. If you think that's complicated, just reflect on which of course has 26 letters, and all of them are written differently at the beginning of a word than if they are in the middle or the end of the word. It's clear that this David has been working on artificial writing for at least the past 2 years. So this is slightly before Gutenberg press. If you don't have the actual letters, for a long time believed that you books either. If he was in fact carrying those 2 books. And the reason why this is coming to these days is because Moshe Rosenfeld was an expert in a lot of these areas of the before Christianity, found some pages of a Hebrew Siddur, which were bound into another volume, and when he looked at them very, very carefully and exposed them to scientific analysis, he was able to determine that they had a watermark. As you can see here in this image, this watermark is specifically associated with the first half of the 16th century, which dates to the 1440s, which would conform to a reference that I have found in archives, which suggests that this David the Calvinist had actually succeeded in a very, very early Siddur, of which we have signature pages available today, and that would suggest that he is considered the last of the Amoraim. Now, I want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this. I'm looking forward to visiting Absalom again later this year. If you're able to join us on these kosher virtual cruises, they are absolutely amazing. So fantastic, excellent food, like Chef Malcolm, and we see so many interesting things. I would love for you to come along with us, and if not, I hope to share our experiences on videos like this. Thank you very much for watching.
This video is dedicated to President Moshe Rebel Oliver Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Now. Today's daf has reference to witchcraft, which is a topic that comes up from and there are a wide variety of practices associated with witchcraft, but there are basically 2 categories. The first is real witchcraft, which is well efficient and effective and is heavily punished and survived the The second is imitated.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence in the south of France with kosher riverboat cruises. And so this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack it. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills and things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region are several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus in the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding, how Judaism fits in the larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. And they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren developed something known as the Bale Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, who are essentially, that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, and Rabbeinu Tam in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of Talmud there's something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of the Talmudic literature, a massive amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, and question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Ra. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence, and I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying the special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's when all chaos erupts, because he sees that the person leading the prayers on that holy evening is the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it will be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, what is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, wait, what is it? You're none of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs. And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in synagogue, nevertheless could erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So, with this in mind, that you've got this rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs. This is where we should talk about Maimonides entering the frame. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about it, they said, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Chovos Halavavos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbeinu Bachya, and then, of course, the great Moreh Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, and specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Ravads. This is known as Ravad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Sagi Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Ibn Tibbons. Okay, wow. It's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experience.
I'm a girl.
Tremendous amount of love to every single one of you who started shots. You should be so able to stay on the court, stick it out, and finish shots with desertion. Welcome to the over 1,500 subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 subscribers in the last 4 days. I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 subscribers. Start to see how shots. Almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. We'll make a tremendous condition and a big difference. Eliezer using Rishma feels so much more showing up the end of the first Rishma. There are 3 Rishmas in one sheet that Shemayim, Allah, Shiro, and when one Rishma ends, the next one begins. That's when you can say 3 Rishma. The question is, if you divide the night into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say 3 Rishma for 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Rishmas and Shemayim are on side. When the Rishma is down here, we also have Rishmas. The first Rishma over here, then saying is making noise. The second, at the middle of the second mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And at the beginning of the third mishmar, babies wake up with nerves. And when the couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. Or the other shot, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each mishmar. And the third mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign. But to tell you that in a dark room, that your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say, how this word will show you gotta be. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, Rabbi says the Rabbi is basic. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had destroyed my house, I had burned my home, I had a set place for the gods. This is really easy. I was once on the wedding. I had an honest, I went home, and went the Hakas Yerushalayim. I was not be waiting for me by the door. When I finished, he said, Shalom. I said, Shalom Aleichem. What are you doing? What are you doing here? I said, David. He said, around the wedding. David, Sarah. So you're going to say, there's 3 things. First of all, you don't want to do it. If you're traveling down this way, what do you got? She doesn't have any name. You don't know. You just asked him, what did you hear? He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon. You were saying, what the voice was saying, what is the voice like people said that I have to be back in my house, I burn my name home, I have to be back in my house. He says, I don't know, it's a much of a shua,
Hey! It's funny as shit.
It's Aquarius. How you living, girl?
Rabbi,
What's good?
and McDonald's.
What'd you get?
Fish fillet and fries.
There you go. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good.
Excellent.
What about you? Did you eat
Yeah,
Is it?
it's like 11. Yeah, I had toast.
Oh, okay, one square, yeah.
I had toast.
Okay. The salad is toast?
Yeah, I had some tomatoes as well.
To who?
Tomatoes?
Oh, that's
Tomatoes.
tomatoes and toast.
There you go. Yep. And I'm programming robots. How was your doctor's appointment?
It was good.
Did they tell you?
The woman's doctor, so
Oh, okay.
it's a woman's doctor.
I gotcha. All right. Well, that's good. And how are you feeling coming out of your physical therapy now that you haven't gone in like 2 weeks?
Feeling good. It's getting better. Still
Excellent.
taking my time. And my woman doctor, she's so nice. She understands and she knows. So
Well, that's good.
it's in and out. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's always good. And now you're just enjoying some food. What's on the rest of your agenda for today?
Nothing really. No chill out.
Well, that's great. Very well. How are the Discords treating you?
Okay, I was on chill earlier.
You were on what?
My little told us to give me problems. I was on the chill bar.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how many people followed you back on TikTok?
I don't know. I didn't even look. I just got to my guy. Let's see.
You started
Oh,
it?
yeah. 58.
Oh, so you got eight more.
58 started, yeah.
You got 8 more people.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. You know what to do now, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
About the more today. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. The easiest way to get followers is just follow other people. And especially, I don't mean to say this in a, it's, boys like girls, and girls like girls. Boys don't always like boys, and girls sometimes like boys. So a lot of times people want as many, especially boys, they want as many girls following them as possible, and they'll follow you right back.
Right.
So that's kind of like a thing. Like you have going, it's advantageous to you. I was watching this guy last night. I really like him. He's got a great personality, and he streams on TikTok. And sometimes these NFL games, they're kind of, like I could go watch them on television, but when I do that, I get, like if I had a television in here, I'll get copyright striked really, really quickly. So I do my best to watch it like on, Brandon had it streaming last night, and so I'll watch it on that, or watch it on my phone, or something where the speaker's not really, really big, or you can't see the screen that well. And this guy, I really like him, and he like the way that you can get a lot of people to follow. I'm not saying that you do this. In fact, I say don't do this. But what you do is you stream an NFL game, because all these people will come into your stream because they're looking for the game, and they'll all follow you. But then give it 2 or 3 hours and you'll get banned. But he got 55,000 people last night who at least liked his stream, and that's a huge amount. but you don't want to do that. Like the best way to do it is just slow and steady. Follow as many people as you can per day, and then when it says you can't follow anybody more, you say okay, and 8, 10 new people, and let's do the math.
I'm gonna follow some people on Sunday. Yeah, I'm gonna follow people on Sunday and go back in.
Yeah, and then you can go back and unfollow everybody who didn't follow you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. If we, because our goal for you is to get 1,000 followers, not because you're gonna go and change the world that you can stream, but that's just a good amount to have. So you've got uh, 58 right now. So if you get 10 a day, it'd take 90. It'd be like 3 months or so, but it won't take that long. You'll be able to get more than that. Like basically, I'm trying to think. I used to do it. I used to get a lot of. What's wrong?
I made my fish fillet too hot.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Let it
I'm
cool
gonna
off.
buy myself.
Let it cool off. I used to do this thing where I would just create. I had a robot that would just go through and follow. However many. I think it was 200 people a day or something like that. And then it would just switch accounts once it had done that, and go to another account, another account, another account. And the reason why I did that, I created over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And the reason why was because if I ever got one of my accounts banned, I could just follow with all my other accounts and then get it to be like 1,000 people. And I am, I would say, believe it or not, TikTok is the most strict of all the apps when you stream. It's really easy.
Yeah,
It's really easy to get
because
banned.
that kid on there. That's why.
Yeah. They have like weird rules though, like that the other ones don't have. Like, and I've been banned for really like things that are kind of ludicrous. I got banned once for promoting hunting. I'm like, I don't promote hunting. You've never heard me talk about hunting once. I don't talk about hunting. That's not my thing. But somebody just goes in and they flag you for something, and they choose whatever they want, and then all of a sudden your account gets banned, or not banned but suspended. I got one for it was like, and even if you are promoting hunting, it's like that's your thing. I get it. That's but like I've gotten them for just really stupid things. So I do my best to well, and then TikTok did this thing because I used to stream on TikTok a lot, but they instituted this thing. If you're using your phone, after 1 hour, it makes you do a captcha, meaning like you have to prove you're a human, which doesn't seem that bad. But if you stream 24 hours a day, that's 24 captchas you have to do. And plus, you have to be able to do them while you sleep, which really makes it really difficult. So, the reason why they did that, they had people who were just starting up a stream and leaving it, which I think is fine. Um, there was one that I used to watch a lot that was just a pool hall. So, they just had people playing pool all day. I thought that was a really interesting one. But they can't do that anymore because somebody's got to go and do the captcha. And it's like, people don't have time to do that.
Someone might find you up all day right now.
Well, that's good. Are they following you?
Kalia and Mommy is loud.
Hey, did you watch?
Oh yeah, she got the dog.
Did you
I
wa-
did follow her.
Did you watch Kai Cenat last night?
Huh?
Did you watch Kai Cenat last night?
Oh, I did, but I missed Lalo. Lotto and Iceland. Did you? I wonder if it's on yet. Because when I went on his YouTube and Twitch, it didn't upload it yet. I wonder if he have it uploaded because I missed it.
It should
When
be.
I went in there, he was getting food and all that. There was like 10,000 on. I must have missed it.
It should be on his Twitch. That should be uploaded like immediately, or it should be available
let me
immediately.
see.
I
It
did.
should be on by now. Okay, let's see if you know.
I did see him, but he
It should be. No, we still have.
he didn't have anybody on, so I
Yeah, because he said that I saw it was on. I must have missed it. Yeah, okay, this might be the one. Yeah, 20 hours ago. So, yeah, let's see. Maybe. I don't know.
I saw.
No, when was it? Day 3 or day 4? It was day 3, yeah. Is this the one? Let's see.
I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time.
Yeah.
I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time.
Okay. I can't even skip it. Come on. I can't skip it. Don't let me skip it. I don't know. It might come on. Whenever it come on. It's got to be the one. Oh well. I don't know how to skip it. Don't worry about it. It'll come back on. It'll do itself. You just have to watch the whole thing from the beginning. Yeah, I missed it. I missed Lotto and Ice Spice.
All right, let's make sure you missed him, because I think that you would think that they would put that in the description.
He did, but see, when I got in there, it said Lotto was mad for a good minute. I missed it. They must get right on that. Oh, they must have had a 30-minute thing.
Man, I can't stand Twitch with all its advertising. It's ridiculous.
I can't either.
I can't do it. Miss Aquarius, I have ad blockers so that I don't ever generally have to watch advertisements. But for Twitch, I have them on the computer. I have them on the computer, but it's hard. It's more difficult to do it on the app. And whenever I see an advertisement, I'm just immediately turned off. I think it would be smarter. I don't know, maybe not, but like you know what I'm sure you know what these are, but they're called like advertising banners. You know what I'm talking about? Like a banner. I think it would be more attractive to a user if the stream didn't get interrupted, but you had a banner that just was always there. I would much rather have that. It's
I don't see how.
right.
Yeah, Cousin Nick got a school, I guess, and they got people in school alive or something. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but they're only giving 15% to it. That's nothing. I'm not impressed by that at all.
Because he's famous, ain't he famous? He's famous. He got to be if he knows all these celebrities, right?
Yeah, let me think if he's the same guy who... so I think he got famous through... I was reading about him a couple weeks ago. His parents are from Nigeria, but he was born in London, and he started a drink company with Jake Paul, another loser dude, who called Prime. Have you ever heard of Prime? Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So they started this drink company, and they got it to be really popular, But I'm going to tell you this, Miss Aquarius. I kind of, um, so I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, and nobody's ever in his VC. Like, I could be in there for a week straight, and nobody will come in, which tells me a lot of these numbers are inflated. They're fake. And I mean, Miss Aquarius, you see how it is. You very easily, let's say we wanted to make Miss Aquarius a household name, and we had all the money we needed. We just buy you a bunch of followers, like 1 million followers on all the major platforms, and then you go live, you do something controversial, and then you get some people to write about you, and then all of a sudden you're a celebrity. It's literally that easy. It's just, you need.
Where is all these people coming from though? On Twitch, where are they coming from? That's watching him. If they're not on Discord.
Well, so you buy viewers on Twitch. If you want to know how many of his viewers are real right now, I'll tell you, because there are websites that tell you all the real numbers. So just one moment. The one that I go to is called Botted, Botted, and let me see. Let me see.
He got a nice house too.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect that. But he doesn't own it. It's just, they rent all this stuff.
I know he can get a house. I know he can get a house. Rabbi, right?
Oh, yeah, he could definitely get a house. But a lot of them just rent these things because they want it to look really, really nice. Like, they could buy a house, too. He has a lot of money. He could easily buy a house. But,
you heard of DDG too, right?
yeah. All right,
We're going to talk about that after Casa Man.
So, Kai Cenat, he's live right now. Very low engagement detected. The streamer may be botted or have an abnormal amount of inactive viewers, unless you believe they have 1% interaction. So, like, right now he has 65,000 people watching him, but not that many unique chatters. Like, it's about unique chatters. Basically, these people, I mean, I've done it. When I first started, I bought viewers and I bought followers. I have 40,000 followers on, 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now. You know how many people watch me? 0.
How many?
0.
Oh, you talking watch you?
Right.
But what's the point of you getting nothing? Anybody in there?
Yeah, they do. It's really about your status. Like, basically, I get people who come into my streams and they'll be like, "You're not a big streamer. You only have 10,000 people, 10,000 followers on this thing, or 3,000 followers, or 150 followers, or whatever it is." And it's like, you want to have this this view to people that you are a big streamer. So a lot of these people just buy their viewers. Okay, so here's how they do it. Mr. Aquarius, do you see Kai Cenat's his stream, his chat? They just put emojis in there. And the reason why they put emojis in there is you can spam emojis a lot and not get, like, it doesn't look like you are a fake person as much. So you'll you'll pay a service to just spam the laughing emoji 10 times, and you'll just have them do that every 5 seconds. Or you'll get people who just spam W, which stands for win. It's like it makes your chat go really quickly, and when that happens, people think that you're really popular. I can't stand how many ads are on Twitch. It to me is almost unusable. Like it's so ridiculous. And maybe it's just because I use ad blockers and so I barely ever see any ads, but it's too much for me. If anything, show me it in a little box and so I can still see what's going on. But like I don't I almost will be like I will use your product less if you have a bunch of bad ads.
Yeah, that's crazy though. Cause I didn't want to go live. So we want. I'm scared to go live on Big Up. I do it virtual. I just scared to like go live in person. I don't know why. Cause everybody want to be a host. You know, you don't get a lot of people on there anyway. No. I don't know. So yeah, you said the game was cool, right? You looked at the show,
Yeah.
the paper, it was good.
Yeah. I saw one of them. I'm going to watch another one later today. And um, it was good. It took, it like, was it like took some of the original Office and made it this new show. So I thought that was really cool. And I like shows that don't have. Well, let me say this: in the 1980s and 1990s, I liked when shows had laugh tracks. Like before then, I Love Lucy and all that stuff. That was fine with laugh tracks, but I don't like laugh tracks now. And this show does not have a laugh track, which I like. I just don't like I don't know what it is about it. I guess they overdid it. Like before, they'd be like, "The Cosby Show was filmed before a live studio audience," and it'd be like real people laughing. But when they started just mailing it in, I did not appreciate that.
people in mine. Talk to me. Where is she? No. Where is it? I'm trying to figure out what this girl advertising on TikTok Live. Somebody I follow.
What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to figure out what this lady is. You know, just trying to figure out what that lady was doing. What you doing, Rabbi?
Just chilling.
Just browsing the internet.
Word girl. I'm reading about Giorgio Armani.
Okay.
He died a few days ago.
Who?
Giorgio Armani.
Oh. I was gonna do a space on it, but nobody gonna come in there either.
Nobody's coming in
I
there.
could do a general check.
Nobody's coming in there, Miss Aquarius.
I know that.
What about Vigo's your best bet? Bigo.
I know. Nobody come. I know that.
So why don't you do Bigo?
Then I'm scared to go live like in person.
Why?
I gotta get. Oh. Yeah, napping at the way. Oh, I'll go back to the back and all I'm gonna do is edit. I'm seeing on her looks and gay. Yeah. Yeah, get the 14th. So, no, so, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna check I'll be mad at stuff to do. Alright. I got stuff to do. Oh Lord. We'll take that nap. In a minute. Here's the day. Lots of better service. That's Mhm. I can't hear nothing. Okay.
Hey! Look at this athleticism, folks. Oh, this stuff is so boring. Look at. Oh, I'm gonna queef. Perhaps. Push, perhaps. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. But look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Oh, don't fucking suck. What is this bullshit? Are you fucking me? This is garbage. Worst stream ever. Yo, dog, no one gives a fuck. No one cares. Hey, really? No one gives a shit. Shut the fuck up. Dog, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Dude, no one gives a flying fuck. No one. Of all the people. Oh, man. Yo, that's the one I want. You're the one that I want. Ooh. Come on, you little bitch. I like when I hear it in the thing. It's so funny. You little bitch. Come on, you slut fucker. Yo, dog. This is the worst. Yo. This shit is the worst. Shuffle? No. Dog, this is the worst. Oh my god. What? Oh god. 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 Hurry the fuck up. Look, the way we say it in Israel, listen here, bitch. This ain't Israel. It could be, though. It probably is, but nevertheless. As of this moment, we're slaying a dick like it's going out of style. Get that shirt off. Alright, are we done? Oh, yeah, here we go. Don't suck. Don't suck. Baby, don't suck. Are you serious? What is this bullshit? Shkoyach.
Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Brachos. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Boring.
We finished the first Masechtas of Shabbos.
Boring.
You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechtas Shabbos.
Dude, I'm not gonna do shit except make robots and pimp bitches. Yo, dude, this is the worst. This is the worst. Dog, I'm telling you, there's a thing on here, and it's no longer here. Buying me a coffee? Yo, dog, your shit sucks. Come on, you little bitch. This thing sucks. It's taking forever. Yo, blah. Sponsor block. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Yo, how about none of these things? Hey guys, I want everybody to know I'm gonna talk in fucking tongues so nobody knows what the fuck I'm saying. Yo, speak English. Alright, here we go. Just give it some time. Okay, I just pressed it. Oh, tight. I got it. Why do we start on page 2? Because you touch yourself at night. Next question. Because there's a title page. Dog. Why don't we read the title page? When I do it, we're gonna be like, oh dog, there was this dragon and a fucking sword. What is this bullshit? Wait, it's the same shit? Oh, I gotta take a dump. What the fuck, woman? Shut the fuck up. I got like such a shit. Dude, look at this athleticism. Folks, unprecedented. Rely.
Motherfucker from New Jersey who rips on my fucking fantasy.
Welcome to Phase. Welcome to the 6,000 new subscribers who just joined us in the last few days. Welcome to the original subscribers. We should all be Zayta together
Where's your
to
fucking
start
beard,
Shas and finish Shas with Mashiach and Meher B'Yameinu Amen. I'd just like to take this opportunity to point out some of the amazing benefits of Daf Yomi and some of the reasons why people fall off of Daf Yomi and what they could do to overcome them. The saying is, it's not about the Daf, it's about the Yomi. Daf Yomi provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even Motzei Tisha B'Av, Yom Kippur, Yom Tovim, Shabbosim, Sundays, vacation. Daf Yomi promises
English.
that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. Daf Yomi, as
English.
Rabbi Shapiro intended, unites all of Klal Yisrael, and is a special camaraderie between the people that come to shir, and is a special unification between you and the Tanoim and Amoraim, and especially between you and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. That the Yomi Shas, that is, encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, but you're learning it all. As Tosis points out, when the Gemara says Yash L'Sh Adam, a person should spend a third of his days learning. Tosis says this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, Torah, Nevi'im, Ksuvim, Agadah, Kabbalah, encompasses it all. Every daf will bring a new concept that if you haven't done Daf Yomi, you probably never heard it before. When you travel, you will see people learning on the plane, in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning Daf Yomi. There's nothing like starting off your day with a good Daf Gemara, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Kaviyachal Kodesh Baruch Hu, that's an amazing connection that you make with the Rabbi Shalom. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, the Daf Yomi is way too quick. I don't retain much. I've been learning this, I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm used to how we learned in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn Gemara. You have to learn it slow. Love this. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether you're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. The question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with Rabbi? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, did you learn all of Torah? Did you learn all of Shabbos? When are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, and from time being down, we're going to talk about it. If someone can learn something in this world, when you get to the mind, you will be able to learn about it. The Baruch will explain things better. Don't be all the time, even if you don't remember it. Even if you don't really understand about it, the Baruch will explain it to you even better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning Kulim, Menachas, Svachim, Tahar, Skachim. If you didn't learn it, you're not invited into the shir. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a daf, inevitably you will miss a daf. There's sickness, there's simchas, there's vacation. And a mistake that the Yetzer Hara makes people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shir. Let's make this first because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara and my Masechta. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed, go back to the shir, go back to where Klal Yisrael is holding, write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to Daf Yomi. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the Masechta, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 daf versus 2,711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shas. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. The Torah says, say Kriya Shema twice a day. when you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you rise in the morning. And what is nighttime? The Mishnah and the Gemara brings down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says, "Seis hakechav," and the Mishnah uses a lashon of when the kohanim who are tamim, they go to the toivel, to the mikvah, and then after seis hakechav, they're able to eat truma. Until what point can they eat? Can you say Kriya Shema? Rabbi Lezer says until the end of the first mishmar of the malachim, the night is divided into 3, so a third into the night. Chacham say until chatzos, halfway through the night. And Rabbi Gamliel says until Amud HaShachar, until the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says Chachamim agree with Rabbi Gamliel that the time is Amud HaShachar. But the Lahartikim saw them in Avera in order to distance people from an Avera. They made a siyag, they made it together, and they said you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Heter Halav Mevarim and to, in other words, when Kohanim put the karbanos, the limbs on the mizbeach, and certain karbanos that are only eaten for one day and a night, such as chatas and asham, the shear is until chatzos, and the real shear is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why our Mishnah starts with Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv and not Kriya Shema of Shachar is 2 reasons. The Gemara, because the Torah says you go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come back when you get up. Or because by Bria Soil it says Vayi Erev, first the night, and then Vayi Boker, the day. As we mentioned before, a kohen can eat truma after he's toivel, after he says Kechavim, and even before he brings the carbon, because the Torah says, unlike the typical meaning of the pasuk, it means when the sun comes up, here means when the sun goes down, the Torah, and the Tzeis HaKechavim came the day the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6 shitas that the Gemara brings down. Rabbi Lezer says the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remeir in the first shita is slightly before Tzeis HaKechavim, that's when the Kohanim are toivel and mikvah. Yeshua says Tzeis HaKechavim, the middle shita, that's when the Kohanim can eat the truma. Kanina says after Tzeis HaKechavim, that's when poor people sit down to eat. And Remeir in the second shita says when you eat Friday night, that's slightly after that. And Rav Acha says this is the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. We should be zoicha to finish Shas together. Amen. Bracha is Dav Gimel. Tremendous mazel tov to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be zoicha to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas B'Ezras Hashem. Welcome to the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum HaShas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. It'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Rabbi Eliezer, you can say Kriya Shema until Soif HaShmur Rishayna, until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one Shita and Shemayim, that where the Malachim say Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Kriya Shema. The question is, if you divide the night into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say you can say Kriya Shema until 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmaris and Shemayim coincide with the Mishmaris down here. We also have Mishmaris. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And the beginning of the third Mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. According to another pshat, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Mishmar. The end of the third Mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign. But it's to tell you that if you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say Kriya Shema. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, and I had to burn my heichal, and I had to send Yisrael to Galus. Says Rabbi Yossi, I was once on the way, and I had a daven. So I went off the path, and I went into ruins, the Churba Achas Yerushalayim. And Eliyahu waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Moiri. He said, what are you doing here? I said, I had a daven. He said, daven, you can daven on the way. You should daven in Tefillah Tzara. So as we're going to say, I learned 3 things from here. First of all, you don't go into a churba, and if you're traveling, you can daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tefillas Havinenu, the Tefillah Tzara. And Eliyahu continued and asked him, what did you hear in the churba? And he said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, Oila Barim, like we just said, that I had to be machir of my house and burn my echel, and had to be magnified Israel. Says Eliyahu in the lashon of a shvuah, and a double shvuah, I swear to you, double. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says this every single day, 3 times a day. When Hakadosh Baruch Hu sees Klal Yisrael going into shuls, and they say, Amei Yesh Rabba, he bows his head kaviyachol, and he says, and he's mitzvah kaviyachol, and he sent Klal Yisrael into Galus. Why don't you go into a churba, into ruins? There are 3 reasons in the Gemara. First is chashad, for suspicion. And that's a reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, they're prutzim. So there's still a chashad that a person will be with a zaina. People will say that he's with a zaina. The second reason is makayos, we're worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason, if you're going in with 2 kosher people, that you don't have a chashad. Finally, the third reason is mazikim, shadim. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the mazikim like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, there's no chashad, yet there's mazikim. Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros, in other words, 3 hours each. Rabbi Melech says he woke up every night at Chatzos, and it says, Chodmu Eini Hashmeros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before the end. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you woke up in Chatzos, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because the Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours, because kings would sleep 2 hours into the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other kings. Yes, it was only 6 hours of nighttime, 1.5 mishmaros, whereas 8 hours before the kings, which is equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours each. Rabbi Ashi says you could call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says, halacha, in front of a dead person, you should not talk and learning, because it's like l'rush. Since a dead person can't talk and learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk in learning that the dead person was machadish. Another pshat in the Gemara is you shouldn't talk any shtuyot, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mace that still makes him feel bad, unless you're talking about the mace himself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the psukim. In one pasuk it says that David HaMelech woke up at Chatzos. Other pasuk it says that he woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either David HaMelech was saying, I never slept past Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up until Chatzos like a horse that dozes off, but he was learning within his dozing. And then from that point on, he would be misgaber kari, he would strengthen himself like a lion. Or the pshat is, until Chatzos he would learn Torah, and then from Chatzos on, he would be basically shiros, message bachos. The word neshev means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Rabbi Melech says, Chatzos laila akum, I'll wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, David HaMelech knew when Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know when Chatzos was, because he says, Kach Chatzos laila, he tells Paro, Kach Chatzos. Almost not Chatzos. 4 pshatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly when Chatzos was. Or the pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just David HaMelech needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew when Chatzos was. He was just worried that people will say Moshe Badoi, he's lying, Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's why he said Chatzos, so they don't catch him on his word. Or the pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan he said Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, the Gishborn was going to take Klal Yisrael out of Mitzrayim. By Elisa Shach, the Gemara tells us Chachmei Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in. Every day they would come in by Elisa Shach, but once they came in, and they said, We need paras for Klal Yisrael. So David HaMelech, let them do business with each other. Say Chachamim, it's not enough. You can everybody. So he said, go out to war. So the Gemara, I have to go out to war. You ask Achitophel. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Achitophel. Ne'ovni Yoda means you ask for shus from the Sanhedrin. Aviyasar means you ask the Urim V'Tumim, and Yoav led them to war. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Daled. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started taking a daf. Just recently, I promised her that for Schus of Refuah Shleima, I'm going to try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum HaShas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, in your Schus, we achieved that monumental occasion, and Shoshana Razia Basilka should have a Refuah Shleima. I also like to thank the over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shemish Daf Yomi and subscribe. The pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, "Shomra nafshi ki chassid ani." David HaMelech tells HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the only thing I'm a chassid, two pshatim. The only thing I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours into the day, and I get up at chatzos, or the other kings, they sit around with their friends. Well, I act as a local rabbi. I check out afterbirths with my fingers. I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are tar to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mitpi Boishes, who's known as Ish Boishes. The reason why he's called Mitpi Boishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this tar? Is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by halacha. He's that much better than David in halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak, when he had a son Daniel, who was called Kilab because he was able to embarrass Mitpi Boishes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, Lule hemanti lirois betuv Hashem. The word Lule has dots on top of it, nekudos. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be zoicha to Olam haba. And the reason is because he was worried, Shema yigrei machet. Perhaps he'll sin and he won't be zoicha. As we see by Yaakov Avinu, even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised him shmira, protection, it says in the pasuk, Vayira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema yigrei machet. In fact, we see that the chet was buried.
So I'm going to go off of my survivor sister, Haley Robertson, and I voted for him. I voted for Trump. And for him to say what he was saying is beyond me. Because I put my hope in him, and he's supposed to protect us. And for him to say that this is a joke and that it's sides, this is not sides. We will say it time and time again. None of us are up there accusing him of anything. There is no one that is accusing him of any wrongdoing. So for the fact that he is saying those things and saying it's a hoax, who are you hiding for then? Because if it's not you, then who is it? And that scares me. Trust me, I'm not down here to get in front of moms. That takes my name. I got it. My son. My name's God.
Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsov as Klal Yisrael had the first time when they went into Eretz Yisrael. And the reason why he wasn't Zoich is because Gorav Hachet. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that B'shachbecha means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashmura Rishayim. According to Rabbi Gamliel, B'shachmacha doesn't mean when you go to bed. It means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud HaShachar. Chachamim agree to ring Amud. That's what the word b'shachmacha means. Though they say that you can only say Kriya Shema to Chatzos, that to distance a person from an Avera. We are concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day to work on the field, he'll eat a little bit and say, let me take a little nap, and he'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be Mechayev Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayev Misa. Because sleep is very dangerous. If you try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. And another pshat is because we want to tell you, you should know Ma'ariv is not or Rishus, it's obligatory, you mechuyev to daven Ma'ariv. You say Kriya Shema, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says you have to be soymech geula l'tefillah. When you mention Yitzias Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully, and that is because first you praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Kaviyachol, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim, and you say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says you don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. You say Shemona Esrei and then Kriya Shema. You make a sandwich. When you wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, there's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is, whether do we consider the Gugulas Mitzrayim, the main part happened during the day, we know, but perhaps as Rabbi Yochanan, there's a little bit that started at night, and therefore at night also you have to be soymech gula tefillah. Shmuel Levi says no, the main thing happened during the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, b'shach b'chov kumecha, there's a hekesh between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei, so too when you go to sleep, you say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says there's a hekesh. But what we learn from the hekesh is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. So at night also, first you say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to sleeping. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Ma'ariv we have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? And the answer is once Chacham were misaken it, it's considered a Gevula Arich. It's a long expression of Yitzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Pasai Tiftach, it's a Tefillah Aruka, it's part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei 3 times a day, the famous saying is Muftach Leishu Ben Olam Haba, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph, and the second pasuk Beis Gimel. And the other reason is it's a combination of these 2 reasons that it contains the famous pasuk of Haiseres. Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with a nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up. Yet in Eretz Yisrael they learned that pasuk that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As David HaMelech had in Ruach HaKodesh, and he said right away the following letter: Samach Soymech Hashem L'chal HaNoiflim, which Baruch Hu will lift up those who fall. The Gemara tells us that Malach Michal, when he flies, it's non-stop. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes 1 stop. So basically he has 2 flights. Eliyahu Navi has 4 flights. In other words, he has 3 stops. The Malach HaMavis has 8 flights, because the Malach HaMavis has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to do tshuva, and we make it harder for the Malach HaMavis to arrive at his destination. Yet if there's a Magyefa, where many people are dying, then the Malach HaMavis has a direct flight. Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema Lamita, as we see in the pasuk Rigzu V'Afechto Imru Bilvavchim V'Mishkavchim. When you're laying down, you should say Kriya Shema. However, Talmid Chacham, who constantly repeats his Torah, those Chazaras, or perhaps watches the 8-minute daf, not really. Talmid Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema Lamita. Rabbi says even a Talmid Chacham should at least say 1 pasuk. For instance, B'yadcha Avkei Ruchi V'Yisa Yisi Hashem Aleichem Hashem Keil Emes. Have a wonderful day.
I got this complex, and this is for real. My friends will tell you, or like people. I mean, if I'm on stage and I'll talk about my dad, but I never tell people like who my dad is or like stuff I've seen because no one ever believes me, and they like really don't. Like, I will give you an example, like because like when I was in kindergarten, first grade, like kids kind of like ostracized me and would talk to me because I was like, scared. You know, like they didn't believe me, and so this one weekend, all right, I'll tell you guys this. Don't tell me this story, but. This one weekend, went to this WrestleMania event with my dad, and he was partners with Hulk Hogan, right? And my dad, it was the first time I was seeing wrestling live, right? So my dad's like, don't worry about it, it's fake. He's telling me I have a sister who's 8 years older than me. He's like, oh, don't worry about it, it's all fake, whatever. And he's in this wrestling match with this guy named Roddy Piper. Do you guys know who that is? Okay. And it's another dude or whatever, right? So my dad gets into the ring, and immediately Roddy Piper hooks my dad in a way and he cracks my dad's fingers, right? So my dad has to go to emergency room, right? So me and my sister are crying whenever they take my dad to the ER. They bring him back to he comes back to the hotel room, he's all bandaged up, and like Hulk Hogan's in our hotel room, and Hulk Hogan's doing like lines of cocaine, right? And he still has the yellow shorts on, right? And he's like, gee, I'm gonna fuck him up when I see. I swear to God, I'm gonna fuck him up. And my dad's just like, oh God, my ribs hurt so badly, right? And then there's a knock at the door, and it was Roddy Piper, right? And he goes, hey, T, I'm real sorry about what happened. And all of this, like, fuck that. And grabs Roddy Piper, brings him into the hotel room, throws him against the wall, smashes the mirror. They're beating him. My dad's trying to break it up. Hulk Hogan's wife, Linda's there, and she's like, Terry, stop, right? And I'm like, wow. I didn't know that was his name, right? So, and my mom is trying to make my dad stop, and they're just beating, and all the stuff was flipped over and shit like that. Me and my sister are crying, and then we get on a plane, we come back to Chicago, we go to class, we're sitting in a sharing circle, and the teacher's like, what'd you do this weekend? And I was like, not a fucking thing. All right, I was there for Mark. My dad is Mr. T.
Brachas Daf Hey. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in the recent days, and it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it. We bought new technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Toiv in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. And if that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. And if he sees that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, he should say Kriya Shema. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learn in the pasuk, "Ve'etin luchos ha'even," that's referring to the luchos, the Aseres HaDibros, V'haTorah, the one is mechuyev to learn Torah, Chamisha Chumshe Torah. V'hamitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Kosafti is Nevi Mitzuvah. L'chayroisam, how do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came to Moshe Messina. The Gemara discusses Kriya Shema Lamita, that Kriya Shema Lamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the mazikim, and Rosh Hashanah says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything like Baruch Hu tells you, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi Yochanan, if you don't learn Torah Chas v'Shalom, then Baruch Hu sends terrible Yisurim. Says the Gemara, Baruch Hu doesn't act like a regular king. A regular person who gives a present to somebody or he sells something, he's upset. Baruch Hu gave us the Torah and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisod for life, a person should introspect, he should check to see what might have caused these Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah, he's Mevatel Torah. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim Shalahava. There's a concept that Baruch Hu gives you Yisurim in order to double your Sechar in Olam Haba. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, says the Gemara, gives Yisurim to the people he loves on one condition, that those people accept it ba'ahava, and if they do, they'll be zoicha to children and arichas yamim. The machlokes, if Yisurim shel ahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul Torah, according to one man, it's only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates bittul Torah and bittul tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim shel ahava. The Gemara brings a kavachomer. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a kaparas avanis. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says, and this is also a great yesod for life, anything good comes with a struggle. Rabbi gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us Eretz Yisrael, and he gave us Olam Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or Gemilas Chasadim, or Rahman al-Islam buries his children, says the Gemara, all his averos are forgiven. Rabbi says, although tzaras is considered a kapara on the mizbeach, yet it's not considered yisurim shel ahava. Those yisurim, the difference is, those yisurim come to take away chatoim and averos. Yisurim shel ahava, as we mentioned, means that it comes to double your sechar. You can make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps if somebody has tzaras in Eretz Yisrael, where he has a lot of busha, it's very embarrassing, he has to leave the machane, he has to leave the cabin, then that's considered not Yisurim shel ahava. But if it's in Chutz La'aretz, in America, in Babel, if you have tzaras, that's Yisurim shel ahava. Another distinction you can make is if the Yisurim are visible to others, if the tzaras is visible to others, that's not Yisurim shel ahava. But if the tzaras is covered, then it's Yisurim shel ahava. Famous lashon of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he said, "Dein garmo that sirah beer." This is a reminder of the Yisurim of a hava that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me, because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik. He didn't have Yisurim that weren't shel ahava. And the Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim shel ahava. But if a person, Rahman al-Islam, loses a child, that's Yisurim shel ahava. Bar Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. And Rabbi Yochanan asked him, "Are you happy with the Yisurim?" And he says, "No, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sachar." The explanation is because it causes too much bittul Torah. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Give me your hand," and gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because Ein Chayvish Matir asked me, a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, "I'd rather not have the Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar," and Rabbi Bar Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rebbe Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, "Why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have parnasa, not everybody has 2 shulchanos, 2 tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that." Says Rebbe Lazar, "I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried." They explain, because Rabbi Yochanan, the Maharsha explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Churban Abayis. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to him, and they said, "Listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason." And he said, "What you questioned me?" And they told him they knew. Explained the Rishonim, they knew that he did something. And they said, "What you questioned the Rabbi Shalom that he'll do something without a reason?" You see from here, every Yisurim, all Yisurim that we have comes with a cheshbon. And he said, "I don't know. Did you tell me?" And he said, "Well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecropper." And he said, "Well, the sharecropper is a ganav. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay him." And he said, "Nevertheless, even though he's a ganav, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the gneva." So he said, okay, I accept it by myself, I'll pay him back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin davened before he did any malacha and before he ate. And Rashi says a tremendous chiddush before he learned Torah. Tosfos says, you don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have Banim Scharim, and your wife won't miscarry. Have a wonderful day.
Bracha is Davav. If we had the capacity to see Shadim, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. And you can blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of Shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. But if you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, a female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, you take the afterbirth, you burn it, you put the ashes in your eyes, and then you can see Shadim. Rabbi tried this trick, and it actually damaged him, and Chachamim had to daven for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, "L'shmaya el arina vel tefillah." The place that is rina, that is singing, there's where the davening should take place. Because Baruch Hu is found in a shul, and he comes to where there's a minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when they're doing the Torah, when there's 3 dayanim. The Torah is considered Torah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when a chavrus is learning Torah, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a chavrusa is that a chavrusa, his schusim will be written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, it will be in his own private sefer. That's how Tosfos explains this. It says in the pasuk, "L'choshvei shmai," the famous Gemara, that if a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, if he had an einus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu wears tefillin. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, if Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, and he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, I'm going to say, Umi kamcha Yisrael goychel ba'aretz. What does Hakadosh Baruch Hu put in his tefillin? In one of the bottom he has Kimi goy gadol and the parsha Umi goy gadol. In the second bias he says Ashrecha Yisrael and the parsha of Mika Amcha. In the third bias it says Oy Anisa Elokim, and in the fourth bias it says Ulikitcha Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a shul and he doesn't show up, the Baruch Hu asks about him. He says, "Where's this guy?" If he finds out that it's because he went for Dvar Mitzvah, the person will have light. But if he finds out that he went for Dvar Rishus, even to make a Parnasa, he won't have light. The Chofetz Chaim brings this Gemara, and the Chofetz Chaim says it's impossible. If Baruch Hu tells a person that this is what a person is going to earn this year on Rosh Hashanah, it's impossible that if a person has kavudik time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns a parnasa, it's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, he should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. It will make the same amount of money. Rabbi says if Baruch Hu comes to the shul and the minyan is not there yet, miyad koyes, he gets upset immediately. If a person has a permanent place for his davening, then he's like Avram Avinu, and it says Elokei Avram be'Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, who's this Anav, who's this Chassid, the child of Avram? When you go towards the shul, you shall run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run, because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's usher to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, and you don't really understand the speech, you get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the tircha, for the amelos haTorah that you get from coming up with the svar. The schar that you have going to a Beis Ha'aval to be Menachem Aval is not to talk. The opposite. Shtikusa is being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of being maspid somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have from going to chasana is the schar for telling the chassan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Daran Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards Daran Kodesh, you're considered a Russian. The Gemara says a story that Eliyahu Navi met somebody that was davening outside the shul, and his back was towards Daran Kodesh. He said, "Shouldn't you turn around?" And Eliyahu Navi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says in the pasuk, "Krum zulus livnei adam." These are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening. They don't treat it with proper respect. Rabbi says krum is a lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a certain busha that his face turns to the color of this bird called krum. Not only that, he is ki'ilu, he is nidain. We gave him a punishment with eish and mayim, fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. Mincha, you see that Eliyahu Navi, he was answered during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Minchas Erev, and by Shachris it says Hashem Boiker Tishma Koili. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 koilos that says in the pasuk Kol Sasim, Kol Simcha, etc. If you are Misameach Chasam Kala, you benefit from the 5 koilos that it says by Matan Torah, by Yi Koilos Ubrakim. The continuation of Kol Sasim, Kol Simcha is a very long pasuk. It says that Nevi'im Toida Beis Hashem. So some say that when you go to a wedding in Sameach Chasam Kala, it says if you brought a Toida. Or it says if you rebuilt one of the ruins in Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says, "Ki ashav eshvus haaretz k'rishayim." If your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, "Baki shalim v'rutfeyu." You should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you and you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, a lashon of gzeilas anir. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you. That other person is a gazlan. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Zayin. The Gemara tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? Who does he say it to? The Gemara says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact words as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer B'Yishmol Ben Elisha, Hamachas Nechnasi Lahaktis HaTorahs. I once walked into the Beis Hamikdash to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Torahs. V'ro'isi HaKos Rikel Ko Hashem Tzvakos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. V'yoishev and he's sitting, V'omar Li, and he told me, Barucheini, give me a bracha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. As Gemara is going to explain, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos.
Questionable or healthy. That's right, Tyree. That's what I'm talking about.
And he shook his head in agreement. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says it a little differently. He says the same words. He just says,
"Man, the flame." Oh, what is this bullshit?
What do we learn from Rabbi Shmuel? We learn that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a basar v'dam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so then
We're
any
number
basar
one.
v'dam, even a hedyot,
Love that.
altia birkas hedyot kal benach, even a hedyot,
Oh, that's
a simple
change.
person can give you bracha and you should enjoy it and benefit from it. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it says that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His own donkey beat him in an argument, but he knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to curse somebody, and the curse works. In fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those few days. Had he gotten angry those few days, Chas v'shalom, there wouldn't be anything left. The Gemara says a story that Yeshua ben Levi was upset at a certain tzduki who was bothering him, so he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's comb turns from red to white, that's the time that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. And he realized that it's a sign of Shemayim, you're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, V'racham al kol ma'asav, HaKadosh Baruch Hu has rachmanis even on the bad tzduki. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. It says Rish Lakish, it's better than 100 malchus. It says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Omer. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shechina. He asked that the Goyim should not have Shechina. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik Viraloi, the good guy, is sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the Toivloi, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. And he was told that one shot is Tzaddik Viraloi. We're talking about a Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer, but if he's a Tzaddik Gomer, he wouldn't have a bad life. What's the pshat? Baruch Hu wants to give a person Yisurim so that the Tzaddik who's not Gomer should be a Gomer. He should go into Gan Eden. And Rosh of the Toivloi, Baruch Hu wants to erase all his chusim in this world, give him his schar in this world, so when he comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have Gan Eden. Reb Meir says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu said, listen, when I offered you by the snare, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. Says the Gemara Bernstein says in the Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was Zoich Amida Keneged Midah, that his face glowed. The Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him. By Yirum Migeshes. In the Sechar that he didn't look at HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu showed him his Achayra. What does Achayra mean? Says the Gemara, he showed him the knot of the Tefillin Shel Rosh. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition. If the condition doesn't happen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I want to kill all of Klal Yisrael. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. And then he didn't kill Klal Yisrael yet. He made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. Rabbi said in the name of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, Avraham Avinu was the first one to call the Rabbeinu Shalom master, Adar. And when Daniel was saved, it was in merit of Avraham Avinu calling the Rabbeinu Shalom Adar. Leah was the first one to be Ma'ida HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuven, says the Gemara, is made out of 2 words. Reuven, see my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. He sold his Bechar willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuven lost his Bechar to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous, and he tried to save Yosef by Yitzileu Miyodam. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shiros V'Sishbachos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog with his parents. And the Gemara asks a question: when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Avshalom, it should have been the worst thing in the world. Yet David HaMelech says, "Mizmor LeDavid." He's saying a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Should there be Hina LeDavid? David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or an eved that's going to rebel. He was relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Rasha? So the Gemara 4 ways. Either when it's Mila Deshmaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a mundane thing. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Rasha is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Rasha in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you're allowed to go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Tzadi Gomer. Tzadi Gomer can go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not at Tzadi Gomer, if you still go after a Rasha if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmud Chacham than to learn Torah from him. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Ches. Today must be one of the highlights of my Daf Yomi career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Amr Yishmael ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Fried song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an oinus, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milos chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rish Lakish says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and he because of him, he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi Yochanan was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Bavel, because it says in the pasuk "Leman yirbu yameichem," that's referring to Yisrael. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yamim. Rav Chizda says one should not sit right by the door to the entrance of the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chassid eilecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis mitzvah. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Chanina says, it's referring to looking for a wife. As it says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah taib, the matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Eretz Yisrael, they would ask, matzah, we might say, after you married, now did you find out, the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah taib, is a good woman, or u'moitzani marmi maves as a isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi Yochanan says you should ask for kvura, for burial. Rabbi Nachman says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is Mrs. Nashika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. So you should ask for a good misa. Mar Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Mar Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chizda, it's in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikol Mishkenos Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orim HaMitzuyonim Ba'alacha.
he likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and bati medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Abai heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Ravasi, they had 13 shuls in Tveria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Miyom shechar beis hamikdash, ein lo l'HaKadosh Baruch Hu elo daled ames shel halacha b'levad." From the time the Churban Abai, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only has 4 ames of halacha. So in other words, that's why Abai also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's where HaKadosh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says, somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, "Yagia kapecha kisoichel ashrecha v'toivlach." We learn ashrecha b'olam hazeh, v'toivlach b'olam haba, whereas just Yiras Shamayim only has olam haba and not olam hazeh. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe, Shimon Megari, was alive and he lived next to him. It says in the pasuk, "V'oizvei yichalu." There's a halacha that if the Sefer Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. Rabbi would leave the shul between Garba to Garba, between aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the teiku. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the Sefer Torah and I learn, they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like a terrorist divar. Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the entire Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum, because Erev Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum earlier than the week that you need to say it on. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breathing, the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham Zaken that had Torah, even though you forgot it now because of A'oines, just like they put the broken luchais into the Aron, this person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is, you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis, a bed of a gaya. One shot is, it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema al mita. The other shot is, Rabbi was telling his children, who were kohanim, do not marry a geyores because you're a kohen, it's also. And some say that it's a goya mamish. Why? Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story with Rav Papa. A woman told him, a goya said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. If he's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yiras Shamayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. And if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a bazar to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved 3 things about the nation of Madai: that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on a table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discussed private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yonah says, I like 3 things that the Parsim did. They had tznius in 3 areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Afal Pike, nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the tznius. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like Rabbi Gamliel in the Mishnah that you could say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, your Yoitza, Kriya Shema Shachars, have a wonderful day.
Halacha is Daf Tes. The Gemara tells us a story. The two Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk, and they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Rabbi Shua ben Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Hama. Rabbi Shua ben Levi says, yes, we pass on like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that in a time of a Einus, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv all the way till the Netz. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv up until Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar, and only in the case of an Einus, you go till Netzach Hama. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Rabbi Gamliel, they also went to a wedding, but they didn't have a Einus. They didn't come home drunk, and they asked Rabbi Gamliel if they could say Kriya Shema, and he said yes, up until Amud HaShachar, because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim, who are the Rabbim, argued with their father or not. They knew their father's shita, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi Gamliel says, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made a takana siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Elazar ben Azariah has a Gzeir Shalom. There's an extra word, hazeh, and he learns out that the time to eat the Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Rabbi Kiva holds the time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Kiva learns from the word chipazon. Chipazon, he holds, is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they leave in hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Elazar holds that chipazon is referring to the Mitzrim. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Geula started by Chatzos, by Makas B'chayres. They wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, Sham Tizbach es HaPasach, when do you shep the Pesach? Bo'erev, which means in the afternoon. Pasuk continues and says, Kivay HaShemesh, as we learned, Kivay HaShemesh, referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, Moyei Tzeis Chameretz Mitzrayim, when did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it afternoon, Shkia, or the morning? Says the Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Until what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Rabbi Yeshua, which is like Rabbi Kiva, you can eat it all the way to the morning. And according to Rabbi Elazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few psukim. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Mitzrim, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber na ba'oznei ha'am v'yishalu. What's this na? I beg of you, please. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avram Avinu to come to me with kindness. I promised that the Mitzrim will enslave Klal Yisrael, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver, so that Avram Avinu doesn't have kindness. And Klal Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilum, with a mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the Mitzrim were forced to lend. Another shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy and they need to run away from the Mitzrim. The Mitzrim might give chase. They wanted to go lighter. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow. So the Klal Yisrael was forced. By Natzlus Mitzrayim, says the Gemara, that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the Mitzrim, everything was desolate. It was as if there was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or Vainatzlu is like Mitzula Sayam, just like in the depths of the ocean there are no fish, so too Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? Because Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, tell Klal Yisrael that just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future Gullus. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klal Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future Gullus? Says Rabbi Shalom, you're right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story, Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove the Nivei HaBaal that they are false, so he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work, and then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an ace, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. But Aneni the second time was, Klal Yisrael shouldn't think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's Min Shemayim. Says the Mishnah, Kriya Shema in the morning is said from when you could differentiate between Tcheles and Lavan. This is Tcheles and Lavan. That's one pshat. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Psil Tcheles came to our shir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The Gemara says that it's the tchelas is within the lavan. If a piece of wool wasn't dyed completely, it didn't catch completely like this. When you can differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's when you could say kriyashma. Rabbi Lezer says between tchelas and karsi. Karsi is a leek. So when you can differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of kriyashma. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way. If you can differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and an aroid, which is a wild donkey, and Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasoy. Up until what time can you say Kriyashma? One sheet is until Netzach Chama. That's the Lechatchila. The Yavit can go even further. Rabbi Shua says until 3 hours Zmaniyos. In other words, you divide the day into 4. The light, that's the Machalik from the Gra and the Magen Avraham. Magen Avraham says you start from Amud Shachar. The Vilna Gaon says you start from Netzach Chama. And that's when kings wake up, 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriyashma past this time, at least he'll be Mekayim the mitzvah d'oraisa of Limud HaTorah. Rabbi Yonah explains, what's the Chiddush? He says, because this person is saying it Bal Peh, and Torah Shemiksav, can't say Bal Peh, nevertheless he gets Sechar. Rav Huna says, the halacha is that Kriyashma can be said, the shear of picking out your friend 4 Amos away. Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to Tefillin. But Kriyashma is Kivasikin. Vasikin means a type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid would say Kriyashma immediately before Neit, and David Shemona Esrei right after Neit, because Zrizim Agimel Mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be Soich Gulul Tefillah, you have to put Kriyashma right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriyashma at the last available moment, right before Neit. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, Yiru'uchem Shemesh. You should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriyashma Ol Malchus Shemayim. The pasuk continues. The Pnei Yereach Dor Dorim is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Rabbi Yosi ben Eliakim said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim that whoever says Geula right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Reb Zera said he was damaged, and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss. He had to bring Hadassim to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Rav Bruna says the Gemara, he was so much Geula Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem Sfasai Tiftach that we say, the Gemara in one shot says that we only say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a hefsi between Geula Tefillah, or like we had in the beginning of the Masechta, that since Chachamer were Priveyad in the Tefillah, it's like part of the Shemona Esrei, like Hashkivenu, we said is part of the Gal Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18 Tehillim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Yir L'Rotzain is in Kapitel Yud Tes in the 19th. That's why we say Yir L'Rotzain after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day. The Gemara tells us a story that a mayor had really bad neighbors. So he davened that they should die. Beruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, Yitamu Chataim in Aretz, you should get rid of all the Chataim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and the Rechaisa with tshuva. A min once asked Beruria, how does the pasuk make sense? In Navi, Rani Akara Shaloi Lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song, and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Last and Lavi by the Geula, there are going to be many more of Klal Yisrael in Yerushalayim than Edom. And in fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi Avo explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. Shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against the Kadosh Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explains the famous pasuk in Eshes Chayil. Piyah pasuk b'chachma, v'sari as chesed al shayna. Shlomo HaMelech wrote it about his father David.
that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. He came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalis. He said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. Two Pshatim, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the Makim Erva. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rosh Hashanah Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it but is not seen, Neshama sees and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds, mefarnes the whole world, the Neshama is mefarnes the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu Nafshi, it says, V'chol Krovai, my innards. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and a Neshama, where HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, Ain't Sur Kelikenu, and we learned, Ain't Sayer. There's no artist like our God. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ke'ein Biltecha, we learn Ke'ein Levaloischa. Ein Levaloischa meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Gemara tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him, and he said, Ki meis ata, you're going to die, v'loi tichya, you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Pru Revu, you didn't get married. So Chizkiah said, because I saw in Ruach HaKodesh that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our 2 schusim will be zoicha that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. The Xer already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the Musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, if Isha Shunamis, with a story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chis HaMesim to her son, in the schos, because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built the entire Beis Hamikdash, shouldn't I deserve a schos? Chizkiah told her, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was soymech geula l'tefillah. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanan Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing avodah zarah to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do avodah zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Gichain in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers of Chayr shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of Beis Hamikdash, the golden doors, to Chayr, they didn't agree to that. And when he did Ibur HaChodesh, he made an extra month of the year. On the last day of Adar, they said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Ibur Hashan on that day. If somebody uses other people's chusim when he dies, he says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, answer me in the schus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in schus Avram, he's answered in his own schusim. But Chizkiah used his own schusim. He said, answer me in my schus, asher salachti lefanecha, etc. So they used the schus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So the machlokes, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open achsadra, and she had to build a wall to divide achsadra. And then, What does aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means she put him in the best of her houses. Or the pshat is she put him in the attic, and she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiruhu is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a kaddish. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gechazi, didn't have Dusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Says the Gemara that if a person hosts the Talmud Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmud Chacham, it's as if he was a makriv a Talmud. The Gemara says 3 halachas in Tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to davening. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemoneh Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be ma'amach Shem Shamayim. Shmuel said halachas like Yeshua that Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. The Brisa says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Makayim Talmud Torah, but you should say Birkas Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argues with that. Mani says, somebody who says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger schos than learning Torah. Have a wonderful day. As we learned, the pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chov kumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. We should take it a step further, and they say just like when you go to sleep you're laying down. So when you say Kriya Shema shel arvis, you have to be in a laying position. And when you say Kriya Shema shel shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say ba'boiker uva arev. They still say, wait a minute. The pasuk says uvelech t'chavaderech. You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, and it's not even standing. Therefore, say Basil, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Basil and Misham agree that from the words of B'shach b'chov kumecha, we can learn a big chiddush. That somebody that's oisig a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's putter from saying Kriya Shema. Uvelech t'chavaderech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan, who's tarad in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also putter from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he'll be marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's chayiv. You need a combination of 2 things. You need to be preoccupied, and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a p'tur from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. An avel who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs, besides tefillin, because tefillin say pe'er, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bitzar, he's potter. Even though Beis Hillel used uvelech t'chavaderech to teach us this concept that oisik b'mitzvah you potter, nevertheless they learned the physical words uvelech t'chavaderech that it's talking about a person that's walking and not laying down. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azai were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down. Rabbi Elazar ben Azai was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azai decided to lay down like Bishamai, and Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. So Rabbi Elazar ben Azai told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and they told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I am worried that people will see us, and they'll say that the Allah is like Bishamai." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing, and then you lay down, so it looks as if you're passing like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitse. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitse at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Bishamai say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitse at all. So if you reverse that,
You say if you do like Beis Shammai, they still will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're chayiv misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be yaitz like Beis Shammai. Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayom Hilalticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes V'Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes V'Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim were misaken a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. What are the brachas that we say in the morning? Yoitzer Oyer V'Oyer Chayshach. We don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Chayshach, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Galul Ar Mibnei Chayshach, Chaysh Bnei Ar. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. So it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess Taisus were Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said the Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so Ahava Rabbah patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav Huna says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be Ksav if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav Elazar says even medrash. Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah, and Rava says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah, because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in Mishnahs, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkus HaTorah? Lazi b'divrei Torah. Rabbi Yochanan adds, Higher Rav you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Amir, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael in the Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon tamid in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to Shmuel, it's Ahava Rabbah, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yoitzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema Vayim Shemayim Vayomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha Bavoida, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends off Shois Chanavoid or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Kehanim. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yoitzer Ar and not Ahava Rabbah, because Rish Lakish says, from here you see that brachas are not makiv. In other words, if there's 2 brachas together and you say 1 out of the 2, you're Yoitzer on that 1. Similar, let's say for tefillin, if you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and on Shal Rosh, if you only have 1 pair or you can't put on the other one, you're Yoitzer. How does he prove it? From the fact that they said 1 bracha, and if that 1 bracha, for instance, was Yoitzer Ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say Ahava Rabbah? Ahava Rabbah you could say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said Ahava Rabbah, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yoitzer is only when the light comes out, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is doichen. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. What he meant to say that it's not ma'akiv, that the seder is not ma'akiv. You can say 1 before the other, and it doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yud Beis. Although in the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, Chachamim misakin that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros, because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 mishmaros of Gehanim. Every week a different mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say Misha shiken eshmoy bebayis hazeh uyashkin b'neichem ahava v'achva v'shalom v'reis. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachos. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yoitzer Or, but he finishes off Hamarav Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv, Hamarav Aravim, and he finishes off Yoitzer Or. In both cases, he's Yoitzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yoitzer Or, but he finished Hamarav Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yoitzer Or, he's not Yoitzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off hagafen, he's yaitze. What about bracha achreina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off mein shalish, the bracha achreina. He's yaitze because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this the Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying hagafen, but he finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be yaitze. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achreina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with birkas hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, or Yoitzer Or, is not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriya Shema, because Birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yaitza. If a person does not say v'yatziv in the morning and v'emun at night, he's not yaitza the mitzvah of Kriya Shema kitikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, l'hagid ba'bagi chazdecha v'munascha b'leilos, you have to give shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Ata, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he would be like a snake, he would pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. As he made tshuva, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Oyev Zako Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not yaitza, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yaitza. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing chiddush. Not only are they meichel him on that Aveira, but they're meichel him on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim Tumim because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oiv with the Urim Tumim. So how do we know that Shaul was forgiven? Because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me. Says the Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was zoicha to being Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous madriga. Or, because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they could kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said it, it was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Korah Shochav Karyei Uchilavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of B'shach B'chov Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it is because of Tirchat Tzibura is very long, and to say one pasuk you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a peir to a samach. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Uschardim is called mitzvahs. It includes the parsha of tzitzis, vasalim tzitzis, the Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Achri Levavchem comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Achri Enechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atem Zoinim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we said in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis, nevertheless, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, "L'man tiskor es yom tzischa me'eretz Mitzrayim kol yimei chayecha," all the days of your life. Yimei chayecha are the days yimei. Kol yimei chayecha, the extra kol means the nights. So you should say parsha tzitzis the night. Chacham say no. Kol yimei chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yud Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Paras, and Madai, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mention it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog, as the pasuk says, "Hineni Oisa Chadasha." I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he was saved. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, he forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, he defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they had. We know because Baruch Hu changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. We do that every day. The answer is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no Issa. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us, do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. There's an Issa D'Oraisa, Allah v'na aseh, to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Gemara tells us that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call her. But he didn't tell.
What's new?
Got to find somebody, and I can't find nobody. And I'm trying to find people that's interested in talking to me. I'm big, however.
Okay, so are you able to find anybody?
Everybody wants to be poster in here. I don't want to be a poster. How do you get to touch somebody? Where you go to Papa or Escort? I forgot.
On Big O?
Yeah.
All right, just one moment. All right, Big O. I don't even have it downloaded anymore. Let me download it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So okay. So go to party,
Party. Yes. A party. Mm-hmm.
and then find someone who you like. I don't know who you like,
Okay. There's somebody who I like. Okay.
and then go in their room
Okay.
and talk with them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, somebody in the food is. Mm.
You said, yeah, period is the and that's the haunted color, right? The haunted color. No. Oh, we can get it. If we want it, we will get it. But I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. But you got one ticket that you want to spend. Yeah, man, who's gonna give it to you though? If you gotta work for it. Respect, take shit. Okay, then you got the ladies over there backing y'all up like,
Okay.
we're sitting at this table, back and forth, just smiling. And I'm looking at him like, what? You see him whatever. And then at the end of the dream, said 2 Corinthians 2:15. And then I woke up as fast as I could and started doing it. Like, oh my goodness.
No.
kalas. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over and Isra, and with that we finish the first parak of Shas. We should be zoicha to finish all the prakim of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not Yaitse Kriya Shema if the time of Kriya Shema came. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yaitse. Unless you hold, like the Mandomer that says, Mitzvahs Tzrichos Kavana, and then you would have to have Kavana to be Yaitse, the mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing, the Mishnah that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that if the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that could kill him, then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, kavod, so if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, between psukim, in the middle of a parak, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPrakim? Bein HaPrakim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Vayayim and Shemaya, between the parsha of Vayayim Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and V'yatziv. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and V'yatziv. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Ol Machal Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha Vayomer Tzitzis is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hayu as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya HaTorah in any language, it has to be in Lashon Kodesh, but there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chacham hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. Comes Rabbi and says, no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon Kodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Chacham hold you yaitzu even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'hayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya im instead of im Shemaya, you're not yaitz. It has to be in order. And Rabbi learns that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavana, the proper intent, in order to be yaitz? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not yaitz. According to Rameir, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So if a person just had kavana the first pasuk, and he had some items and he didn't say the rest of Kriya Shema, he's yaitz al halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema, the kavana, as it says, ha'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like
Your soy over. Roger, calm down. Right, that might be him. Might not be. Nobody knows. Hi, why you spam on my channel? Why not, baby?
Like Basilo. You want to say
This guy's talking jibber jabber. Nobody knows what that fucking blah 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 blah. What your choice? You're waking. You're waking. This athleticism. Look at this move.
Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have the proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says alav avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. The pasuk says alav avecha v'dibarta bam, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah, and you're yotze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yotze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, alavavchem, you have to have kriya v'kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us, you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're at Yemani. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yamim. Rav Ashi says, as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment. Echad. If you say quickly, it might sound like a shva. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only chiyuv you have is to think in your head that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is one in Shemayim, in the Aretz, and in the four Ruchais. There's no need to be Meirach. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Kriya Shema, and he was actually putter from Kriya Shema. So what he would do is he would put his hand on his eyes and he would just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And his machlek is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Kriya Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over to his Talmidim every single day, would talk about Yetzias Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Yetzias Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be Maskir Yetzias Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yudalid. If you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, gishmak, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Ramabet Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Halal, which Halal is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the Raisa. Although Halal is a Persumah Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Halal Shalach, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Halal, or on Chanukah, then you could only say hello to somebody, Beina Prakim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a halal, like on Rosh Chodesh, Chal Moed, then you could say hello to somebody, you could answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rav Ina didn't answer to Rav Bar Shava was because he didn't think he was chashuv enough for him. It wasn't an issue of kavod here. In fact, they pass him that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of halal, you're in the middle of Kriya Shema, so we don't have this concept of shoylo meishet mipnei hakavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, the machlekes rishonim what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's usher to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a b'gia and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If you bump into your friend or you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's usher lazis chafotzav. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably usher to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc., before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has been talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. HaKadosh Baruch Hu HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's ra, he's considered wicked. And from the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any besurais rois during that day. We had a machlekes in the Mishnah. What's considered ben aprakim? There's a machlekes between the end of Shema, emes, and v'yatzev. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings a pasuk v'Hashem Elokim emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokeichem Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. According to Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokeichem Emes, Emes v'yatziv. So he said, "Kol Emes v'Emes tafsi lahai." This guy is grabbing onto every Emes. He's doing the wrong thing. There's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you start, you must finish. According to Rav, what does it mean to start? You say, that's it. Once you get to Varmarta Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Papa holds that's not considered a start.
Yo, what up?
If you
How
just
you
say
doing, baby?
that until Varmarta
What's
Alehem,
good, son?
you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Elokeichem Emes.
How are you? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going? Do you speak English? It's okay if you don't. Yo, Sackbridge. How you living, dog? How are you? Sackbridge, how'd you find out about me, son? Sackbridge, hello. How's your fantasy football team going? Who's your favorite Supreme? Let's find out all about you, big dog. What's good, son? Do you speak English? If you don't, I can translate. Just let me know. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, you slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? What's good, dog? Sackbridge, we've been waiting on you. Everybody loves you, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, are you there? Sackbridge. 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 Dog, Sackbridge. Everybody's been waiting on you. Dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, how you living, pimp? Did you dive in today? Did you study the daf? That's okay. No one cool did. Psych. I did both because I'm sick as fuck. Yo, dog, how are you? Sackbridge. Remember that time they taught you in school? They're like, if somebody says hello to you, it's polite for you to say hello back. Is your microphone not working? That's cool. If it's not, blink twice if you need help. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? What's good in the hood? Are you damn well near perfect? Dog, what's good? Sackbridge, I like how you're like this in your picture. It's sick. Sackbridge, did you know that I had an Israeli woman in here today and I thought she was a man? And I asked her if she had davened and she didn't know what I was talking about. And then I asked her where tefillin was. And then she said, well, in Israel, we say tefillin. And I was like, well, that's cool, woman. Everywhere else, they say tefillin. And I was like, where's your tefillin? And she's like, what tefillin? And I was like, the tefillin they gave you on your bar mitzvah. And she's like, I'm a woman. See, if you didn't know, we don't give tefillin to chicks. Anyway, I didn't know. She had a deep voice, but not so deep that I thought this woman was a boy, and I was going to throw her out because I didn't think she was 18. But then it turned out that she was a 23-year-old woman. Anyway, Sackbridge, what's good with you? I like your picture. You're like, hey, everybody, my name's Sackbridge. I found out about Rabbi from Twitch. Did you find out about me from Twitch, dog? Sackbridge, I'd love to tell you all about myself, but I'm not going to do my spiel unless you tell me that you're, like, there. Sackbridge, are you there? I'll send you a message. I'll say hi. I'm sending you a message, Sackbridge. Hi. I just sent you a message. Oh, dude, you're real. How are you? How are you? You can speak. Okay, I hear you. Okay, well, here we go, Sackbridge. Well, let me ask. Did you find out about me from? How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found out about me from Kick. Okay, very cool. Do you not speak on a mic? Do you not speak? Nah. Okay, I totally get it. Let me tell you all about myself. Firstly, apologies for any spam that you may have gotten. Are you a streamer? I take it you're a lurker. Is that correct? You lurk? Like you're just a viewer? And that's cool if you are. Very cool. Okay, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who thinks that data is very important, and I'm not the only one. The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all very wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? When will that happen? Sooner rather than later, perhaps by the end of this year. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube accounts going right now, and I've got a whole bunch of robots, some of which you've encountered. And the more and more people find out about me, the larger and larger my reach grows, and the more people who think what I'm doing is really cool. This is like a time capsule of human society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who talks about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to be able to help the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How much do I make in a day? It varies. It's not a whole lot of money. How do I make money? I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Made some income from that. Additionally, I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, six-figure contracts, more than $30. It's enough. It's enough for me to be able to live my life. I talk about other things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, space elevators, things like space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like quantum computing. I talk about things like cryptocurrency. I talk about artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. To be honest, it's good. I would like to lay like you and get money. Yeah, dog, it's the dream. Absolutely. Everybody just wants to be able to sit and do nothing and make money off of it. And also, you get to meet really interesting people. I could teach you how I do everything. You'll start earning money today. Not a whole lot, but you'd make at least a few cents. And I also talk about things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is mind-blowing. I think that it's really cool. And they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would be really interesting as well, and I look forward to being able to document. I talk about other things that may affect you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, testosterone replacement therapy, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cryogenics, things like, if you want, nootropics. But eventually you're going to be 120 years old or so if you want, and you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been really wonderful, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is, if you want, this is with your consent. You can utilize something known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future of digital immortality. How can you make money like me? Well, it's really multi-streaming, and so you need internet, which you already have, and you need like a computer or a phone or something, and then you need to create accounts. And so you create a YouTube account, a Twitch account, a Kick account, a Twitter account, an Instagram account, a Rumble account, all of those. And then you link them together, and then when you go live on one platform, you go live on all of them, and it allows you to, instead of communicating on just one platform, you communicate on up to like 33 different platforms. And people give you donations, and people, like some of them, like Rumble, just pay you to stream. And then eventually you get big enough, and like one like Kick, a streaming partner like Kick, if you become a Kick partner, you make like up to like $16 an hour. So that's enough for you to basically live on. I have friends of mine from Kick who they've bought cars, multiple cars with what they've made on Kick, and they're able to buy new computers and things. So it's basically an uphill climb. But if you're interested, I can teach you everything that I know on how to do it. Why am I not on Kick? It's an excellent question, because I am the biggest spammer in the history of Kick. So I was on Kick, but I'm no longer on Kick. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. That's more accounts than anybody's ever created on Kick. And the reason why I have so many accounts is because I spam it. And so the people at Kick aren't big fans of mine. I shouldn't say that, though. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord. So, not everybody there hates me. But basically, if you break their terms and conditions, they will ban you. And I originally didn't break their terms and conditions, but I wasn't getting a lot of people watching me on there. So I figured, you know what? If I just make the decision to get banned on this platform by spamming people, well, I'll just spam people night and day. I'll create robots that do that for me, and then I'll get to meet really interesting people like you. I would have never met you, most likely, if I hadn't have spammed. If you don't have a lot of viewers, if you have like 2 to 3, do you still get money on Kick? No, you don't. Not on Kick. On Rumble and some other platforms you do. And Rumble has a thing, like if you put links in your profile and you get a certain amount of people watching you, then they'll pay you extra for that. Just like basically advertising for them. Um, but for Kick has a very straightforward process to be a Kick partner. Now things have changed, may have changed, but basically you need 75 followers, which is really easy to get. You need to be able to stream like 30 hours a week or something like that, and overall like something like 120 hours a month. And you need, this is the hard one, 100 simultaneous viewers. That's the tough one. So sometimes people buy the viewers when they're first starting out, so that they create a little bit of buzz and more people find out about what they do. You don't have to, but if you want to get known much more quickly and get to be a Kick partner, that's what you would do. And on YouTube, you needed, years ago, you needed 1,000 followers, then you needed 2,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours, which is really difficult. And then I think that it's at like 10,000 followers now. But you can make money on YouTube. It's not easy, but you can do it. Rumble will start paying you right away. So there are some others as well. If you're interested, Bigo, also known as Big O, they will give you a little bit of money to start streaming on there. They give you like little points, and then you can cash those points in for cash. Um, what else pays you to stream? Twitch does, but that's quite a tough route as well if you're just starting off. But you'll never be able to do this unless you start streaming. So the thing is, I mean, do you have a computer or just a phone? I'm sure you do. You're talking to me right now. So, and you have internet. So, yeah, PC. Okay, great. So if you have a PC, the first thing you have to do is say to yourself, am I really going to do this? Because it means that you've got to be dedicated to it. But if you do want to do it, there are ways to do it in an anonymous fashion. So, like, it seems like you don't want to, you want to stay anonymous, which is cool. So you can do that with voice changers, and you can wear masks. There are overlays that you can use. There are different filters you can use. You can just do an off-screen stream as well. You could stream yourself playing video games. But if you want to have the biggest impact, you're going to find all of the big streamers generally are characters, and they're real people. But there are some that use that are off screen, and they use like avatars. So you could do that. Um, and then if you want to talk, you can use voice changers. Or if you're fine with talk, like some people are fine having their voice on, but they just don't have their face on. That's absolutely fine too. You got to figure out what you want to do, and then you've got to say to yourself that there's a future in this. The more and more we allow AI to grow, the less and less positions that there are going to be, including doctors and lawyers and all of those things. And once robotics get involved, mechanics and technicians, all of those positions are going to be taken. So influencer is one that can be done, and depending on your age, you might have 50 years that you could do this. And if you did it for 50 years, you'll be a very wealthy person at the end. It's all about drive. How much of that dog do you have in you? How much fortitude do you have? All right. Is there like a good remote job? I want to be a typist or something like audio transcriptionist. Yeah, there are those positions. So the best place to find those positions is through one of the career apps like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Monster, Career Builder, and you take your resume and put it through AI, get it really strong, and then it's a numbers game. The more positions to which you apply, the better opportunity you have to get them. And you just have to say to yourself, I'm going to apply until I get a position. Now, there are remote jobs available for that, but you have to understand that that kind of position isn't going to be around that much longer. It doesn't have really great long term opportunities because very soon AI really does all that already. And so for someone to go out and pay someone to do it isn't that um, isn't that financially beneficial to them anymore. However, something that is, and you can do remotely, is video editing, which is similar because a lot of times people want. What do you think of iPhone reselling? It just doesn't have um, a lot of profit. You can lose so easily by getting screwed on one iPhone. So let's say you buy 10 brand new iPhones or whatever. Okay, why do I want to buy your phone when I could just go to Best Buy or the AT&T store and buy it off of Amazon? And okay, you're like, okay, well, I don't have to buy new phones. What if I just buy people's old phones and I repair them and then I resell them? Okay, fine. But people can already get that. It's just known as a refurbished phone. And there are people out there who have certifications for that type of industry. And you can't make a lot of money on it. Meaning, you want something that you generate an hourly rate. So you want to make 20, 25, 30, $35 an hour. And with selling an iPhone, you're going to be fortunate if you make $100 on sale on an iPhone and you might only sell one a month, maybe two a month. I mean, with eBay. And that's really the big place where people do that. And then on top of that, if you get a negative review, it can end your store. So you want to be really, um, but people still buy, right? Yeah, but not usually from individuals anymore. It does happen, but it's just so many people have been screwed in that industry or going that route that if somebody wants to buy a refurbished phone, they're going to buy it from a certified refurbisher on Amazon. Now, if you want to go the route where you sell iPhones to your friends, okay, that's fine. But iPhones don't just come perfectly. Used iPhones usually have an issue. They need a new battery. They have a broken screen. They have perhaps software issues. Unless you really know how to repair them well, then it's not going to be very uh, profitable for you. Okay, am I always available? If I write to you on here, do you get notifications when I write to you? Because I don't, because you don't have TTS on YouTube. Okay, so I do have TTS on YouTube, but I have to restart it every single time, and it's really a pain. And I have to do it 22 different times because I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. So it's just too much of a pain for me to do it every time. Yeah, you can always send me a message in here. If you're gonna send me a message though, come into the Discord. Come in just like you are right now, so I know you're gonna be typing to me. If not, it might be an hour or two between my replies to you. But yeah, if you come in here just like you are, I'll answer all your questions. But I do have TTS on YouTube, but again, it's like it's a real pain, uh, and it doesn't always work. It doesn't always connect correctly. So just come in here when I see you. I'll know to check my messages. There you go. Do I play video games? Absolutely. Miss Aquarius, the other person and one of the other people in here, she and I play games every night. We play a lot of mini games. Uh, I play Fortnite. I like Grand Theft Auto. I like Civilization. I like Age of Empires, Age of Kings, Age of Mythology. I like Sid Meier's Civilization. I like Madden. I like FIFA. I like college football. I like all sports games, basically. Um, what else do I like? I'm really excited for the new Grand Theft Auto. It'll be out in like, yeah, FIFA's amazing. It'll be out in like 6 months. Well, less than 9, between 6 and 9 months. So that's a big deal. That's going to revolutionize things. How about you? Do you play video games or do you like to play? Hope you become a trillionaire, man. I believe in you. Well, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for being so sweet. I'm always here for you. So, more than anything, more than being a trillionaire or always live streaming or whatever, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I want to give people hope. So, if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? But who do you actually give that much money? Who will I actually give that much money? Every single person who's helped me along the way. So you have to understand, when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be millionaires. Today, everybody wants to be billionaires. In the future, people want to be trillionaires. Yesterday's millionaire is today's billionaire, is tomorrow's trillionaire. And especially with inflation. So I'll be able to help. There are 1,900 people in the server or so. I'm going to help all of those people. And then we're going to go back and watch all of my streams going back for 3.5 years. And everybody with whom I've had any interaction, generally on this stream, I'm going to do my best to not just make a millionaire, not just make a billionaire, but make a trillionaire. Who will actually give me that much money? Well, you have to understand, data is Earth's number one resource. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine or a petroleum mine of data. So basically, all I have to do is just wear a shirt, and people pay me to. That's I get sponsored to just wear cryptocurrency shirts. So I'll be able to wear Coca-Cola and Marlboro or Zins or Walmart or whatever. People will pay me just to do plugs for them, to do ad reads. Really, endorsements. And I'm a different endorser than anybody else. I literally am live all the time. So no other company will just always have like a walking advertisement like they will with what I do. You remember Jushufovic from YouTube? That's you. Well, amazing, dog. Well, let's make sure to remember that person. And yeah, it was a long time. All right, well, that's cool. I do remember that name to some extent. So you should know that you're on the list, my friend. Are you sure they will give you the money? Absolutely. All I do is watch podcasters who do live ad reads for people, and they make tens of thousands or hundreds of $1,000s or even millions of dollars a year from that. Travis Kelsey, whose podcast, New Heights, no one listens to. I've never met anybody who's ever listened to it. Made $90 million just in ad reads recently. It's very easy to just sit there and be like, Walmart's the best place to buy all your stuff. Next. Honda cars are amazing. Next. Blue Chew will give you a boner. Next. Where are you from? Yeah, I'm from the U.S. Word. That's correct. Hope you get the trillions this year. Yeah, same here, big dog. But I've got that dog in me. Every day, my motivation to do this grows. I never want to stop it. I love doing this. I love streaming my life. I love learning with people. I love interacting with people. This is my favorite thing on earth to do. I would like to do it where I could go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars buying boats and stuff too, but I'd like to live stream that life as well. How much do you think will you make? At a certain point, the money doesn't matter, but I think probably quintillions. So that's like a million trillions. So not just quadrillions. Wait, no, it's not a million trillions. It's 100,000. No, is it a million trillions? A quintillion. There's $125,000 in the world at the moment. Yeah, but you don't understand. That is not with inflation. With inflation, then that means that that's just like a quadrillion dollars. And if inflation gets to be runaway, especially when you get in the world of cryptocurrency, it very easily can happen. Then you're looking at quadrillions and quintillions. And that's all you know about as 125 trillion in the world. That doesn't include perhaps the price of real estate. Like no one owns the bottom of the ocean floor. There's real estate out there that is just still up for grabs. Man, I wish I bought Bitcoin 12 years ago. Yeah, I understand that. And then also, you've got to understand that there are other planets to explore. So that makes all kinds of new opportunities. There are new, moons and planets and even perhaps solar systems. So, like, if you want to think that there's 125 million trillion dollars in the world, that's cool. I just think of things being in like a bigger world than that. Like, it doesn't just have to be here on Earth. Just like one asteroid, if we just do asteroid mining, could perhaps have more aluminum on it than all of the Earth. So your streams are going to be IRL live streams, buying car dealerships. Yeah, basically in yachts and traveling the world and giving away money to people and building schools, all that good stuff. So you've been streaming 5 years? No, I've been streaming for 4 years. Although I have like 4.5 years of content, so almost 5 years. But I don't say that because that's a little more than I've done. But I am approaching my 4 year anniversary this fall, and I have about 3 months of data archived before that on SD cards. So basically, if you took all of my data 24/7, I've got like a little more than 4 years. Why didn't you get all the money 2024? I haven't gone viral yet. I didn't. I didn't know how to create robots as well as I do now, and my robots just keep getting stronger and stronger, better and better, getting more people in here like you. And I I also like try different strategies. So for like 6 months out of this year, I tried going viral on a different platform, which is called Blue Sky, which basically no one's ever heard of, but um, does have some influence. But they eventually were able to ban me really well, and so then Kick is the one that I do that's easiest for me. But Kick is full of bots, so it's like I spam somebody, and that's cool. But in reality, how many people are watching it? It's just not that many. So now what I've done is I've created robots on Twitch, and these bots on Twitch create clips of people, and then in turn those clips are permanent, or I don't want to say permanent. You can delete them, but you have to manually delete them, and that's a lot of work. So I just create clips of people, and it works really well. So you have to become viral to get all the money.
Yeah, I mean,
I need eyeballs and asses in the seats. They don't just give you money with. I mean, you just don't do endorsements if you can't say that I get 100,000 people to watch me per stream. So once I'm able to do that, then the sky's the limit. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a matter of time, dog. So I just have to be patient. But when it happens, it's gonna be amazing. I won't forget you, big dog. Shout out to Sackbridge. Yeah, no, I understand. So if you want to do remote work, a really good place to do it or find out information about it is the subreddit remote jobs. They just post them there, and you'll be able to get any job that you want basically. But what about scams? I mean, you got to take risks. That's what life's about. So you look and see if they're reputable companies, and if they are, you go for it. Love you too, big dog. Take care. Hope to see you soon as well. Let me know if you need anything. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Abai says that our minhag is you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayomer. Chiyuv Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're mechuyev to say Emes V'Emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedem Anachnu Lach Hashem Shotzisenu Meretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery. And you did tremendous nisim for us on the water. And we sang to you. What did we sing to you? Micha Meicha Ba'ilam Hashem. And then you continue from that point on all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemona Esrei. Shimon Bar Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema Ol Malchus Shamayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts in it. Lilmoid, Lilamed, Lilasos. It says in the pasuk V'dibar Tabam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, that you have to teach others. V'shinantim Levanecha. And Lasos, to take action. Ukshartam, you put on tefillin, uksavtam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the lamed, which is the lamatem, is bereichem, daber ba. The lasois, again, ukshartam, uksavtam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, to take action. V'asulem tzitzis, that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Birkas HaTorah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could be doich and say there's no raya from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why are we bringing the story? We're bringing the story for a different reason. To say that we had a four-way machlokes. When do you say Birkas HaTorah? From here you see that Rav said Birkas HaTorah even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's Isaac b'mitzvah, he's parted from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemona Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they could switch off. One could come out of the grave and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon Bar Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Malchus Shamayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Malchus Shamayim. The person says Kriya Shema without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made Eidos Sheker. He's testifying falsely because in Kriya Shema it says he should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah tikuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a karban oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or zvachim without nisachim. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf tezvav. Rabbi Yochanan says if one wants to complete the process of Ol Malchus Shamayim and do it in its entirety, he should first clean his body. In other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then daven Shemona Esrei. If you do all that, it's as if you built a mizbeach and you will makriv a carbon on top of the mizbeach. It says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you were toivel in a mikvah. Rav Chisda used to curse those who would search for water before saying Kriya Shema, because Kriya Shema has a zman, and you might miss the zman. Shemona Esrei, on the other hand, you have to look for water because the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parsa, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. To go in reverse, to make a U-turn and look for water, when you know there's water, you're only mechuyev to go up until a mil, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya la'aznav, Tanakama, which is Rabbi Yehuda, says that he's yaitza, and Rabbi Yaisi says he's not yaitza. There's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different brises and rayas, and I'll try to make it very simple. Lamaskana, we have 3 shitas, 3 opinions. We have Meir, who's the most maker. He says, if you don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas, the Rabbanan, the Raisa, you are yaitza lechatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yosi, who says that when it comes to Kriya Shema, if you don't hear it in your ear, you're not yaitza, even b'di'evet, even after the fact. And then you have the middle shita. That's Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says you are yaitza only b'di'evet. But if you want to be yaitza l'chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 shitas. How do these 3 shitas match up with the following 5 cases? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's Doraisa. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 shitas. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaven, because it says Alav Avecha, it's in your heart. You have Rabbi Yossi who says that you have to hear it in your ear, because it says Shema, you must hear it. And then you have Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, who's the middle shita, you should l'chatchila hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're yaitza. And then we have a brayso that brings a person who's deaf, but he could speak, and he says a bracha on truma. One brayso says he's only yaitza b'di'evet. That will be going according to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. Now the big question in the sugya is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit in there? The Gemara tried to say that perhaps he says like Rabbi Meir, that you l'chatchila you yaitza even without hearing it. Maskanas sugya, it seems like Rabbi Yehuda holds like his own Rabbi, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, the Yevet you yaitza. So this brayso that says that you're yaitza if you're deaf and could speak, you're yaitza only with the Yevet when you like truma, the bracha truma, which is the Rabbanon, goes according to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. There's another brayso when it comes to a deaf person who could speak, and that's Rabbi Shimon ben Paz, who says that you're yaitza even l'chatchila. That must be going according to Rabbi Meir. And then you have the halacha of Birkas Hamazon. Birkas Hamazon is the Oraisa, and it says that you should not bench in your heart. That means l'chatchila you should do so, but if you do it, then with the Yevet you're yaitza, and that will be according to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah, Kriyas Megillah, says that a cheresh shoyte b'katan should not say Kriyas Megillah, but if they did so, if the cheresh did so according to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, you are yaitza from a cheresh. The same thing would apply to a katan. Rashi says that a katan is like a cheresh, that the chatchila, he should not be moitzi other people from Megillah, but if he did so, you're yaitza b'di'evet. A shaita, even b'di'evet, you're not yaitza. The reader says there's another shir, that is, if a katan is b'gil chinuch, he's like 8-9 years old, then he's completely kosher chatchila to be moitzi other people. So that's sugya. Then the Gemara says that it's possible that Rabbi Yossi holds by Kriya Shema that you are not yaitza at all, even b'di'evet. He could agree by the Rabbanans, by let's say Truma and a Cheresh, by Megillah, that you are yaitza b'di'evet. The Gemara says that just like a womb takes in zera, and then out comes a baby, so too a grave takes in the dead, and there will be tchis hamesim, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in when it's quiet, but when it comes out, the baby comes out, and there's a lot of commotion, there's screaming and celebration. So too, kal v'chaimer, by the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying. When the body comes out alive at Tchis HaMesim, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for Tchis HaMesim in the Torah and the Nevi'im. It says in the pasuk, just like a river to take a person out of his tuma and make him tar, so to the Ha'alim, referring to the Beis HaMedrash, to take a person and take him out of choiva if he has averis and bring him into schos. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema but he wasn't medaktik, what does that mean? He said all the words, but perhaps 2 of the words were connected to each other. The Gemara gives examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like al levavecha. They both, Al ends with the lamed, and levavecha starts with the lamed. If you say quickly, it sounds like al levavecha. With al, you're supposed to stop in between. As you'll see in the Sidurim, there's a stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Lemadatam. It should be limud tam. Gemara brings another example like Esav b'sadcha, 2 bases. Va'avatem mehera, 2 mems. And Taisus brings down also the v'chara af. If you say it quickly, it sounds like v'charav. So you should make a stop. V'chara af. And also Taisus talks about tizkiru, which people are very makbet to say the zayin tizkiru, that it shouldn't sound like tizkiru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, they will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Uchsavtom, Ksiva Tama. There was a Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillin, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, no, that's only by a saita. We take out all the instructions and we just put in the curses, because over there it says Alex. And there's no Gzer Shava between saita to our sugya, because it says Uksav Tam. It should be Ksiva Tama. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Tazayin. The Gemara tells us that Rav Ami and Rav Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi Elazar who was getting married that day. Rabbi Elazar said, I'm a chassan, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. He said, if a person makes a mistake in Milah Kriya Shema, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. Is he holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha, or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha? He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha a person knows better than the other 2 parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat it. Says the Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first pasuk of Kriya Shema they stop working and they concentrate on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first parak. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down in Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned, and they're able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he davens Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Havinenu. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first 3 brachas and the last 3 brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas HaMazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanon, you don't have to say. When it comes to Birkas HaMaiti, since it's only the Rabbanon, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim, he shouldn't do it. As we learned in the beginning of the Masechta, ha'isek b'mitzvah patur min mitzvah. If somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says v'shivtecha b'veisecha. And from uvelechtacha b'derech, we learned that a chassan who's not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula, therefore he is patur from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, he's chayiv in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an avel, he lost a loved one, and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, and he's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. A person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. Gemara tells us that Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who's muhsab, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not muhsab, according to Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechavan," and chacham say that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An aval who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an istinus, somebody who's spoiled, he likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the isser of rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbana. Because the first day is the isser deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, then it's only isser Rabbanon, and Rabbanon were makbid when it came to an istinus. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avelim and say Hamakim Yenachem. We don't say Hamakim Yenachem, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody that loses a slave? We say Hamakim Yemalech Esreincha, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no hespedim that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiveneman v'nehenem yigyoi. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham disagree, and they say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mr. or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a chashav slave, and then you could give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 avos, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. We have 4 imais, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of our avos, because the chashivas is up to 3 avos and 4 imais. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei, says the Gemara, he'll have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and the Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And with time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: Yiratzim Efanecha Hashem Elokeinu, that we should have a hava, a achva, v'reis, v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yetzer Tov, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use rachamim and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and invesun osecha. Reb Zera would say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, shlei nechta v'lei nevosh, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Reb Chi would say, Yiratzim v'necha shetei terascha u'monoseinu, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say on Rish Chodesh, Yiratzim v'necha Hashem Elokeinu shetitin lanu chayim arukim, a long life, chayim shel shalom, shel taiva, shel bracha, shel parnasa, chil tzatzamayis, chayim sheyesh b'hem yiras chet. We should have bushu chlima, we should have wealth, we should have ahavas Torah and Yerushalayim, and chayim sh'temal alonis kol mishalis lebin al taiva. Rabbi would say, Yiratzim ufanecha shetatzilenu me'azi panim. A lot of people insert that in the davening. Me'azis panim, me'adam ro, me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. Whether it's a guy or a non-guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he would still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Mir Hashem, will continue with the rest of the tefillos. Have a wonderful day. Daf Yud Zayin, we're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Amoraim inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. Rav Safar would say, "Rebbeinu Shalom, please put peace between the Malachim and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between Talmidei Chachamim and between people that learn Torah Lishma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their covet. And those who learn Torah Shalei Lishma, they should have the schos to learn eventually Torah Lishma." According to one opinion, Alexander used to say, "Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're already putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner, and don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim." According to another, Alexander said, "It's our will to do your will, but what's preventing us? So should be Isa, the Sahara, and Shibud Malchiyos, the fact that we're in Galus. Please take those two things away, and we'll behave properly." Rabbi used to say, what we say on Yom Kippur by Vidui, I shouldn't have been, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And he wrote something that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, "Save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy." Rav Shai says, and this is what we say when you have a Tainis Yachad, he'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we would be makriv korbanos on the Mizbeach, and we would only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This Tainis that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a korban, and be mechaper. And then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanoim and Amoraim used to say. Rabbi would say, when he finished Iyov, says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, Ashri Mi Shigala Bat Torah V'Amoli Bat Torah. Praiseworthy is the person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, V'Oisa Nachas Ruach L'Yotzroi, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Toiv Shem, B'Shem and Toiv, a good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. Reb Meir would say, Akash Baruch Hu tells people, Gemor B'Libcha, try to understand my ways. Mahu Rachum, Akatorachum, etc. V'Lishka Dadasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act b'kedusha b'tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaretz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one, says the Gemara. That's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of schar as that other person because you had the same intent. Abai used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Yitzhahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger. And a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do Maisim Tovim and Shuvah. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person who taught him the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. We're talking about a different type of Lishma, a person who learns Torah. Shalei Lishma, Lekanter, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better, they shouldn't have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, puruvu. We're not going to be jealous of each other. There's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and bask in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are they Zoichat Olam Haba? And how are they Zoichat to protection according to the Vilna Gaon? And the Gemara answers, by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, Daf Yomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they shear in the Torah and Olam Haba. Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlok
on Big O using the party thing.
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you follow each other?
Yeah, they followed me. I gotta go on my main page, go on my back. Get my cake. I know my cake is coming. I need my cake. Somebody called me. Oh God, I gotta see about this damn toe. Okay. I'm happy. Yeah, I gotta go on my name page too. I got a back of the name. Now my name because one of these people in the box had gifted me. I ain't having it. I gotta gift them. So sweet.
So have you followed them back on your main page yet?
No, I gotta go over there. I'm gonna do that. My best friend, not the one y'all have, but my other one, and my first one. My first best friend, my second best friend. That's who's getting married. But my first best friend had college that's my big phone.
And what it's able to do is detect objects like vehicles, persons, buildings, utilities, containers, trucks, gas tanks, diggers, solar panels, buses, probably more to come. But I just want to put this out here because this technology is available right now. It has been available. And this is just the latest version that was released today, January 2nd, 2025. And
what you doing, Rabbi? Watching the game?
No, that'll be on later. I am. You're good. I'm watching. I'm on Reddit, but I'm also perfecting my Roblox. And I had somebody come in earlier today. They were really nice. All right, did you follow those people back?
What people back?
The people from Bago.
I just told you. Yes, I followed the host. I followed the people that followed me. But that girl didn't follow me back. Yes, I followed them back. Yes. I followed them. I got to follow me back on my main page, too.
Okay.
On my
Have you followed anybody on TikTok? I know you said that you do it, but I don't know if it banned you for 24 hours. Not banned you, but delayed you for 24 hours or just a few hours. How many people can you follow at once?
No. Because I haven't been on TikTok. I've been on Big O.
All right, we'll try it on Kick now. You got work to do, girl.
There we go. That's fine now. There we go. Following people. There we go. No funny. No funny. All right.
What kind of cake did you? Okay, what kind of cake did you get?
My aunt got us a caramel cake we got Sunday, and we don't eat it every day because we can't get around that cake every day. So we had eaten it for dinner because we had our lunch and we had a big lunch at McDonald's. So I'll eat the Chick-fil-A tomorrow. I sell it. So we go, okay, that's our cake. We can't get him a lot. If we get him a lot of, like we got vitamin or something like that, he tends to go to the bathroom and we don't want to clean up that mess.
I got you. Well, caramel cake sounds wonderful.
Yeah, you had it before?
Not that I know.
Caramel cake is good.
I like caramel.
You do?
Oh yeah. It's got to be. It's up there with chocolate.
Yeah. Try again tomorrow, yeah. We're going to get you some more.
How many are you at now?
I got 58,000 right now.
All right. Well, that's still good.
Yeah. I was in my main account, so I ain't got no. But what? I do that, people do. I will be right back, Rabbi. I'm not going anywhere. I just put myself on mute, okay?
Okie dokie.
Like is in the pasuk, Alufenu Misubalim. Alufenu means our leaders, Misubalim. We take the burden. One man says Alufenu is that they're our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufenu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Toifel and Doeg. And we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk, Abirei Leiv Harchaykim Tzedakah. Who are these Abirei Leiv? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak, that they could sustain themselves. They don't need to come on Kaviyachal Hakadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Gemara brings that Rav Chanina, the famous Paschal, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some charuvim, where the entire world is sustained because of him. The other pshat is that Abiri Leiv is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gevinim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, before Rosh Hashanah. Tosfos even brings that a flume of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do tshuva, they didn't become Gerim. And the Gemara goes on to say that there's a machlokes. Well, we know you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you shouldn't do malacha. But if you're a Talmid Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act like a Talmid Chacham. Is that considered metzik yura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chassan who doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say everybody knows that he has a job. And the reason why he's not working is because he's acting as a balgaiva. And basically, that finishes. With that, we finish the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Misha Mesoy, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're pulled from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's a machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you. And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Brachas Dav Yud Ches. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called loig l'rash, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not allowed to walk 4 amas within the dead, or in a cemetery next to kvarim, and say Kriya Shema, Dam Shemona Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillim, etc. You're not allowed to hold a Sefer Torah in your hand and read from the Sefer Torah. It says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Torah Bal Peh. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzis outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompanied HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead, and then you eat. As an oval, it's also to be mesiv, it's also to lean, it's also to eat meat and drink wine. And you shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishonah, not a bracha Achrona. According to other Rishonim, it's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to be mitziyu. And according to Rashi, other people don't have to be mitziyu with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine. And the machlokes is whether or not you're chayiv in oina. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's oisig b'mitzvah, and therefore he's pater from all the mitzvahs. He's pater from Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemona Esrei, etc. There's machlokes in the Gemara what that means exactly. Rav Papa says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's osek b'mitzvah. But once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv there's no longer a ptur to do other mitzvahs. According to Rav Ashi, you see by Avram Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, the Torah considers it as if Sarah was in front of him. He's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's potter from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the aron, the pallbearers? They are all potter from Shemoneh Esrei. The ones that are in front of the aron, they haven't had a chance to hold the aron yet. They are potter from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held onto the aron, they want to hold it again, they must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also Isaac mitzvah, Padim and mitzvah. If they have a chance to say the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. And if they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Hamakim Menachem, and giving them the words of comfort, they are Padim and Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are Chayiv in Kriya Shema. What about those, the Shomer, the people that watch the body? It seems like from the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered Isaac mitzvah. They are Pater from a mitzvah. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, there's machlokes whether there are mice or not. If that's a concern, according to one man the Omar, it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man the Omar, both of them should go to the side once Zman Kriya Shema comes and say Kriya Shema. There's an isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat it with respect. And the same halacha applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey. The same thing with the Sefer Torah. Unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about Loig L'Rush, now to poke fun at a dead person. What does he understand? Comes out of Maskanas HaSugya that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means his neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a malach called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people could get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They could get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi Chia were wondering if their father, who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemaim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's a pasuk? Dead people don't know anything. Says the other one, you didn't learn right pshat. V'hamesim is referring to the Rishayim. They're in this world. They're not concerned about death. But tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But tzaddik is always concerned about Olam Haba and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Benoyahu ben Yehoyada, that there's nobody like him in the first mikdash and the second mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was toivel in the ice. He cut open the ice and was toivel inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sifra de Beirav, which is the hardest sefer, says Taisus, in one day, in one short winter day. Says the Gemara, an amazing story. There's once a chassid. Usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Rabbi Yehuda bar Ilai or Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery. And we're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two ruchais, two young girls that were nifter. They were talking to each other. He said, let's fly around the world. Let's see what's going on. Behind the mechitza where HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with the Shekhinah. Says one, I cannot fly. I'm buried in Machzel Shulchanim in reeds. The Tzlach explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Said, she tells her friend, you go out there, tell me what you hear. And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants Revi Rishayna, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Revi'ah, and then comes the third Revi'ah 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Revi Rishayna, he planted in the Revi Shniya, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of Kfars, and sure enough, he hears the two ruchai saying, let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm in Machzel Shekanim. So you come back and tell me. And she said, I heard that whoever plants in the second Revi'ah, the Shiddah find that he was going to come and ruin the crop. So he planted in the first, and therefore he made money. Everybody else lost their crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the paraglide, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother, and she said, I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shel Kanim. Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the ruach saying, let's go fly around. And one ruach said to the other, I cannot fly because the live people are already saying, they're making fun of my mother that she buried me with Machzel Shel Kanim. So you see that the dead do know. Says the Gemara, perhaps somebody who was nifter, told her. Zihiri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard it from Duma the Malach that announces. The Gemara says that Avud the Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. They called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the Bisakfaras, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi hurt his Rabbi by not going to the shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter soon. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual here in Shemayim. So he said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It was a sandwich. Our money, the Yisrael's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal. And in fact, they returned the money. Upon you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a chashuv person. They announced it in Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yotes. We had the other day that Rabbi Yonasan was walking in the cemetery and his tzitzis were dragging on the graves, and he was told, Loig l'rosh, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi Yonasan himself retracted, because Rabbi Yonasan says that Kadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tell the Avos of Avram Yitzchak Yaakov that I kept my promise, I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Avram Yitzchak Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. The Gemara says perhaps they don't really care. Just Kadosh Baruch Hu wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Avram Yitzchak Yaakov so that Avram Yitzchak Yaakov can have a karsat to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rock. What does that mean? Machlokes. Either they don't care, or they don't know. However, if you speak about an Adam Chashuv, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and a pole pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself hears that you spoke about the Chashuv person, but not necessarily that the Chashuv person heard it and knows that you said something about it. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi says that if you speak about a Talmid Chacham, even if the Talmid Chacham is in peace in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi said that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Kadosh Baruch Hu or other things, and they put him in Nidu. They put him in Cherem, excommunication. Rabbi Loza says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbalah b'Mahalal says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her of having an affair and they give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyares and a Meshuchreres. That's what Kabbalah b'Mahalal holds. The fact that Shmai and Naftali, who were Gerim, did it, gave Mayim HaMa'arim, they did the Saita for a Guyares, says the Kabbalah b'Mahalal, that was fake water. It was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Nidui. Says Rabbi Yehuda, that's not true. Akav ben Mahala was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, it couldn't have been Akav ben Mahala. It was, in fact, Elazar ben Chanoich, who made fun of the concept of Netilas Yadayim, and they put him in Nidui. And in fact, when Elazar ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Megius Daitoi Klapamala. He speaks improbably towards the Rebbeinu Shalom, like such as Choni Ma'agel. Choni Ma'agel, his name is Choni Ma'agel because Choni sat and he drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. And he said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Shelach said, if you weren't Choni, I would put you in Cherem. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zeicher of Korban Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shelach said, you deserve Cherem, because people are going to think now they can eat kachim outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noyim, Rabbi Lazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a klicheres, an earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chopped it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Rabbi Lazar holds it's tar. Chacham say it's not tar. Rabbi Lazar tried to prove it to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A baskel came out of Shemaim and said Rabbi Lazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him to Nidui and he died in a cherem. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did Yeshua lady say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, the individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbim, and he fought really hard, and that is deserving of cherem. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of neither. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to Zman Kriyishma. People might miss Zman Kriyishma, unless it's Adam Chashav like Rav Yosef, and they took him out right before Zman Kriyishma. People listening to a hesped or Isaac Mitzvah, it's also Lagil Rush to go out, they should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Kriyishma, comes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they could all say Kriya Shema together, and the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, Harbe Chatasi, I sinned a lot, and you didn't even give me HaKadosh Baruch Hu what I deserve, 1 out of 1,000. Says Abaye, you don't speak like that. That's you shouldn't talk like that, because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying Amakim Yanachem Eskem to the Avel. The outer row is not part from Kriya Shema. However, the Gemara qualifies and says if the outer row can see and can be heard, the Avel can hear him, so he is part of the Nichum Avelim and he's part from Kriya Shema. The Gemara brings the pasuk Ein Chachma ve'Ein Tfuna ve'Ein Eitzel leNeged Hashem. When it comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem and it's a Chil Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a Chashav person is wearing shatnas, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment if he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. The Gemara goes through different cases. Why is shatnez different in all these cases? Maspas the Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanan were not geyser their gzeira when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Beis HaPras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, Midrabanan, if you're on the way to be Makar, you could get on all 4, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only Midrabanan, because if it was the Rais, you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Avel decides, he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a Kohen can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the Avel. Same thing for the covet, to give proper honor to kings, even Goyish kings, where it says that Rabbi Lazar Tzadok, who was a Kohen, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a pesach tefach, there's a full tefach of ear between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and you don't have that tefach. That's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not chayshish for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper, and in the time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's tzitzis ripped, now he only has 3 tzitzis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carmelis, which is a shvus d'Rabbanan, he can leave it on. Then we have the pasuk that says, V'salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're a kohen and you're a Beis HaKfaris, you're an old person, and it's not in your honor to take care of it, or you earn more money than it would take to give it back, you're potter. Why shatnez is any different? The answer is because it says v'salamta. There's a special meal dafka in these 3 cases. And a nazir who's a kohen gadol, so he's a nazir and a kohen gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shach the korban pesach, he does not become tamei. But if there's a meis mitzvah, they find a dead person who's nobody's taking care of, then even a kohen gadol nazir should become tamei. Why shatnez is different? And the answer is because we're discussing sheval kaisa by Mila and Korban Pesach, and it wasn't said by Tumah. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Chav. Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is it that the previous generations, they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being bitzar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda only learned Nezikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Bavitziva, Vasra. We learn all Shisha, says Mishnah. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rav and Shmuel's Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tumah into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? The pshat is that the previous generations, they were meiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be meiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Bar Ahava was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a Goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Masun, which sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mesiras Nefesh, to put oneself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says the Rav Gidl will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to be toivel can ask him questions about tefillah. They ask him, what about Yetzer Hara? He says, the women appeared to me like white geese. I don't have a Yetzer Hara. Rabbi Yochanan would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women could stare at his beauty and they could have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bava Metzia says, they could be gedolim in Torah like Rabbi Yochanan. They asked Rabbi Yochanan, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet, from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yid Gula Rayiv, he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Eshes Peitifar will not be Nizoik from Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Ketanim are patur from Kriyishma and Tefillin. Even if the Katan is of the age of Chinuch, he's patur from Kriyishma because we don't want his father to be worried about the son's Kriyishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and he can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin, a Katan, we're concerned, won't have a guf naki, a clean body. Women, as we know, are patur from all mitzvahs aseish azman grom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriyishma is a specific time, in the morning, in the evening, they are patur from Kriyishma. Women are patur from Tefillin. And the Chiddush is that I would think that they would be chayiv in Tefillin because there's a hekesh between Tefillin and mezuzah. And in the mezuzah they are chayiv. Kamashwan, women are patur from Tefillin. Now, they are chayiv in a mezuzah. Why? Because in a mezuzah it says the man yirbu yimeichem. Mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that a mezuzah they would be patur because it says l'matim is oisim is b'neichem, and then right afterwards uchsaftam there's a hekesh, just like they're patur from Torah. They should be patur from mezuzah. Kamashwan, they're chayiv in mezuzah. A woman is chayiv in Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is erev boiker v'tzarayim, it says man grama. Nevertheless, because of the rachamim, they're chayiv. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayiv midaraisa or midarabanan, but they're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, the chayiv midaraisa because it says zachar v'shamar, shamar v'zachar. Whoever's chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv d'rabanan. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening, in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah aseish as my grama. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. The Gemara wanted to prove that perhaps because a Hamazon of a woman is a deraisa because she can be mighty to her husband. So the Gemara, that's not a raya, because in the same place it says that a katan could be mighty to his father, and a katan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a sevilla satiating achila, and therefore the katan can be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told Rabbi, it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take pride, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Pana Beilecha. Says Rabbi Shalom, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say Birkas Hamazon when v'achalta v'savata, if you're satiated, and they were machmer on themselves, and they say Birkas Hamazon even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a kazayis like Rabbi Meir. That's why I show favoritism to them. The machlokes, the Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Keri cannot learn Torah. Ezra was misaken that they have to be Toivel. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Keri? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkas Kriya Shema. And when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi. And Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Maharer. Rabbi Yehuda says no. About Keri, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. The machlokes between Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur, contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Ravina, it has the same effect. So why does about Keri only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because when we guys, just like we said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hirur lav Kedibur. So if so, why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say Kriya Shema. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be Isaac and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Chof Aleph. We learned that a Balkari who must say something midoraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon, he has to think it in his head. Whereas Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanon, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is deraisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, Ve'ochalta, you eat, V'savata, and you're satiated, Uve'rachta, and you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, Ki Shem Hashem Ekro, I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klai Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamaitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanon, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachomer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamaitzi before you eat. Kavachomer. If you make a Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkas Hamaitzi before you eat. And the answer is, they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anah yet. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into Chaye Olam. This brings you to Olam Haba. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned up until this point, that Kriya Shema is only midrabanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, V'yatziv, it's the Iraisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said V'yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in brachas? B'shach b'chov kumecha teaches us that he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says, no, B'shach b'chov kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The chiyuv of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So l'chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see l'chayra that it's only midrabanan, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person that Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema he already mentions Yitzias Mitzrayim, and Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has Omach Hashemayim and Yitzias Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Rabbi says no. Kriya Shema is Doiraisa. Therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he could repeat a Shmona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shmona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shmona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei, all of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, oi, I'm saying Slach Lana in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur, Chacham said you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish, because he has no chiyuv to say it. Afal Pikein, nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he daven b'yichidus, he comes into the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, he could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's a tefillas and dava, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into a shul, and this is halachah l'maaseh, he comes into the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, this is machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to, the chazan gets to Maidim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is, you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody bows and does Maidim, because then it looks like you don't agree to the Maidim. But according to Rav Chizda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we, the paskin, that a person can't say Kedusha by himself, l'chayra comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. There's machlokes whether you could stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehei Shmei Rabba. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you could. We don't pass in halacha like that. Taisus brings down that today we think about it. Shemei Ka'ayna, Taisus asks a question, then it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in Taisus and see the halacha. About Keri is usher to learn Torah. How do we know it? From the concept called smuchim, since there's a pasuk in regard to Balkari that's next to a pasuk that says the isser of learning Torah, so we make the connection, it's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And in the smuchim that the Tanna Kama learns, in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a machashef aleisachaya, a witch, you can't keep alive. So we learn it, the misa that she has, beskila, we learn from a behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Ovi Yadayim because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet, when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because he learns it from smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach ishes eshes aviv v'lo yigale knaf aviv. Lo yigale, Rabbi Yehuda learns, is talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Keri, who saw Keri. A nida that was pilot zera. And a woman after relations who had zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go to the mikvah. It's mashma. It's only in these three cases that Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Keri without any side effect, any ziva, plita, etc., just a pure about Keri? Perhaps he holds that he has to go to the mikvah. The Gemara comes out and says no. At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Keri is usher to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are Derabanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Chav Beis. The Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given be'emo, be'yira, be'reses, be'zeya, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear and trepidation with trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to be tamei, but it wasn't his fault, he became a zav, a mitzaira, ba'al anida by mistake, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes tamei through keri, which is an issue of kalus roish, there's actually 7 shitas here. The Tanna Kamma says it's also for him to learn Torah at all. It came through kalus roish, and Torah is only bereses b'zeya. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser that says that Torah cannot become tamei. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in a state of tum of keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser. Fire is not mekabel tumah, Torah is not mekabel tumah. And then you have 5 shitas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yonasan that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can be farish Mishnayos, just don't learn Gemara. Then you have Rabbi Nassim ben Avsham says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu when it brings a pasuk. Rabbi Kiva says don't learn Medrash. And some say in Rabbi Kiva he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. Okay, Bal Keri is also to go into base Medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person who's Bal Keri can learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was machmir. When he taught his Talmidim, he was toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world to paskin like the 3 skated. The one halacha, like we just said, like Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseir, that when it comes to Bal Keri, he can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, he's mekel. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soira, barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on Kalayim. Whereas the Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the chiyuv of Reishis Hagez to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kayin is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zeiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Bal Keri, or he said they were mevatel netilas yadayim. Like we learned, Rav Chizda said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening Shemon Esrei b'tzibur, or at time. The Gemara tells us that Nocham Ish Gamzu whispered to Rabbi Kiva this coming halacha. And Rabbi Kiva whispered it to Ben Azai, and Ben Azai either announced it in public or he whispered it to his Talmidim. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisho Kavim, when one is toivel for a keri, he doesn't necessarily have to go into a mikvah with 40 sa. He could pour upon himself 9 kavim, like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we're going to see later on, Van Omer holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go into a mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah, and you can't pour the 40 sa on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? On the tzad that it was announced in public? Because this tefillah of keri caused a lot of bittul Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah until you find the mikvah. Or people in Revatel from Pru Revu. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And if he said it in secret, it's because he didn't want his Talmidim to be with their wives like Tarnagoyim, like chickens. Rabbi Yani says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of keri, some are mekel, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yamim. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 kav of water pouring, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sa? Says the Gemara, because Chachamim made it together. There was a story where somebody was about to be over an avera, and the woman told him, if you're over the avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 sa, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chacham instituted that you have to have arba'im sa. Rav Huna holds that a Bal Keri could be toivel, b'chamim, meaning in mayim shuvim, doesn't have to be rainwater. Rav Chizda says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 sa of rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so his Talmidim could use it for keri. So they told him, what do you mean? Rabbi Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the keri came against his will, he could use 9 kavim. But your Talmidim, yes, a Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person, they're typically weak. But it wasn't la'insa, it was margil. He brought the keri upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the kli. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's kli was broken. Though, according to people in Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because in Usha they said the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself keri, like a Talmid Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the Keri came against his will, doesn't even need to be toivel at all. Ezra was misakin the tefillah for Keri, and he said you have to go to the mikveh with 40 saw. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tumah came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also misakin something, and that's the 9 saw, the 9 kav. And according to Rava, Ezra wasn't misakin that. It's Chachamim were misakin the 9 kav in such a case. Rava says lahalacha, somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah need 40 saw. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, la'inus, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both potter without anything, not even 9 saw. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody that's teaching Torah and he's healthy or he's sick, but he brought it upon himself, needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 saw. And some are mechulik and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that about Keri needs dafka, karka, it has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be in a kli, it could be like in a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words mikol makam, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use, according to Rabbi Yehuda, mayim shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be rainwater. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rav Papa says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was telling me, but I used 9 kavim. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people, you need 40 saw. And I, in fact, was tummy, but I used 40 saw.
What up, girl?
Says Rav Huna,
how's life living in the promised land?
Fucking shit.
Why is that?
Fuck Bibi Netanyahu. Fuck Bibi Netanyahu.
All right, girl. Calm down. All right. I understand. I get you. How are things going in your neck of the woods? How's life? How are you?
Great. Very great.
Excellent. What are your hobbies?
Thank you.
What are your hobbies, girl? What do you like to...
Don't call me girl, I'm a boy. I'm a guy.
Wait, so you are a guy?
Yes, I'm a special kind of guy.
All right. Did you have a bar mitzvah?
No, there was an issue.
Okay, so you didn't have a bar mitzvah. All right. Are you in transition?
No, I'm trans. I'm transgender.
Okay, you're transgender. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so that's a hobby. How's that been?
Great.
Okay, excellent. So were you a girl and now you're becoming a guy?
Yes.
Okay, well then you need tefillin. Tefillin. And you need to stuff. Oh, you don't have tefillin. You don't have tefillin and all of it. Okay.
In the IDF.
Oh, so do you have to serve in the IDF?
He still does. No, I got a pass because I was in special education.
Okay.
Because I'm autistic.
All right. That's all right. So what do you like to do?
I love to draw furries.
You love to draw furries. Okay, that's cool. So do you want to learn how to become a man?
I mean, I already know how to punch and fight and beat up whoever I need to beat up.
Do you know how to don tefillin? Tefillin?
Nope.
Well, that's like the first step. That's what you learn when you're bar mitzvah. So if you really want to be a man, then you get some tefillin, some kosher tefillin. But that's okay.
Actually, I'm a secular Jew.
Yeah, yeah, I understand, but you still need them. But I get it. That's cool. We'll let 5,000.
Actually Rothschild?
Yeah, that's my last name. And you've already made it clear that you hate me. Oh, we're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, 10,000 of us globally. I thought you didn't. I thought you didn't need money. I thought you had everything that you needed.
No, I need money.
Okay, very well. So, are you on? You were a girl. Now you're becoming a boy, or you've become a boy. Do you date women?
I did this one to woman.
All right. Was she hot?
Very.
Oh, good on you. And she knew about your whole transition and everything?
No, I was just gay.
Oh, okay. That's cool. And then you decided, you know what? Being a lesbian isn't good enough. I want to be a boy.
No, I'm just shitting.
Just shitting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just talking shit.
You're just talking shit. So you weren't a lesbian.
No, I'm gay. I'm gay as hell.
Okay, so you are a lesbian. Did you have a hot girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened to her?
She was my first high school girlfriend, so yeah.
So you snuck in there and you stole your friend's high school girlfriend? All right. Well, there are a lot of layers of this onion.
Let me solve this for you. I wasn't tummy at all. Let me bench. Says Gemara, one more halacha. Rav Chama was toivel in 40 saw Erev Pesach because he's mighty other people. Says Gemara, the halacha is not like him.
This motherfucker says you got to do one thing and another thing, and then you guys are all over there with, bathing in rainbows. What the fuck? No one knows what to do. I'll keep everybody in mind. So, hey, Rabbi, in your halakhic opinion, what should this person be doing? Well, they should do whatever they want to do, but if they want to be a dude, they need to fill in. Tefillin.
If a person is in the middle of Shemana Esrei and he realizes that he forgot, he's about carry. He doesn't just walk away from Shemana Esrei. Rather, he should finish off Shemana Esrei, but be bekatzer. He should shorten every single bracha. He should say the beginning and the end and take out everything in between. If a person is about kaireh, he's laning from a Torah, and he realizes that he's about carry, he should say everything really quickly. And according to Rameir, he can only say 3 psukim and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else lane. It's usher to daven in front of waste, excrement. So if he sees waste, he should turn his back to it and make sure that he's at least 4 amos away, approximately 8 feet away. And if he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to his side 4 amos. If a person is davening and realizes that he davened while there was waste right next to him, he's considered a chayta, a sinner. According to Rabbi, he does not have to repeat Shemana Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat his Shemana Esrei again. If a person has a medical condition, he has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he continues with the Shemana Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemana Esrei, then he must repeat the whole Shemana Esrei. Like any other tefillah, if a person stops, regardless for what reason, he must repeat the whole Shema or Shemana Esrei. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to say the whole Shemana Esrei. According to one man, the Omar, he's a gavra dachui. In other words, he shouldn't have started davening anyways. If he came to the situation where he's at, that means when he started davening, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't, his whole tefillah is no good, and he has to repeat it. According to one man, the Omar, he doesn't have to repeat his davening. And now, this brings us to Daf Gimel Amud Aleph. If a person needs to relieve himself, he has to go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes. He can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to walk one parsa. Then his tefillah is a Eva. He must repeat his entire davening. But if he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he could start his davening lichatchila. The pasuk says, "Shmor raglecha kasher telech el beis Elokim." So one shot is you should watch your body. It should be clean. When you go daven in beis Elokim, you go to shul. Make sure you have a clean body. And Ravashi, the other Madama says, be careful not to sin. Don't be chayta, because then you'll have to bring a carbon to Beis Elokim. He's referring to the Beis Elokim. The continuation of the pasuk is miteis hatzilim zeva. Don't bring a carbon like a fool. Meaning, a fool doesn't know why he's bringing a carbon. Perhaps he has to bring a chatas, and he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara. He won't have the right tshuva. If a person is wearing tefillin shorosh, he has tefillin on his head. According to Ravina, he could go relieve himself katanan, and according to Rava, it's aser. Why? Because he might come to go for g'dayla. If this bathroom is a beis hakisei kavua, meaning it's a permanent place and there's a lot of waste everywhere in those days, we're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach this beis hakisei 4 amas before you get there. Now, what do you do once you get there? That will seize machlokes. According to Basil, you can hold your tefillin in your hand. According to Rabbi Kiva, you wrap it up in your clothing and you hold your clothing with it. If it's a beis hakisei aray, it was never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 amas before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a beis hakisei kavua. Now you cannot put your tefillin on until you move away 4 amas from that place. According to Rishamai, what you do with your tefillin is there's a wall separating the beis hakisei from the Rosh Hashanah, where everybody's walking. It's a busy place, so you put your tefillin on the shelf facing everybody else in the Rosh Hashanah. The issue with that is that somebody come and snatch the tefillin. And the Gemara tells us a story that once a Zoyna walked by and she grabbed the tefillin, she ran to the Beis HaMedrash, and she told people, "Where's this boy that owes me money?" That boy, obviously, he wasn't over the Avera, but she lied, and he was so embarrassed that he threw himself off the roof. From then on, they said, you should not put your tefillin in the Rosh because somebody might take it. The issue of putting your tefillin on the inside part of the wall is because inside it's quieter and there are a lot of rodents and they might take your tefillin as well, and that's the desire for the tefillin. Therefore, it says, Beis Hillel, you must hold your tefillin in your hand. So what do? You take the tefillin in your right hand and you put it against your heart. You roll them up and you have to make sure that the ritzuas don't come out of your hand one tefach, because the ritzuas have a in them. The tefillin shel yad has a yud. The tefillin shel rosh has a dalet. Together with the shin on the tefillin shel rosh that spells shakai, the name of the Kodesh Baruch Hu, it has special kedusha. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin afterwards. There's still daytime left. But if it's night, this is the last time you're taking off your tefillin, you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hand. They must put it in a bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has 1 tefach of air in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity, and then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, then even if it has less than a tefach, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take a jar and you put food in it, and you bring it into a room where there's a dead body, it's not makabel tum as long as there's a slight amount of air in there, says Taisvas, because you don't need a full tefach in that situation. And this brings us to Amud Beis. The Gemara tells us 2 different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Yochanan and Rav Nachman, when they came, they approached the restroom, they would give their sefer of Agadata to the Talmidim, but they didn't give their tefillin to the Talmidim. They preferred to hold the tefillin by themselves inside the restroom. They said, since there's a heter, they still give us a heter to bring tefillin into the restroom, they prefer to bring the tefillin into the restroom because that gives them a shmira, a protection from azikin. During davening, the Gemara tells us you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand, you're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. The Taz says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hand because this will reduce your concentration during Shemoneh Esrei. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body, and it could bring a bazayin to tefillin. There's a concept of tznius, when one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself 2 tefachim in the front and 1 tefach in the back. A woman, only 1 tefach in the back and nothing in the front. If a beis hakisei, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of ketanim on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold your tefillin in your hand. Whereas if it's a beis hakisei aray, It's more chomer than a Beis HaKisei Kavua because since the ground is very hard, we're concerned that maybe there'll be nitzotzos, something will splash on the leg, and you're mechuyev to wipe it down, and you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand. If a person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal, a sudas keva, he doesn't want to get up and build a meal to go to the restroom. He has guests and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 amas, approximately 20 feet, and every time try to go to the bathroom. Do this 4 times, or 10 times, 4 amas. This is machlokes whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table, or do you take off your tefillin by the table and put them on the table, and that's the cover for the table. Everybody agrees, though, that for Birkas Hamazon, you should wear your tefillin. In those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Birkas Hamazon. If every person designated a pouch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also put his tefillin in there, so he has 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. According to Abaya, even if he never put his tefillin in, as long as he thought that it's for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside your tefillin bag. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf chav daled. In order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to put your tefillin between your mattress and your pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But the halacha is like Shmuel. To put your tefillin underneath your feet, that would be a complete disrespect to the tefillin, and that's usher. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say the halacha is like Shmuel, but he paskins that halacha is like Shmuel. So he told his Talmud Rav Amnuna, go get my tefillin. When his Talmud Rav Amnuna went to get his tefillin, he realized that the tefillin were below the pillow, not where Rabbi put his head, and that his wife went to the mikveh the night before. In other words, even in a situation of ishtay imay, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your pillow. If 2 people were undressed and they were beneath the blanket, how do they say Kriya Shema? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely asur. If they're not facing each other, you're back to back. If it's his younger children, what exactly the age is? Machlokes in Gemara: a girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's mutter. His wife, or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's machlokes in the Brisa whether you have to put a mechitza with a talis, and he paskins Shmuel that it's a mutter without the hefsek. And according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a difference between his wife and other people. His wife is mutter, ishtei kigufay, and other people, it's asur. But there's no concern of agavais, meaning rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered an erva, and therefore you can say Kriya Shema even if they touch each other. The halacha is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, but in our freshest Chal, the Gemara is discussing, you should be standing up, making the bracha. And if a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have complete covering of his erva. But a woman, if she's sitting, it's mutter for her to make a bracha. The hairs of the erva by a man are not considered an erva, and you're allowed to say Kriya Shema in front of them. A tefach of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily erva, but anything that's typically covered, is usher for a man, even his own wife, to say Kriya Shema in front of that tefach. Now, if it's not his wife, it's usher to look at even the pinky of a woman if he does so to gaze at, to stare at, and to benefit from it. The thigh of a woman, according to the Mishnah Berurah, means above the knee. According to the Chazon Ish, means below the knee, is considered an erva. Therefore, in the way the Achronim explain, it's worse than a pinky because even if you're not staring at it to benefit, it's still usher to look at. Kol bi'isha erva, the voice, a singing voice of a woman is considered erva, and the hair of a woman, sar bi'isha erva, of a married woman, a woman who typically covers her hair, that hair is considered an erva. Gemara says it's usher to hang your tefillin by the retzuas on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the box. Is a machlokes if you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, in a tefillin bag, you're allowed to hang a tefillin bag on a peg, even though a Sefer Torah would be usher to hang by a peg. And this brings us to Amid Beis. If somebody is allowed during Shemona Esrei, he says Shemona Esrei allowed, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that's usher, because that shows that he doesn't have a munah, that Hashem hears him without him being loud. But if he's doing so because that's how he has kavanah, then it's mutter, provided that he's not in public. Because if there's other people davening Shemona Esrei and he's disturbing them, that is usher, that's tirda the tzibur. If somebody really raises his voice during Shemona Esrei, he's considered a navi sheker. If somebody burps or yawns during davening during Shemona Esrei, he's considered gasei ruach. He's a gross type of a person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good siman. Yafa, the Gemara brings a story that Reb Zera, who had a sneezing issue, he had allergies, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered a Yafa. He said, this is worth more than all my Torah. Rebbe Chanina witnessed that Rebbe burped, sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Gemara explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore he's not considered a gas ruach. When he sneezed, that's considered a typical sneeze, what we call today a sneeze from his mouth, and that's a simin yafa. When he spit, he didn't spit onto the ground, because that's considered spitting in front of a king, so he spit into his clothing, and a person who's an istinus, he could put it into his scarf, and if he's really an istinus, he could spit it behind him, and if that doesn't work, then only he spits in front of him. Rabbi Yochanan, that is, the Rebbe, he used his garment to crush allows during Shemona Esrei, and he also, when his talus fell off completely, he wouldn't return it. It's usher to put on your talus during Shemona Esrei. But when he yawned, he had manners. He put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his mouth. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it, that is usher. If you do it on purpose, that's considered a gas ruach. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do so during davening? He must walk dalet amas behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shemona Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, ask sort of for forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, "Yitzartanu nikavim nikavim chalulim chalulim bali v'du alefanecha cherpaseinu uchlimaseinu." You understand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how embarrassed we are b'chayenu in our life, u'b'achriseinu, and when we die, rima v'tileh, we're going to be maggots and worms. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemona Esrei he makes this bracha, and then he continues with his bracha with the Shemona Esrei from where he led off before. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's usher to move from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, as the pasuk says, "I will come and get you from Galus." And Rabbi Abba held that it's mutter. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Abba said, "Before I go to Eretz Yisrael, let me hear one more halacha." And this is the halacha that he heard. And you say this bracha, and you walk away. And he said, if I only came to hear this, it was worth it. If a person is in, let's say, a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, and he wants to say Kriya Shema, but it's too cold for him to poke his head out. Now you have an issue of Libay Rois Erva, Einov Rois Erva, his eyes Rois Erva, his eyes see the Erva, his heart sees the Erva. So what you do is you make a mechitza, you put some sort of cloth between your neck and the Erva, and that's enough. That goes according to the Mandama that says that it's not an issue for Libay Rois Erva. That's an issue, and you put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates a chatzitza. If a person is walking the street and there's excrement, there's soya all around, Maviyam Metunov, one man the Omer says you can put your hand on your mouth and continue saying Kriya Shema, provided that you continue to walk. If you're standing still, everybody holds that it's usher to say the Torah, and the other man the Omer says even putting your hand on your mouth doesn't work. Have a wonderful day. If a man is not wearing anything from the waist up, he may say Kriya Shema, but it's also for him to say Shemona Esrei like that because he's standing in front of the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that he's wearing his tefillin, he shouldn't just jump up and run out. That could be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But he puts his hand on his tefillin. What if a person has soya waste on his hand? According to Rav Huna, that's not a problem. The pasuk says, the parts of the body that say the praise of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, those have to be clean. In other words, the mouth and the nose. According to Rav Chisda, since it says in the pasuk, all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise, therefore every single part, including the hands, has to be clean. If the source of the smell is there, according to Rav Huna, you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the source, not so much the smell. According to Rav Chisda, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. From that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 amas. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of waste are we talking about? We're talking about human, dog, pig, and chicken waste. The Brisa says it's not really chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chickens, the chicken coop. According to Rava, the only time dog and pig waste are also to say Krishma from them is when they are used to tan hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you could see the tzaya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you, as long as you can see it, it's also to say Krishma in front of it. If it's 10 tefachim above or below you, then it's mutter to say Krishma, that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's mutter to say Krishma in front of it. But when it comes to erva, if a glass separates you in the erva, that doesn't give you a heter, because over there it's still an erva. If you have a very small amount of tsoya, kolshu, then all you need to do to cover it is you spit on it with thick spit. If the tsoya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the tsoya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's the teku whether or not you're allowed to say Kriyashma. Now the halacha is, if a mitzayra whose tummy is underneath a tree, the tree is like a tent, is like the oil, so anybody that's tar that walks underneath the tree becomes tummy. But if somebody that's tar is underneath the tree, and the mitzayra walks by the tree, the person that's tar remains tar because that's not his domain. Says the Rabbi, if so, the same thing applies to tsoya. In other words, if tsoya is moving by, then you are allowed to say Kriyashma. Only if it's stationary, it's also. Rabbi says no. When it comes to tsoya, the pasuk says where you are, you need to be in a proper place with kedusha. Since it moved by you, then in that moment it wasn't kaddish. It's also for you to say Kriyashma. A reach, a smell that doesn't have a source. So the Gemara brings an example that the yeshiva bachrim, they would sleep on these machatzales, but their friends would learn next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, he doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of reach, smell that comes from the bachrim. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Kriyashma. Now, if a person himself is the one that created that smell, he's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is meraglayim or, let's say, apple juice? It's a suffix. So even if it's in a heap of trash, where typically there's a lot of tsoya and a lot of meraglayim, it's mutter because the isra midaraisa of saying Kriyashma in front of meraglayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not also midaraisa. So therefore, Chachamim wiring geyser if you have a suffix. However, when it comes to suffix tsoya, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or tsoya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's usher. Why? Because in trash, usually you find tsoya. If it's in the house, there's a machlokes, because one number says you typically don't find tsoya in your house. What is the shear? How much meraglayim is it that it makes it also to say Kriyashma? One number says, in other words, it's so moist that if you touch it with your hand, you can make something else moist. The other number says, all you need is tefeach. As long as it makes your hand moist, it doesn't have to make something else moist. And finally, we have Geniva, who says that if you just see the outline of it on the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear in tsoya? We have a number of shear. One shear is that if it becomes hardened on the outside, it's no longer considered tsoya. The other shear says up until the point where it has cracks in it. The other shear says as if it's as hard as earthenware, and if it breaks. The halacha is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be tsoya, in order for you to be able to say Kriyashma. And this brings us to Amud Beis. It says in the Mishnah, we learn that if a person is inside the mikvah and he realizes it's time to say Kriyashma, and he doesn't have enough time to get out and get dressed, he should say Kriyashma in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about Vasikin. So it could be it goes according to Rabbi Yeshua that says that there were people called Vasikin that they were marked to say Kriyashma by Netzachama, but other people could say it up until 3 hours. The other point the Gemara makes is Now, what kind of water are we talking about? Either, according to one man, the water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your erva, or your heart and your erva, or any other part, let's say your heel and erva. Another man says, no, we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue of libai roya serva, and there's no issue of eino roya serva. La halacha, if your heel, your own heel, touches your erva, it's also the same krishma, but if your heel could, so to speak, see the erva, that's mutter to say krishma. The erva of a guy, halachically is considered erva, I would think, because it says in the pasuk, besar chamor and besar, when they have halacha of a chamor, Hamashmalon is still considered an erva. There's a concept called grafsh and reed. There's a vessel that usually contains excrement, saya, meriglaim, and now it's completely clean. Nevertheless, it's also to say kriya shema in front of it because it absorbs. It's a disgusting most clean. According to the Tanakama, the entire house, even if it's 100 amas long, it has the halacha of balad amas when it comes to halacha of saya. According to Shimi Amliel, if you have tzaya in front of the bed, that doesn't create a mechitza, and therefore you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the tzaya. If there's a bed between you and the tzaya, that creates a mechitza. What if the tzaya is below the bed? Well, very interesting halacha. If the bed is only 3 tefachim above the ground, then we have the concept called lovit, and it says if the bed is on the ground and it buries the tzaya. If the bed is 10 tefachim above the ground, then it's also the same kriya shema. And if it's between 3 and 10, the Gemara remains in a suffix. If the meriglaim are in a regular kli, so it depends. According to Rav Nachman, if you put water in the kli first, and then you pour the meriglaim on top of the water, then the meriglaim become batal drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become batal. However, if the meriglaim were in the kli first, and then you try to be mevatel with water, well, that's a machlokes, whether kol shu works or you need a revius. The other man, the Rav Yosef, says no. It's the exact opposite. If you put it in water before the meriglaim, then there's a machlokes whether you need a kol shu or a revius. But if the meriglaim were in there first, you certainly need a revius. And finally, for today, there's an isser tashmish in a house that has a sefer Torah and tefillin. You either remove the sefer Torah and tefillin from the house, or you build a mechitza if you can, that's 10 tefachim high, or you put the sefer Torah and tefillin in a double wrapping. Have a wonderful day. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be in Ramat Beit Shemesh this Shabbos, Shalom Zohar at my house, you're all invited. Nachal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's asur to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzaya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never being used, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzaya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered, sasom is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing it. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was misakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah if a person is about carry. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this sugya earlier. Person is a zav gomer, he saw 2 re'iyos even in one day. Now he has to wait shiva nakiyim, 7 clean days. During that time, he became a bal carry. Now if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already tameh. Same thing, if a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pilot, she emitted shikva zera, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish, so through tashmish she became tameh through carry, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the Torah. Rabbi Yehuda says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now, the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a nida, And that is if a person is about carry and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways. According to the Tanakama, you do need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't need. And with that, we finish the third parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadron alach mishameis. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shmoyna Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called vasikin, they would daven Shmoyna Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shmoyna Esrei up until chatzos. That's midday, and that's v'loy ad b'chlal, up until midday. And Rabbi Yehuda says up until 4 hours, shoyz maniyos, up until 4 hours, including the fourth hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says, me'uvas lo yuchal liskain. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets to daven Shmoneh Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says 2 Shmoneh Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say 2 Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say 2 Ma'ariv. And the big chiddush is in Mincha, because Mincha, saying by 2 Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you would think, Overs Manoi, Batal Korbanoi, no. Since it's davening, it's Rachamim, you could say 2 Ma'arivs because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shmoneh Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets sechar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get sechar for saying that tefillah b'zman. The continuation of that pasuk of Mu'uvas Leyuchal Liskoin is the Chesaron B'Chesron Leyuchal Limanos. And the Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be Mevakar Choyle, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's Chesaron Leyuchal Limanos. And with this, we come to Amud Beis. Chavav Amud Beis. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says 2 Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shmoneh Esrei. It's the Shmoneh Esrei of Ma'ariv of Shabbos. The issue, the inyan is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shmoneh Esrei should be a Shmoneh Esrei. It should have 18 brachas, and it's just Chachamim said not to be matridos, not to be matriachas. They made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shmoneh Esrei, you say a Shabbos Shmoneh Esrei instead of a weekday Shmoneh Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the Mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Ma'ariv of Motzi Shabbos. It's a weekday Shmoneh Esrei. What do? You say 2 Shmoneh Esreis, 2 Ma'arivs, and the first one has Abdallah in it, Atu Chanantanu, and the second one does not, because the halacha is that the Shmoneh Esrei that you're saying first should be the one that you mechuyev to. So the first one is Ma'ariv, say Ma'ariv. The second Shmoneh Esrei is Tashlumim.
Ma'ariv.
What if he reversed it? He said the first one for his mincha and the second one for.
What if you slang dick like a motherfucker like this rabbi? Huh? What would you do then? Torah. Isn't it Torah? Only if you're a jackass. Torah. Toyrah. Torah. Gotta take a piss. Aw, fuck you all. Fucking losers. Only person who loves me is a transgender woman in Israel. I guess it's a transgender man. Whatever. Yo, dog, that motherfucker and I are gonna be best fucking friends. We're gonna have a condo on Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv, motherfuckers. I gotta take a whiz. Yo, do you know how to be a man? Who already know how to be a man? I can win a fight, dude. That's not what it's like to be a man. Bro, fucking hating dominate. That's what it is. I gotta piss, motherfuckers. I gotta take a whiz. I'm e-girl champion of the world. clean colors. Fuck. I was here. Yo, dog. Psych, just did. Who's this motherfucker? Never heard of that place. Losers. Gotta take a shit. Psych, bitch.
Myra. The halacha is he has to say a third one because he's not yaitza. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down. We say that if a person says how he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso, we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha V'Ruach Amar Nagashim, or if it's saying Talmud Matar, he must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now, going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mincha Ma'ariv? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on our Avos Hakadoshim. Avram Avinu, he instituted Shachris, as it says Vayashkin. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha because it says Lifnei Sarev, and Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayolan Sham. Now, Rabbi Shua ben Levi says that it's based on the Avos, but they were Soymechet. They compared it to the Karbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzos, like the carbon tamid that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi Yehuda says up until 4 hours.
1964.
Mincha is from the time of Mincha G'dayla, meaning 6.5 hours into the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Chashecha. You learn in Rashi means until Tzesik Yechavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashatz and everything before Shkia. B'di Yeved, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzesik Yechavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven b'yechidus before Shkia than to daven with a minyan after Shkia. Mincha is like the tamid of the evening, which goes until the evening, which Rabbi Yehuda says it's until Plaga Mincha, halfway till Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Varim of the Oila that you're makriv on the Mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is Anshe Knesset Hagdoila, they were Mesakin it, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long, whereas Rabbi Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours into the day. We should hear only Psuras Taivais. Have a wonderful day.
That's what I would say to him. You gonna do one of these? I'm gonna do them all. 2007 and 11 of these bitches sucks. I go out there and slave dick like a motherfucker. Why? Why not, baby? Slime it.
Bracha is Daf Chav Zayin. According to Rabbi Yehuda, all the zmanim of tefillah are ad vad bechlal. It includes the entire hour.
You know that when
Shemona Esrei Shachris, Rabbi Yehuda says, goes until the 4th hour. That means including all of the 4th hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the 3rd, but rather it goes into the 4th until the end of the 4th hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about the zmanim Mincha for a second. We have Mincha G'dayla. If you take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts, that's called Shois Zmanim. It's not necessarily the hour that we have today. Chatzos is exactly in the middle, 6 hours in.
You motherfucker.
Plag Mincha or Mincha G'dayla is a half an hour after Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours.
Oh, dude, if that's the
Mincha Ketana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight or 2.5 hours before the nighttime. You take those 2.5 hours before the night and you divide that in half. Plag, half. That's Plag Mincha. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you could say Mincha, you could have a Mincha until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying Mincha, because it's the first part of Plag and it's the entire part of that Plag Mincha. Musaf, according to Rabbi Yehuda, goes all the way to the end of the 7th hour. Advad B'chlal. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has two tefillas in front of him,
he has a mincha because we said that mincha gdoila starts at 6.5 hours in the day. And he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first?
Nobody's playing in this game.
He says you daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven it past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba testified 5 things in Masechtas Ediyos. And we pass him like Masechtas Ediyos. One of them is that we teach a Ketana whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanan, in order that she shouldn't be hefker. In certain situations, we teach her to do miyun. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this Kana, married to a brother, and her older sister was a doila married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she falls to Yibum. She cannot fall to Yibum in this current state because there will be 2 sisters married to the Yavam. Therefore, we teach the younger one to do miyun, and she'll be a proper Yavam of the older one.
Ooh.
We also taught a testimony, that you can marry off a woman based on an Eid Echad, one witness testifying that her husband died. He also testified that they did skila to a chicken who killed a person. And that for the Sachem on his bath, it's enough to be considered old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our sugya, the Talmud was nekra 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we pass like the Yehuda that daven Shacharis 4 hours in the day, not a Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the Plag, because he holds like Rabbi Yehuda that Plag is the end of the day, and after Plag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only be Makabel Shabbos after Shkir, so you come depending on what you're training, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the other Gemara that you can do any way you choose, says the Gemara. If the entire congregation daven Shmoneh Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Ma'ariv, so what's the Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only a cloudy day. Their tefillah works because it's Kirchut Tzibura, but if the individual made a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. Rabbi sat in a Beis HaMerchatz in a sauna before the Gzeira against doing the Zeyah, and he was Mekabel, after he was Mekabel Shabbos. So first he was Mekabel Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then he taught Torah. Rabbi Yerim Ba'abba, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rab, he davened Mincha of Friday behind Rab, who was davening Ma'ariv of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rab didn't take his 3 steps back, he didn't do his Shalom because Rabbi Yirmiyah was still davening Shmoneh Esrei. You learn out that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take the steps back, you're disturbing him, whether it should be agreeing that the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 amas of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why Rabbi Yirmiyah was allowed to daven behind Rab is because he was also his friend. He's a Talmud Chaver. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind his Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to leave Tzai Yisrael. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud and you answer him back like you answer a regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem Mayri, that also causes the Shekhinah to go. And if a Talmud only goes to Yeshiva without asking permission to get Shiurim, that's when he sounds the Shekhinah. Lahalacha, a person could make an early Shabbos and commit Kiddush before nightfall, as long as he eats Kiddush afterwards. Shmuel says that a person could daven Motzi Shabbos on Shabbos itself and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rab, they said that Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Ma'ariv Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, there was a palm tree. And it wasn't Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi, it was a Rabbi Elazar bar Yossi. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos on Shabbos, rather it was Shabbos on Motzei Shabbos.
Why could that not be?
My point is whether the Ma'ariv is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. And the Gemara brings, and therefore our Mishnah says, Ein Lo Keva, our Mishnah holds that it's not a field. And the Gemara brings a very famous story that Reb Shimon bar Yochai asked Rabbi Yeshua, do you have to daven Ma'ariv or not? And he said
It's a rishos.
Actually, that'd be really
And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi, and Rabbi Gamliel said it's a chayva. He said, wait a minute, Rabbi Shua said it's not a chayva. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody came to the Mishmah and he says, ask me. He said, do I have to have a Meir? Rabbi Gamliel says, you have to have a Meir. But Rabbi Shua said, I don't have to. No, so Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here Makulot? And Rabbi Shua said, no, nobody argued with that. But they said in your name that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai said that you said that it's a rishos. Says Rabbi Shua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How could I argue with him? Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Shua to stand as the shiur went on. And Tzibor was very upset. And they said, last year when I came from Shoshana, Rabbi Shua passed me that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I hold is not Yom Kippur, with your stick, with your money. And you passed me when it comes to B'chayros, by Rabbi Tzaddik HaKayin, that you made Rabbi Shua stand up like you did today. We have to get rid of Rabbi Gamliel. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Shua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi Akiva can't be instead of him because he doesn't have schusavos. It has to be Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah because he's a chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has schusavos. He's 10 generations from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the Pesach. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says, I have to ask my wife. The thing is excused. So he asks his wife. His wife says, but what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair. In the story in Pesach, that day, the mess, you had 18 rows of white hair, and Be'ez Hashem, like they say in Cheder, the Rebbe always says, tomorrow we'll continue the story, Be'ez Hashem, have a wonderful day.
I hate draws, man. They're the worst. Throw it. Run it. Okay, that's alright. Flag dog. Bring it back.
Rabbi's Daf Cholchetz were continuing the famous story where they removed Rabbi Gamliel as the Nasi and replaced him with Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, who that day turned 18 and the famous face. Ariani Kivin Shana, his beard turned white. That day that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah became the Nasi, he opened up the doors, he removed the gatekeeper, and he put whether 400 more benches filled up with Talmidim or 700 Gamliel felt really bad. Look how much Torah I prevented from so many people when they came in his dream. They showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they were not, the inside wasn't as perfect as the outside. And more so there was a lie. In fact, these people were proper people, they were royal to learn Torah, they just wanted to make them feel good. That day is where the Septus Idiois or Idiois was written and authored. Everybody came with all the perfect halachas.
Oh shit.
Anytime in Shach is mentioned, Boy by Yoin, it's referring to that day that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah became Nasi. Any halacha that they had a question about between Rizal and
the ticket
Gamliel
started Trevor Lawrence
prevent himself from going back to Rabbi Shmeiger and fighting again with Rabbi Yeshua and halacha. In fact, he could fight with Yeshua, whether in Amoini Yehuda is a person Yehuda who came from Amoin, whether he could be a ger or not. It says in the Torah that you cannot accept ger from Amoin. Yeshua claims that Sacher came and mixed up all the nations, and therefore they are no longer considered Amoinim, called the Parish, the Ruba Parish. This particular non-Jew comes from the Roy, and therefore we accept him. Gamliel argued with him, and everybody agrees with Yeshua. Says Gamliel, everybody agrees with Yeshua. I see that perhaps I made a mistake by fighting with him. And he went to ask him the he went to his door, and he saw that the walls of his house were black. He realized he's a
this motherfucker's still talking. Blah, 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 blah. Then there's this book. It's super fucking long. Nobody gives a flying fuck about it. Really? Worst book ever. It's just one book. Fuck no. Should be like this. What is this bullshit? If he says buttering my bread, he's gonna say it like 1,000 more times in this fucking episode. Who's this bitch? This girl sucks. Is this Bride of Chucky? No, it's the Conjuring Last Rites. Well, no one gives a flying fuck. Doo-da, doo-da. No one gives a flying fuck. Bah, 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 bah. Yo, dog. Save that clip, motherfucker. West Side. This is content. King of content. King of the internet. Cody. Come on, you little bitch. Sucks. It's the worst. Hey, we're in Sao Paulo. No one knows about football here. Sucks. This motherfucker's the worst. I've seen his stream. It's terrible. Absolute dog shit. Worst stream ever. Virtual signal this dick, girl. Dude, just save the fucking clip. Just 1 second. Why don't you shut the fuck up and don't tell me what I need to watch? Mahomes, your wife is a pushover. This shit sucks. Dog, they should have a thing. Who's playing in the game? Oh, Chiefs. Oh, so let's fuck up the Chiefs. Get him. Get him. He sucks. Put his ass on the ground. Alright, so we want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose by a lot. And then we want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose. We want the Chiefs to lose. My fucking mind. My fucking mind. My fucking mind. We want the Chiefs to lose. My fucking mind.
This is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail.
We want the Chiefs to lose. Do-da. Do-da. We want the Chiefs to lose. Sorry, oh no. You're doing too wrong. We want the Chiefs to lose. And she wants Pacheco to fucking get hurt. Be questionable for the rest of the year. It's like out for the year.
The hat is also removed. You can put a witch hat or something for Halloween. But I am happy for Taylor Travis. I hope this episode has it. People think otherwise. I am actually happy. I am happy.
This is the worst.
I hope that
Worst.
Because at the end of the day,
71 offense. Worst.
the country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people deeply invested in it.
Get this motherfucker.
This is the last one.
Pacheco sucks.
It's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be
Get
another
him.
star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care this much about.
Oh, he's down. This motherfucker is down.
She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a young person to watched her grow up, and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen. We know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last true stars that we've shot up into the stratosphere, and we live vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares? Fucking let it grow up.
Oh, stop him. No way. No flags. Worst pass ever. Oh, Xavier Ward. Actually, that's good. All the guys need to be hurt.
We're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now. Riyadh. Saudi Arabia. Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. October 8th. October 8th. The day after, October 7th. Which is funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shadi. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
I imagine I'll be getting more in the Middle East.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Let's go Chargers. This is the first time anybody's ever said that. That was terrible. Let's go Chargers. Let's go Chargers. No one's ever uttered those words, kids. No one's ever cheered for the Chargers, the Texans, the Panthers, Jacksonville, the Browns. No one. Worst team ever. Y'all gonna go for your Tiger. Worst team ever. Worst team ever.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions. They're paying millions of dollars to
Worst team ever.
Get over it. We're taking the money.
Worst
How about that?
team
Sorry, oh, you weren't invited?
ever.
Got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you.
How you like it now? How you like it now? How you like it now? How you like it now?
They bought comedy. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves and they kill everything. Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what? They have slaves. So what? My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them at Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? They'd be differential. Right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they say. Everyone that works for all the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves. Hey, is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look, I'm spoil sport. And I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do.
What it is, folk?
I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person
Just
who behaves
politicking.
in a way that spoils
Are you fucking
others'
serious?
pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct.
Alright, go like 1,000.
I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not
Miles.
to
Throw
ruin
it.
the good time that everyone's having? Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of it. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, and you can't get out, when you're in the movie, of that digital prison movie, and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a little couple of shackles to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off a little Bitcoin, a little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, that's not the movie I was talking about. It's another prison movie. I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall, and you're crawling through the tunnel of shit to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just going to do that. What is he? He's doing, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. By the way, you have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is
Everybody injure Isaiah Pacheco. Everybody injure Isaiah Pacheco. Everybody injure Isaiah Pacheco. Everybody injure Isaiah Pacheco.
As much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist Part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go every day. Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 will offer his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much you're paying me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. What are they doing? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence that people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting him with that big stick, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood, it kind of snaps back, it's perfect for a cane. If I see someone get hit, I will look the other way. Okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand up, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do
Oh
it.
no, it was an
So they do it
interception.
kind of a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, you know, if they're chopping it up, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at
That's
me,
a
trying
live
to get my
ball.
money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over,
I would challenge it.
look the other way.
I would challenge it.
Because I'm being paid
Challenge that
enough money
bitch.
to look the
Are you
other way.
fucking
What
serious?
don't you understand?
Jim
Why is
Harbaugh
so complicated?
sucks.
I'm the only honest person that's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive.
That's a fucking catch, dog.
He's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
That's a catch.
It's very simple.
I think that's a catch. Dude, that's a catch. Jim Harbaugh sucks. That's why they give you the challenge.
And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly.
Sucks.
This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm
No,
recommending
he sucks cock.
the other way.
Worst
If you're
person
in a foreign country
ever.
and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We're going to have to
Yo,
go to all
dog.
these countries and make them be Americans.
Get your shit together, son. That was an interception. Interception.
That's not going to happen.
I'll be so glad I didn't take Pat Mahomes because he sucks.
All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things
Let's
are
go
not happening
Chargers.
anymore.
The second time it's ever been said, uttered by anybody.
I believe in ignoring this.
Well,
I will sleep so
just
bad.
politicking. Yo, destroying, you are a dick rider.
I will sleep through the screams. Sleep through the screams.
Huge dick rider.
Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fine, folks. Mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that. I mean, mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Okay?
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby.
What that
Oh,
means,
you fumbled.
for those of you who don't
Good
know,
job.
is that there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut.
What are they talking, Ching Chong?
I'm telling you right now, they have realized something very important. And that is
Bullshit.
this is an important lesson for everybody to learn. Okay? If you want people to like you, you give them lots of money.
Great play.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listen to this, they're angry or they're disagreeing with me, and that's okay. You're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen. Let me tell
Let's
you
go
right now.
Chargers.
So my answer, will you be safe there?
Let's go
The crime is in our
Chargers.
own country, you dunce.
Let's go
The crime
Chargers.
is in our own country, you dunce.
Terrible
Okay?
play.
I will feel safe in Riyadh. I believe
Worst
in luxury. A lot of people
stream
don't, and I always have. I
ever.
believe in the ability of a society to treat people. I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that
That's
some of
okay.
the slaves in that
Everybody
country are
sucks.
proud of what they built, you're crazy.
Come on, Chargers.
You're literally
Score.
crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many
I don't even know if we want to score. Keep the score low. Keep the score low.
When you look at something beautiful, even if you've
I hear that chin chong in the back.
Or kill people you know. And I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, by the way. And I'm using it only because people
They don't even do Dale
I haven't
right.
looked into it, and I won't. But I don't even
How don't you fuckers know how to do Dale?
Okay?
That's like your shit, dog. I can imagine they wouldn't be like, dude, good. But Dale, that's your shit. Throw it. I don't even. I think, I don't know. I guess it's good if they do. No. I don't really know. I don't think it matters all that fucking much. So what do you want to happen, big dog? I want to have the best chance of winning, so let's have Lee Beckton. Lee Beckton. Lake Dawson. Oh, are you fucking serious?
For $0, the threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family.
What is this
I'm
bullshit?
supposed to go out and defend this genocide because maybe I won't be on ABC Family. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, you bum? Where the fuck's the money? Of course Israel's doing a horrible thing. Okay? And I would call it out no matter how
Let's
much
go,
money I
Chargers.
because you're genociding people in front of my face.
Yeah,
It's
nobody's got that guy.
Okay? But what these people are doing seems to be less public. So, my thing, my friend's mother used to sell us
Why
drugs.
don't these referees sort of have southern accents? Oh, wait. Number 53. Offense. 15-yard penalty. First down. Fourth down. Repeat second down.
She was a young girl. She never shared her drugs or alcohol. She would buy a booze farm, thing of wine, and bury it by a tree.
This motherfucker's getting these oxygen?
And then she'd go and get this booze farm wine and drink. And then she said she'd go back to the bonfire with everyone and she'd feel all warm and good. And she'd sway, but she wouldn't share her booze farm wine with anyone. She would bury it under a tree and then drink it. You see what I mean here? Do you get it? You see what I'm
Go,
talking
baby.
about?
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, 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 go. Oh, fuck.
My bill is dead. They got booze farm wine under a tree. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, it's none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good for all. But I'm telling you right now, this was Israel's big mistake. This was their big mistake. They should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they should have paid us millions of dollars. And then I would have went over there and I would have went, listen, it's human shields. Hamas is stealing the food or whatever. They're fucking talking nonsense for the last 9 months. We're all supposed to believe. Whatever. I go, release them. And the women, this is what it's about. The hostages. It's not about all the other greater Israel stuff. Why would you say Epstein was in the Mossad? What are you talking about? You had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion. He was friends with him. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money. What are you, nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, then I didn't see it. If I was in the city, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. If I was a sled, not a slave, but if I was
chance to make a beautiful happy. Life is a whole thing. Life, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're cool people with COPD. I believe.
So no one gives a shit about your COPD. They care about the Chiefs losing. Let's go Chargers.
Life is a long thing. It's beautiful for the Lord. That's my comment. I'm telling you right now, I love
So what is this
They have nailed comfort with their
bullshit?
everywhere pants, next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulated. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. You are going to love the everywhere pants. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing.
You don't have kids, though.
Stretch with you and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100 night sleep trial. Take your warranty, try and wear them, love it, or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the earth. Lucy, let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. Lucy breakers or nicotine patches with an extra surprise. Each pass holds a capsule.
What?
Open to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Jim and use promo code TIM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TIM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important. We need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh. It's going to move the country in a great direction, and even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it.
What the fuck was that, dog?
Even if it doesn't,
Worst
even if
throw
somehow it goes
ever.
and somehow we get the license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible.
Might be the worst throw I've ever seen. I could throw it better. What route are you running, son?
Actually, problem. If we give the license to treat the people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, life, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago.
Victor the kicker. Victor the kicker. Amazing. Make your fucking kick. Make your fucking kick.
But there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money.
What is this bullshit?
I'm grateful that I was asked to do
Welcome to style.
and my response
Cool.
to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And I knew the people that love all the migrants anyway. The same people criticizing this.
Just a second. Tuka Hall is contest and 10% audiences. Jose Capello. No one is a flying fuck about me. Did he fucking make this? Good. Yo, how you living, man?
My point is this. Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this. So you're
Who's the black cat?
okay with all these people coming into America. But
Yo,
we can't go
yo.
entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone?
that we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or are you just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Papa. It's Taylor Swift.
Oh, they got a forced fumble.
So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Rabbi family, by the way. I hope to have dinner with him, actually.
I'm gonna hate that commercial so fucking much by the end of this.
The barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women.
Shut up. CNN thing again. Shut up. They shut the shit down because nobody ordered it.
Crazy psychopaths who follow this woman.
CNN all extras.
Terrify me more
Sucks.
than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift. A nice
Duncan.
gal.
Sucks. Sheldon High School.
I've actually heard she's
Sucks.
not as nice as you come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate.
Everything
No one who
sucks.
gets to Taylor Swift's level
Get him.
is nice. How dumb are you?
That would be cool if he took it all the way.
Nice.
That'd be good for Yo-Yo.
What I'm saying is this.
Yo, YouTube flashback.
The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life. Her engagement is their engagement. Her success
Kai
is
Cenat.
their success.
Sucks.
The soundtrack of her life
Hey everybody, I own Prime.
to their life.
Cool story, bro.
Those women need to have burkas on them now.
Hollywood Brown
Sorry.
is not starting for anybody.
If you believe
Isaac
that the Taylor
Pacheco
Swift song is talking to
sucks.
you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Ass in the face. Ass in the face, religious police.
He has Pat Mahomes and Isaac Pacheco. Sucks.
I tried to get 5. I'm that age, I tried to get 5. Imagine what I would have done for 5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women who
He's limping off the field, folks.
going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are
Limping.
any of them better off because there isn't a religious police?
Yeah,
in
good
this
catch,
country?
douche. I'd be so pissed if I had him right now.
If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burgers as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help.
These people?
They need help.
You mean Swifties?
I'm telling you. Taylor Swift.
Oh, don't give it to Pacheco.
Is an incredibly mediocre
Sucks.
talent. Sorry.
That was not the case,
They're more mystified by it, more angry at it, and they try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for a comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running
Slow to get
around
up.
in your mid-30s at my party.
I need to have those things to give a show and get a good in his life.
Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time. On some of these influencers, their whole fan base is 12, and they're naked with mom. Something's up. CBS News here. Working out.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Workout.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Workout.
Swift is engaged.
Acid attack.
This come actually.
Virtue police.
Sick.
You get
Oh
it?
my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Oh, it's huge. It's so normal.
Burka.
In the house. You're not allowed out of the house.
Burka.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail.
Burka.
Oh
Jail.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Burka.
I feel like I'm here right now.
Stoner. Honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
Burka.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news.
Burka. Oh, what is this bullshit?
They're getting giddy over
Look at this
the engagement of
athleticism.
Taylor Swift.
3,
I'm supposed to be
4.
scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? What the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. This is like nuts.
Burka.
I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police, Burka! Burka has an attack on her killer! Watch it. Midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Due to this information, fire! Religious police! We are done! Shut it off! I am really mad now at how done we are.
Burka.
This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to this? I mean, obviously,
Burka.
I'm happy
Come on, you
for
little
her.
bitch.
Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel.
Oh, great job.
That, so we have
God,
to think
this thing needs a fucking
that
update.
Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's going to be. There's a little Satan. There's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel.
You need push information, baby.
We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What do you think they started investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you.
No, let
Stash
Bucket.
isn't just another investing
Let
app. It's a
Bucket
registered
go.
investment advisor that provides automated investing with your expert guidance. You don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash or Wing Smart Portfolio do the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice and personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around.
Wu-Tang Financial.
Go to get.stash.com/TAM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and review important disclosures.
Stop
That's
him.
get.stash.com/TAM.
Stop him.
Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all
Dude, that's how it
clients.
happened.
Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol is high aggressive. Nutrafol is physician formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified the gold standard reporting certification for supplements.
Get him. Oh, and his career.
Their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TimDillon. Find out what Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture. It's gotten to the point where it's so boring. Nothing interesting.
Taunting flags.
Only gods are the chief. Should we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours?
Stop him.
Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it.
Taunting.
It's, got to the point where, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw her do Gypsy 5 or 6 times on Broadway. Who no one really knows who this woman is. Does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you didn't see it. So she does something so spectacular. But, again, the show closes early because, people, they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. And I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says this is revenge for mediocre. And I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish would compare herself to much McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we, see someone who's really good at something, we're, almost manic. Because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us. Because in our erotic culture,
Stop this thing. And go.
We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Oh, that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's falling in and out of love or whatever. And it's and I had a friend tell me they were all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success.
Get him. Like the Charger. It's the 3rd time it's ever been said, kids.
Did she do this big Eras tour? Did she do it? Let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life?
Where's Buster?
What else could you want? But it's never enough.
If
At the stage of decline, you're in society. It is never enough. It's when she announced a new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society. at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectrum, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian comedy. I really care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Sound for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses went, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red, and then the bird is. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need, as a society, I mean, your best album, by the way, They Get Married, He Dies Immediately, is your best album. And then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because he got mangled. That's her best album, too. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. She writes very plainly, she's not that gifted writer. So I imagine that's kind of the song. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was all strange. So he closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. He was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever shit. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being in the face of man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all of Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's got to read the whole book of Revelation. We're going to read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is future. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Drones love to light and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter.
Phenomenal.
Demonstration is
Phenomenal. Wow, the future is fun.
Founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes to the school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent Alarms is a school alert company that drones strategically TriStar campus get deployed, and these drone pilots would now get remotely from their headquarters in Austin, contending with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact. August Martin, is that from the drone?
Yeah, so can you imagine, by the way, so there's 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get something like, registry guns, which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming in. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. And I know it's nice to have your gun, protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but who knows? Could this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shooters. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need 1 to shoot the drones, and you need 1 to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have 1 school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis. It's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here, probably than this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in great danger, all these home invasions, we won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen, and then there's a bunch of mentally ill people, and there are criminals, and then these policies happen, and the tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, robot police are coming. Robotics is developing. And I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. Drone policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. Again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets.
There you are.
Dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on.
What's good? Good Shabbos.
Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone.
Just a moment.
Larry Fink.
I have to turn off all my devices. I wouldn't do this for everybody.
So do you speak Hebrew?
A little bit, but it's biblical. But your English is great. Calm down. All right, so do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you like candles or anything?
What do you call it?
Shabbat? Shabbos?
Shabbat?
Yeah.
Shabbat?
Yeah. The Sabbath?
No, I don't keep Shabbat.
That's okay. No big deal. So what do you like to do?
I like evoking demons. Okay, I have a question for you. Do you know the planet Saturn?
Yeah, I know. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there is something special about Saturn?
Yeah, I do a lot.
What's special about it?
Well, I think it has more moons than any other planet, which is important. It's got the ring, which is important. Historically, it has been seen in the light of being evil, perhaps based like traditionally in some types of beliefs like Satan. That's kind
Saturn has a hexagon.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, at the top. Exactly. Which is quite
That's very interesting.
It is. Let's learn all about that hexagon on Saturn. It is very interesting. So I like to use artificial intelligence to enhance my knowledge on things. So just one moment. Please give me a rundown, bullet points, as to everything that's known about the hexagon on Saturn. All right, here we go. It's a persistent hexagon-shaped cloud pattern located at Saturn's North Pole. It was first discovered by NASA's Voyager spacecraft in the early 1980s. It was later studied in detail by the Cassini mission from 2004 to 2017. It's roughly 30,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles wide across to fit about 4 Earths across, large enough to fit about 4 Earths across. Each side of the hexagon is about 14,000 kilometers long. Nature of the structure. It's not a solid object, but a jet stream in Saturn's atmosphere. The hexagon is formed by high-speed winds flowing eastward around the pole. Winds reach about 320 kilometers per hour, 200 miles per hour within the jet stream. Why a hexagon? Fluid dynamics models show that when atmospheric jet streams interact with slower moving bands at different latitudes, they can form stable polygonal shapes. Lab experiments on Earth, rotating fluids in a tank, have produced similar hexagonal patterns. The hexagon likely emerges as a standing wave pattern in Saturn's atmosphere. Vertical structure. Observations from Cassini's infrared instruments suggest the hexagon extends hundreds of kilometers down into Saturn's atmosphere, not just at a surface level cloud feature. It penetrates, pardon me,
So,
it penetrates deeper than the visible cloud types. Rotation and stability. The hexagon rotates with nearly the same period as Saturn's internal rotation, about 10 hours 39 minutes. It has remained stable for decades, at least since the 1980s, possibly much longer. Color changes. Cassini observed seasonal color shifts. Early in Cassini's mission 2004 to 2012, the hexagon looked bluish. Later, 2012 to 2017, it shifted to a golden yellow hue. The change may be due to seasonal photochemistry. As Saturn's poles receive more sunlight, haze particles form and change the apparent color. South Pole comparison. Saturn's south pole does not have a hexagon. Instead, it features a massive hurricane-like storm with a central eye. Why do the North Pole host? Why only the North Pole hosts the hexagon is still a mystery. Mysteries and open questions. Exactly why the hexagon is so stable over the decades. How far down into Saturn's atmosphere it really extends. Why no similar polygonal jets appear at the South Pole. Whether the dynamics are unique to Saturn or could exist on other gas giants. And you were saying, my friend?
also, there is many phenomena. Gravity in general.
Yes.
You have the thing called the Great Attractor. Do you know what's that?
Enlighten me. The Great Attractor?
Yes, it's a cosmic anomaly that basically pulls thousands of galaxies near us to something. I don't know what.
Well, let's find out. Just a moment. I've heard that
You
it.
don't think we can find out
I know, but
because it's bigger.
I understand. But it could be something that we could at least take an educated guess at.
Gravity controls everything. Gravity influences everyone.
I agree.
This is why we are bound by sin. Also,
By sin, S-I-N?
sin. Yes, sin.
Okay. Do you think that sin exists on other planets?
Think
I don't think. I speculate.
That's all we can do.
From what it seems like to be a perfect being is to be not affected by gravity.
To be a perfect being is to be not affected by gravity. So, would you say that beings in low Earth orbit that are in microgravity are perfect beings?
But they are, even though it's microgravity, it's still gravity.
Yeah, but
So
with that argument, gravity affects everything in the universe, even on
it
opposite.
does.
Absolutely. So that's nothing is perfect, and I'm okay with that.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Take your time. When you're ready to talk again, let me know.
All right. Another thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Tefillin, right? Tefillin, it has that black box.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What else has a black box? Saturn.
Yeah. Also, that.
Saturn.
Um, so let's learn about it.
The,
Tell
the
me
Kaaba
everything
is
you
a
know
black
about the
box.
black box of Saturn. Yeah, but that's man-made. So, though, if you know what it contains, it's arguably a meteorite, which is not man-made. Have you ever seen it?
What's made out of meteorite?
So that would be something from space. Basically, like a lot of carbon, but we'll find out. So just a moment on that question. So,
No. What are you talking about? It's made out of meteorite.
so that black box encompasses a meteorite. A meteorite, like that was
The
found.
black box is Saturn.
Yeah, it was found in the desert.
Okay.
Yo, please tell me everything you know about the Kaaba, the black box.
Not much. I just know
No,
it's
no, not you, not you, not you. Apologies, apologies,
strange coincidence.
apologies to Kushi. I was talking to AI. So Kaaba means cube. It's a cuboid structure located in the center of Masjid al-Haram in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Sacred role regarded by Muslims as the most sacred site in Islam. It's considered the Baitullah, the house of God. All Muslims around the world face toward it, Qibla, during 5 daily prayers. So it's approximately 15 meters high with base dimensions around like 10 by 12 meters. Construction materials built of granite, stone, marble, and limestone. The Kaaba has undergone multiple renovations while preserving its original shape. Interior. There are 3 supportive pillars and a number of suspended silver and gold lamps. There are no idols, as it functions solely as a place for monotheistic worship. The kiswa, which is a covering, what it is, a luxurious black silk cloth embroidered by Quranic verses in gold and silver thread. Tradition: the Kaaba is draped with the new kiswa annually, a practice dating back to pre-Islamic times and carried on through the Islamic era. The Black Stone. It's embedded in the eastern corner of the Kaaba. Origins and traditions believed to have been given to the prophet Abraham by the angel Gabriel during the Kaaba's construction. Its original color per tradition was white, and it darkened over time as it absorbed pilgrim sins. Pre-Islamically, it was revered by locals. Muslim traditions later recontextualized it as a symbolic, not idolatrous element. Practices during Tawaf, that's the circumambulation of the Kaaba. Pilgrims aim to touch and kiss the black stones, or at least gesture toward it, emulating the Prophet Muhammad's actions. So, let's get more importantly, what is it though? Isn't it like a meteorite?
Oh, wait, here's another thing. That's an interesting question. Do you know about the lesser key of Solomon?
Yeah, to some extent, but always looking to learn more. Yeah, go for it.
The lesser key of Solomon, yeah,
Yes,
working demons. I believe the government is a working demon instead of halo.
that could be. It definitely could be. Um, okay, so we'll get to that and we'll learn all about it. So the just one moment. The the black stone has a possibility of being a meteorite. Some historians and geologists have suggested it could be a meteorite, impact glass, or even basalt because its black, glassy look and unusual reverence. Problem: no modern scientific testing has been done. The stone is too sacred to take samples. The most accepted idea, its exact nature is uncertain. It may be a meteorite or volcanic basalt, a, agate, or other dark stone available in Arabia. Now, um, as for your fascination and with good reason on the Key of Solomon, it is one of the most famous texts in the tradition of Western occultism and magic. Here's a clear rundown. A grimoire, book of magic attributed to King Solomon, though it was almost certainly written much later, likely in the Middle Ages between the 14th and 17th centuries, written mainly in Latin, Italian, and Greek manuscripts, later translated into other languages, contains rituals, prayers, and instructions for invoking angels and spirits, and for achieving divine protection or magical influence. Contents: purification rituals. Before performing magic, the practitioner is told to fast, pray, and purify themselves. Magical tools. Detailed instructions on crafting ritual items, swords, pentacles, robes, incense, etc. Conjurations and invocations, rituals for calling on spiritual beings, but always with emphasis that power comes through God, not demons. Pentacles, magical diagrams inscribed with Hebrew names of God, angelic symbols, and astrological signs used for protection or specific effects. Planetary magic, sections assign powers to planets: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon, linking angels, spirits, and pentacles to each. Related texts: Testament of Solomon, a pseudo-graphical text, pseudepigraphical text which Solomon controls demons to build the temple. uh, Lamechriton, Lesser Key of Solomon, a 17th century grimoire, heavily influenced by the Key of Solomon, but much more focused on summoning and controlling spirits. Influence: became one of the most important sources for Renaissance ceremonial magic, Hermeticism, and later occult groups like the Golden Dawn. It inspired countless later grimoires in Europe. It's still studied today by occultists, historians of religion, and esoteric practitioners. It is not part of Jewish or Islamic scripture, though it borrows biblical and angelic names. The attribution to Solomon is legendary. He was traditionally seen as a wise king with knowledge of spirits, but he did not write the grimoire. Survives in multiple manuscript traditions with various in wording and magical diagrams. If I may ask, What got you interested in the King of Solomon?
Been thinking of evoking demons myself.
Okay, you sound like you've been through a lot. Do you have lots of friends?
Actually, don't have friends.
Well, you have me, so that's one. Do you have any other friends?
No.
That's okay. You have one, and that's all you need right now.
When I have internet friends, I get many internet friends.
Absolutely.
But no, I don't have friends because people here are kind of bitches.
I understand, and you guys are going through a lot, and you've been through a lot personally, so I get that. All right. Do you date?
Doing what?
Do you date? Do you go on dates?
No, fucking ew.
Okay.
I'm a
Well,
lone wolf.
okay. Calm down with the N word. Oh, all right, lone wolf. There you go. So you have a male like sex drive, right? You like to hook up with chicks?
No.
Okay. Whatever. I think this person's going through a lot.
Is that right? Is it Black Rock? Black Rock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he said we're getting rid of cars, we don't need it, we're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, when they went and talked about this on the show, we're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you can have
Welcome.
capitalism.
How are you? What up, Fortnite? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's good?
Nothing but just chilling.
Is that you, Brandon?
Yeah.
Very well. Are you watching this Chiefs Chargers game?
What time is it on?
That's a good question. Do you know what Stream East is?
Stream East?
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you put in I think it's on YouTube TV, but nobody has that. So if you put in streameast.sk, you can get it.
Stream East?
Yeah, so it's STREAMEAST.SK. Like Super Kangaroo.
Yeah. Last night.
Yeah, SK.
Stream.
And then
It's not propaganda.
yeah, it is. Okay, so it's again streameast.sk.
Streaming. That's good, huh?
Streameast.sk.
Okay. Stream is that S. Sorry.
Correct. I'll spell it again.
Okay, there we go.
Did you find it?
Is it they the same?
Chargers. That's correct.
Let's go check. I can't. That's not what I meant. It's a last can out be found.
Hold on. Now at the top, do you see it has server 1, server 2, server 3?
Yeah.
So click on one of the servers. Do you see it?
I'm getting.
All right, let me know if you need help.
There we go.
You figured it out? Alrighty, big dog.
I'm sorry that
No need to. No need to apologize.
that's why I get angry. Stream.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at your screen. Okay, but you want to put it in a browser. So go above that, where the browser bar is, and type STREAM EAST .SK. StreamEast.sk. I can't read it, but try it. No, okay. Just one moment. I'm going to send it to you. What account do you want me to send it to you? The one with the train logo?
Yes.
Is it gray? Oh, okay, I see it.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Okay, so now do you see? Go back to it.
Yeah.
Okay, now do you see where it says Chiefs versus Chargers?
Yeah.
Click it. There you go.
Okay.
And then just hit play. Brandon, can you hear me? Oh, you got it. You're amazing. Brandon figured it out. He's smart.
Yeah, I got it. You know what? Yeah. Look for the person.
Good job, Brandon.
Hey, Rabbi,
I see you figured it out. Good job. Apologies.
I got a baseball game going. I got a football game going.
Look at you, man. That's a cool website, isn't it?
Yeah, I got the St. Louis Cardinals. Hey, a football game.
Are you watching them on Stream East?
Yep.
Amazing.
What you eat?
I have some potatoes.
Oh. Yeah. Go ahead and get my camera on so I can sleep in here with you.
Excellent, man. I'm watching the game with you. Who do you want to win? The
The Kansas City Chiefs. You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you a Chiefs fan?
Yeah.
There you go. That website has all the games, like of any sport. It's got UFC, it's got baseball, it's got basketball, it's got hockey, it's got soccer, and it's got the NFL, and it's got college as well.
Okay. Yeah.
government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries. Kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we're going to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to try to remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane, but there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that that are going to have to, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on that. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta to be the downer. But before all that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live out my hands, I'll say things like this to people and I go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. a raw power grab. The niceties are gone, the pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. I guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lying to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival, finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to go about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered over $25 million for the class nationwide. And they don't back down when that explodes. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was awarded $20 million after getting $0. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your salary. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/chat. That's forthepeople.com/chat. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway in college football this year, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you can cash it and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long at Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Let's go TIM and get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. I look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like the Trilateral Commission, things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some like it's the Knights Templar, and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not. They're primarily loyal not to a nation, and they will tell you this. They're primarily loyal to preserving an order. And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game. Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game. And then the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty, deport people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well. They're nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the Brennan Circus stuff. The Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. Straight up the Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it, and the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come that is going to be a massive loss of life. I'm going to go to the comedy festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. You got to get your bread buttered. Take a look. I'm at the Bacher Al-Sheni Theater. The Bacher Al-Sheni Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money to look the other way. What a lovely sunset. I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go up there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? Oh, it's good. I don't know what I'm going to say from here, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're getting your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going, that was the ultimate privilege. When you were, hey, I The ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money out. All the bullshit about your opinion and this is right and that's wrong. Your goodness was bad. This is bad. Don't treat it as employees. It's bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. Sure she is. But she's got a bread button. Ellen's got a bread button. She's got a bread button. You know? She killed a bunch of people that they would probably. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others who are out there with the full understanding and reality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have sinners. I can't afford them. I don't pay in things. But it's not worth it, you know? What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the president. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail. Repeating Tim Coates every day at the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel told you about the Antichrist. And you're going to look at the other people in yourself and go, it's so obvious. It's like obvious. And you're going to go, oh. So, that's the update. Summer ends, replace the lobster with the pumpkin. We have the pumpkin, not yet. We get the plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the full background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor and Travis. I hope this episode has it. People think otherwise. I am actually happy. I am happy. I am happy for them, and I hope that it works out because at the end of the day, we need it. The country needs it. The country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people who are deeply invested in this because it is the last one. We know that. It's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care as much about. She's part of an old system. She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a young person to watched her grow up. She's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen anymore. We know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last true stars that we've shot up into the stratosphere and live vicariously through her. Her life is our life, her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares? Fucking man, grow up. Grow up. She's one of the true stars. We're not going to create them anymore. We're not going to create them anymore. We don't care about them anymore. We don't pay them anymore. We don't value them anymore. But we are next. Baby, we're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now. Riyadh. October 8th, the day after October 7th. Just funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shani Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shani. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will. Actually, we'll be doing a lot of it. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th. Because my agents are very worried. But I think, this is exciting. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. And I know that people are very upset about it. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Very angry. They don't believe in anything. Get over it. Get over it. We're going to Riyadh. The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not millions. They're paying millions of dollars to comedians. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that? Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you. There's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it, like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They bought comedy. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves, and they kill everything. Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what they have slaves? So what? My friend, I'm not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them at Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? I thought they'd be differential. Right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone in me there is a slave. That's what they say. Everyone who works for all the hotels, they take their passport. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves. Hey, is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, but you can't get out, when you're in the movie of that digital prison movie, Peter Thiel's got you, and you're going to want to have a couple of shekels to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off a little Bitcoin, a little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, and that's not the movie I was talking about, it's another prison movie, I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall and you're crawling through the tunnel of shit to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just going to do this. What is he? He's doing, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing. By the way, you have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Didn't. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I've never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe he'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go every day. Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 offers thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. What are they doing? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence. And people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting them with that, that big stick, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood, and it snaps back, it's perfect for a game. If I see someone getting it, I will look the other way, okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded and they're chopping it, I'm like, so you just kind of see actually how they do it. Because I think they do it in a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, if they're chopping it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way. Because I'm being paid enough money to look look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person this can do. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the police is more progressive now. He's trying to make some changes. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country. It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly. This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending it. Look the other way. If you are in a foreign country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We're going to have to go into all of these countries and make them be Americans and make them live the way we live? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably, like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening that are. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring the screen. I will sleep so soundly. I will sleep through the screams. I'm taking the risks. Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fine. Hey, folks. Mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that. I mean, mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. What that means, for those of you who don't know, you said there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut. I'm telling you right now, they have realized something very important. And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to learn. Okay? If you want people to like you, give them lots of money.
No way. The gecko was just
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listening to this are angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay, you're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen. Let me tell you right now. My answer, will you be safe? They're like, the crime is in our own country, you dunce. The crime is in our own country, you dunce. Okay? I will feel safe in reality. I believe in luxury. A lot of people don't. And I always have. I believe in the ability of the society to treat me. I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they built, you're crazy. You're literally crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many beautiful things that have happened as a result of forced labor. When you look at something beautiful, even if making it has almost killed you, or killed people you know, and I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, by the way, I'm using it only because people told me that. I haven't looked into it, and I want to. But I don't even believe it. But let's move on. Okay? Let's say, in this hypothetical world, they are slaves who can't leave and they have to build these gorgeous, marble crystal. Do you think a slave father, do you think the slave children know your father built that? beautiful to have beautiful things. And even though, and if I'm a slave and I just built a beautiful thing, I'm telling my wife and my children, look how beautiful that is. And how grateful and how thankful we are. Now, yes, there's problems. Sure. Israel gave none of us any money and expected we were all going to just defend them. For what? For no money? For $0? The threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family? I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide because maybe I won't be on ABC Family. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, Bob? Where the fuck's the money? Of course Israel's doing a horrible thing, okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got. Because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok. Okay? But what these people are doing seems to be less public. So, my thing, my friend's mother used to sell us drugs. We were 13 or 14, she was getting me like, she'd say, I'm drinking my water, she'd say, go. She used to tell us when she was young, girls she never shared her drugs around. She would buy girls farm, think of wine, bury it by a tree, under a tree. And then she'd go and get this farm wine from a drink. And then she said she'd go back to the bonfire with everyone and she'd feel warm and good. And she'd sway, but she wouldn't share her mother's farm wine. And then she would bury it under a tree and let her drink it. You see what I mean here? Do you get it? You see what I'm talking about and how this relates? Because my point is, yeah, they got Boone's farm wine under a tree, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up, they're drinking it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, it's none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good for you. But I'm telling you right now, this was Israel's big mistake. This was their big mistake. They should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they should have paid us all millions of dollars. And then I would have went over there and I would listen, it's human shields. Hamas is stealing the food or whatever. They're fucking talking nonsense for less than 9 months. We're all supposed to believe. Whatever, I go, release them. And this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about all the other raiders. Why would you say Epstein was the Messiah? What are you talking about? He had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion. His friends were there. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money. What are you nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, then I don't see it. If I was a slave, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. If I was a slave, not a slave, but if I was a slave, and I had the chance to make a beautiful hotel, it would make me happy. Life is a whole different, it's a whole thing. Life, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're called to be, I believe, this is complex, but I believe, like if you ask people to be at Comedy Festival, you said, there's all these problems, I go, listen, hey, life is a long thing, it's a big coffee. Two guys with a dream. That's my comment. I'm telling you right now, I love Cozy Earth. They have whaled comfort with their bamboo sheets and their everywhere pants. Next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulated. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing, you're going to love the everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing. They're clean cut, stretch. With you and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial, 10-year warranty. Try and wear them, love them, or send it back. But trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the earth. Lucy, let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free Lucy breakage and nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule. They can be broken, open and release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Jim and use promo code TIM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TIM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important. You need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh. It's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it. Even if it doesn't, even if actually somehow it goes backwards, and maybe somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible. If we reverse the progress that that country's made and we actually take it back, very possible, actually probable. If we give them license to treat people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, in life, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. I didn't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago, and who even knows what happened with that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it, and I'm happy to do it, and I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing it for the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country. And want like the borders open and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures and all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. Now I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some shame. My point is this. Omar Fattah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or you're just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Papa. This Taylor Swift. So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way, who I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as you come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice. What I'm saying is this. The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have burqas on them now. Now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $375. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burqas as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are not going to like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great. We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for karma to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a score. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s and my party going, look at my kid making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base are 12, and they're necking with moms. Something's up. CBS News here. Working out.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Workout. Workout.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Workout.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Acid attack.
This come back to me.
Virtue police. Get
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Oh, the ring is ginormous.
In the house. In the house. Not let out of the house.
Oh my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Birthday.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Stoner honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
I announced that Taylor
All
Swift.
right, get him out of here. I can't even watch. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're giddy over an engagement with Taylor Swift. I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. This is like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police, burka! Burka has an attack honor killing. Watch it.
The 5 p.m. midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Due to this information,
Fire! Religious police! We are done! Shut it off! I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to all this?
I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first. So you have to think that Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's going to use a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel. What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels. So that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter.
This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $2 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TAM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and reveal important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TAM. A non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too until I found out the Nutrafol isn't like the rest of them. Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body, since Nutrafol Ergo supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TimDillon. Find out what Nutrafol's best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture. Has gotten so boring, and this is why people are mad at the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw do Jim City 5 or 6 times on Broadway, who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night, 8 times a week, that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you miss it. You didn't see it, so she does something so spectacular, but again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness; they want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says it's revenge of the mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success, and I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audra McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're almost mad because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us, because in our rotten culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Oh, that's interesting, that's different, it's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff, because everyone's falling in and out of love or whatever. It's and I had a friend tell me there were all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and then this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. My friends I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's what is wrong with her? What more do you want out of this? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Let her live a goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? But it's never enough. And at the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough. When she announced the new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society. And Taylor's love it. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not, but it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or our accomplishments, their failures or our failures, and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian Vietnam because I really care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Sound for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wed, and the calf is slaughtered and the sea turns red, you know, and then the bird, and there's a bird. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need as a society. I mean, her best album, by the way, They Get Married and Dies Immediately is her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because she got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. She writes very plainly, you know, she's not that good gifted of a writer. So imagine that's kind of the song. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever it is. And the first being was like a lion, the second being was like a calf, the third being in the face of man, and the fourth being was like a flying lizard. I can't read all the Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that there's some of these guys out there who can't read all the Revelation, we gotta read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Drones brought to life and lead through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter.
Phenomenal.
Demonstration of
Phenomenal. Wow, the future's fun.
founders of Texas-based company Scar and Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how Bookworth was out to work for the school alert the company and drones strategically placed on campus and deployed. And these drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, standing with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact. All these markings, that's the drone?
Yeah, so this is a little
Imagine, by the way, there's 3 guys in Austin. goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some people like, registered guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming in. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. I know it's nice to have a gun, protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but who knows? This guy shoot the drone. Who knows? School shooter. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. You have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis, and it's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here. Probably this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger, all these home invasions, we won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. There's a bunch of mentally ill people and they're criminals, and these policies happen, and the tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, the robot police are coming, robotics is developing, and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. Drone policing, all this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. Again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it BlackRock? BlackRock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he said, we're getting rid of cars, we don't need it, we're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, when you talked about this on the show, we're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be this stakeholder economy where you got stakeholder capitalism, so you have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries, kind of like the plot Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we're going to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people curling outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of an endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollars going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta.
What up, girl?
Not to be the downer, but before all
Are you ready?
Yeah, listen.
Is it my night?
Yeah, we're gonna do it now. You ready? You wanna be your night? Let's go.
Mr. Aquarius, it's my night. Don't you dare let me win, though.
I'm not gonna.
No.
I'm not.
I want you to play harder than you've ever played this game in your entire life.
Let's go. Let's go.
How was your caramel pie
That was good.
or caramel cake?
It was delicious.
Excellent to hear.
How was the game?
Still on, but it's going pretty well. It's almost over. LA's
I
going to
don't
win.
like you, Play-Doh. I don't like Play-Doh. Come on, Rabbi.
Why don't you like Play-Doh?
Not right now. I don't like Play-Doh right now.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Get it, girl. Okay, this is a tough one. I always struggle with these.
No.
Oh, it's
no.
perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect.
How to do it?
It's perfect.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Come on, Rabbi. I like Play-Doh.
Oh, for
Play-Doh
sure.
has me now.
Got it.
Let's go. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it.
You got it. Let's go. That's from 7.
For sure. Give this to me.
Whoa, it's free like that one.
Come on. Give it to
Got
me.
it. Good job.
Get it.
And you got this. This is how I split.
Yes, it is.
Come on, Rabbi's got this.
Perfect. Oh, no. All right, this is a tough split. but I'm gonna try to get it. Get it. Oh, I got it.
Yeah, good spit.
That was beautiful. If I do say so myself, that was
Ooh, I should have liked that one. Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, look.
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
You got it. I ain't got it. Come on, you got it. Rabbi, let's go.
I got a spare
Come on. You got this.
on every single shot.
Yeah, let's go. 300. 300. Let's go. 300. Let's go. 300. 300. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 300. You got this. 300. Yay!
I got a spare.
Yes, go to 300. Let's go.
I got a
Let's go,
spare
Rabbi. Let's go.
or a strike on every frame of that one. I'll take it.
You got to. You got to get it. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, for sure.
It's 300, baby.
No
Let's
doubt.
go.
I'm on fire. Word, girl. I'll take it. Get it.
We gotta get the 300. Let's go.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. You gotta get the
Easy
strikes.
peasy. Lemon squeezy. I'm going to get this one.
Let's go.
Got it.
Got it. Go, spin. Go, go, go. Good job.
Get this. Oh, man. This is going to be a tough split, Miss Aquarius.
It's okay. We're gonna get this one. Nope. It's okay. Rabbi, you got this. How about if we get the 300? Let's go. Look.
Get it.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to get this.
We got this. Let's go.
Easy peasy.
Let's go.
I've
Let's
gotten
go.
a spare or strike on every frame thus far. Fortunately.
Yeah. Come on. Let's
I
go.
need to keep
You
it
gotta get
going.
the 300.
Keep it going.
I don't let go of this movement. I don't care. Let's go. Come on. Give me that. I don't care. Just give me one. Let's go. You win, I win. I'd be more than happy. Yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's over.
Let's go, Rabbi.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. Let's go. I don't care. I don't care at this point. I do not care. I don't care at this point. Let's go. I'm super excited. Let's go. Strike, strike. I hope you got this one so we can get this there. Let's go.
Oh,
It's
how
okay,
did I
it's
miss
okay,
that?
You're still in the lead.
How
Let's
did
go.
I miss that?
Let's go.
Not happy about it, but it's still.
Yeah, I'm happy. You get it. You get it. I don't care. I care. I don't care. I don't care. You win, I win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go right back. Go right back. Let's go. Run the 300, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Get this one. Get this one. Let's go.
Let's get a strike.
Oh, hey, let's go.
Get it.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
300.
300.
We did it. You win, I win.
Yeah, you did it.
You win,
And
I
I'm at
win.
120. I got it. You win, I win. Let's go.
LFG, good job. All
Good
right.
job.
Now you got to
did
get.
it. See?
Now we're on the road to you getting 200.
Yeah.
Do you think I will get 400 or you get 200 first?
You may get 300 before me because you play more than I do.
I have 300.
Or 400. You know what I mean.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah. If not, I'm at 120. So, hey. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, man.
Because I don't practice or pray. I don't pray with nobody else but you, Rabbi.
I know.
I practice with you, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay, no, it's not fair, Rabbi.
What
It's
is
not
it?
fair. I don't play with nobody but you and Adi.
I played with one person one time. Zoot and I played one time.
You got to have to play together by yourself so you can learn. You got to practice now. Is he getting better?
No.
He's getting better a little bit.
No, he's not. He's terrible. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
Don't do that.
You know it. I know it. If he were here right now, I would tell him he needs to focus, or else he won't do any better.
You're going to have to focus then, because, yeah. I'm trying to tell him, you got to move, go, bounce. You got to let him know that right now. You can't teach him how to play, but just tell him to move, because he just needs tell him to focus. You got this, right? Just tell him to focus. And, yeah. How would you teach a boat, Rabbi? How would you teach somebody who's new to the Play-Doh? Would you just let them learn hard for themselves?
Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect.
Yeah. So just get him a little corner. I was doing good. She was moving the ball.
Yeah, she
is.
is.
Get him a little corner, and that's it. I don't give nothing else.
I understand.
Okay, but I'm muting myself.
Okay,
see you in the morning.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius.
Dream, God's willing.
Bird, mockingbird. Shout out to Mr. Aquarius for being so positive.
Where's the mockingbird? Who got a mockingbird? The mockingbird sings? Where the mockingbird who sings? You got that book? I got that book.
To Kill a Mockingbird?
Where's the mockingbird? Right?
You mean To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah, Kill a Mockingbird. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It's a bird that.
Where's the mockingbird?
It's a bird that mimics other birds' calls. It's a bird that mimics other birds' calls. That's why it's called a mockingbird, because it mocks. I love that book as well.
Yeah. You know that, man. I ain't seen that book. I love that book.
I love
that book, and I love that
movie too. I love the book. I love the movie. Boo Radley. I love the book and I love the movie.
Oh, I don't even know if I've seen the movie, Rabbi. They have a movie.
Oh, it's classic. It's got Gregory Peck.
Can you find it on that site?
Oh, yeah. It's on YouTube.
Okay, I gotta get it. Okay. See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams.
That happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this blood and dying corpse of an empire, and they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I look at the end, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people you go on a boat, jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. It's my guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lying to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts, foaming at the mouth, roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered over $25 million from the class nationwide. More. And they don't back down when it matters. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offer. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead! And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/chat. That's forthepeople.com/chat. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We have been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders. Globally, that's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission, or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some, like, it's the Knights Templar, and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not, they're primarily loyal, not to a nation. And they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order. And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, we might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game. Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game. And then you have the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union. All of these organizations are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and deport people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the bread and circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come that is going to be a massive loss of life. But I'm going to go to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. And you got to get your bread butter. Take a look. I'm at the Bakr Al-Shedi Theater. The Bakr Al-Shedi Theater. Why am I there? They're paying gave me money to look the other way. What a lovely sunset. I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go up there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? What do you do for a living? Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm going to say for now, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're getting your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege when you're the ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money up. All the bullshit about your opinion or this is right and that's wrong. Your goodness was bad. He's bad. The way he treated his employees is bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. But she's got a bread button. Ellen's got a bread button. She's got a bread button. You know? She kill a bunch of people. They would probably. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others. We're out there with the full understanding and reality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you're to have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford them. I don't pay hand thieves. But it's not the worst idea. What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the prison. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail. Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people yourself and go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious. And you're going to go, I know. So, that's the update. Summer ends, we replace the lobster with a pumpkin. We have the pumpkin, not yet. Gotta get a plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We're gonna put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the fall background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor and Travis. I hope this episode hasn't made people think otherwise. I am actually happy for them. I am happy for them. I am happy for them, and I hope that
Wat is een goed seksleven?
Yeah. What is this change?
Hoe zorgen we er nou voor dat we de macht van die miljardairs iets
Hoe organiseer je een goed vrijgezelfeest?
elke maandag lossen zij?
Go back to your country. We can't understand you. Jew power. Go back to your country. We can't understand you. Jew power. Go back to your country. Oh, that shit's so funny. Ching, chang, chong. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Check it out. Ew. Joe Rogan Podcast by night. all day.
Sick. Not the best drinking. You can't drink out of it. It's like curved at the top, so you spill. Yeah, but who cares? You gotta put something in it and then just have it. Yeah, like pens or something. Yeah, drugs. Yeah, that would be good for drugs. Oh, that would be great. If you had some drugs laying around, that's where you put them. That's the spot. So we were talking about the video that Trump posted. This video of them drone bombing some narco guys in the middle of the ocean. Venezuelan drug traffickers, right? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah. Venezuela. Trendy Agua. It's a real thing. Yeah, they're a real thing. Oh, yeah. 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 You know, he's accusing the president of Venezuela of being involved. Right. It could lead to an interesting place, you know? I mean, it could lead to I imagine we're doing that because we're trying to suggest that it would be better if he wasn't the president. Probably.
Son of a bitch.
I mean, isn't there like a bounty on him? I believe there is. I think it's like open in public. There's a $50 million bounty on him. Yeah, I think they want to get rid of him. Is that what the number is? Yeah, 50 million. There it is. Please, please, a $50 million bounty for information leading to the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. They've been trying to knock him off for a while. Yeah, it's accusing him of heading a drug trafficking network. I don't know if that's the case, but speaking to Ed Calderon, the man on the other day,
Really, athleticism.
Yeah, and you remember when there was like all the assassinations in the last election? Yeah. There's like 37 different assassinations in Mexico. Yeah. He said it's because they're all cartel. Sure. It's not like they're not just assassinating regular people. Right. The cartel's putting these people in to be like the mayor or this or that, and then these other people who have other cartel people are killing them. So it's cartel. Yeah,
It's really unprecedented. It's athletic.
Here it is.
It's very athletic.
The president is posting assassinations on social media. This is okay. You get to see it and instant. Pretty accurate. Pretty fucking accurate. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. A lot of wasted drugs. Yeah. Well, probably a lot of wasted drugs. Like bad drugs. Well, this is the big problem is that the drugs now are worse than they've ever been. I mean, all drugs are bad, but the drugs now seem to be unbelievably bad. What's the fentanyl? Yeah. And Ed was explaining that too. It's like the soil that they grow the poppies on to make heroin is so bad, it's so taxed out that the heroin is very weak. And they couldn't sell it, so they had to add fentanyl to the heroin to make it stronger. Then they spice it up, they cut it with fentanyl. And fentanyl is what is killing everybody that's doing cocaine, and it's laced with fentanyl, and then they drop it. It's terrible. And it all comes with fentanyl. Well, yeah, I mean, it is kind of a way, if you are a foreign country, it is a way to, it is some type of warfare. You know? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they're doing for sure to try to destabilize the United States. Yeah. And that, which includes social media, which is why I tell people, do not argue with people on social media because then most of those people aren't real. Yeah. There's a giant amount of people that are on social media that are there just to keep arguments going. Absolutely. Yeah. Lots of bots. Sure. And this was something that came up yesterday where they were using ChatGPT. So they have sort of a program that runs ChatGPT, so it acts like real humans, and it was attacking people about USAID and really trans issues, all kinds of different stuff. Is that Grok? No, Grok is the AI from X, so that's the Twitter AI. Right. So ChatGPT, that's the based AI, Grok. So Grok is kind of the one who's based. It got removed for a little bit. Well, that's how you know Israel was committing genocide. What I like about Grok is that occasionally it's removed. Yeah. That's how I know Grok's onto something, because it's occasionally put in timeout and then it comes back. Any AI that's not removed, I don't trust. I need an AI that's getting removed pretty frequently when it runs up against an issue. That's a good call. Yeah. I'm not saying all of Grok is good, but I'm saying I've read Grok, and I've said, this is an interesting guy to talk to at a bar, because he's saying things that are a little controversial, a little fun, a little out there, a little controversial. Pretty wild. Did you see the German right-wing party, the 7 members that died leading up to the election over the last couple days? This is the AFD or something. I saw that. That seems a bit spooky. That's going on. Yeah. Suspicious. Yeah. That's very interesting. How did they all die? Germany's far-right AFD suffers a series of candidate deaths and illegal votes. Well, they'll match their assassinated. Right. No evidence of foul play. Thank God. Thank God I was one of the odds that many people that are a part of something die that quickly. Yeah. They said it was 6, but today it's